Yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better wake them up, get them going. Tuesday on B&E. 4 hours of interesting conversation begins right now. It's a big morning for the high school brand. Flex ATX, we will announce throughout the course of the morning, 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30, our part of the all-flex team. Yesterday, or last week, I should say, on Tuesday, we announced the finalists, 70 student-athletes that had made the finalist list and made the cut at all the positions across the fields. Today, we will announce the actual all-flex team, the top players at each position in high school football in the area we cover. Looking forward to that throughout the course of the morning as we will hit 3 different positions, 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30. Also need to get some Christmas carols going. 'Tis the season as we count down the days to the holiday and Christmas. And we also have plenty of, obviously, Texas basketball to discuss, the Chris Beard situation. Monday Night Football last night to wrap up Week 14. Colt McCoy, a lot of action last night after Kyler Murray got hurt on the third play of the ball game last night. So plenty to do. 4 hours begins right now. We appreciate you being there, however you find us. Maybe it's 104.9, maybe 101.9, AM 1260. And you know we're always streaming for you, live and local and digital, on the Horn app and always at hornfm.com. Mr. Godbolt.
Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. It is appreciated. And today will probably be the last time you see 70s for a while.
Think so?
Yeah, it's going to start dipping into the 60s and then into the 50s. And some. At the end of the week, we're going to have, obviously, some high 30s. But next week, a possibility of maybe even 29 degrees or so. So get ready for your Christmas. You want that winter wonderland, you may get it.
It's
next
beginning
week, but
to feel a lot like Christmas is what you're saying, or it's going to.
It's going to start feeling that way after today, I believe.
I think that's good. I think you want to be able to put on some extra layers and throw on a jacket and get ready for Christmas, which is a week from Sunday.
Ty's got his blanket.
Yeah. The one that was bound for the Goodwill, which I salvaged and got here to him. I don't know if that's a regift or not, but
he's appreciative of it. He's got it all wrapped up. He's ready to go.
You'll have your blanket. Yeah, 72 today with the chance for some rain, more of this overcast stuff. And then, as you said, cools off into Wednesday and the rest of the week as we get you going. And that means we need to start playing some Christmas carols. We'll have some fun with that. And obviously, we've got big stories to talk about, the developing story with Texas basketball. Let's start with the headlines, the trending topics to get you caught up on the news of the morning. It's a busy one. UBEO Business Services brings you the news. And yeah, start with Texas basketball, and just like most of us, the members of the Texas basketball program awoke yesterday morning to the news that the team's head coach Chris Beard had been arrested overnight Sunday into Monday by Austin Police Department on felony domestic assault charges. Associate head coach Rodney Terry learned of the arrest just after 7 a.m. Later in the afternoon, a few hours ahead of the team's game with Rice last night, Coach Terry was informed by AD Chris Del Conte that he would be the Longhorns' acting head coach for the game against the Owls and moving forward. That's after the university announced that Coach Beard had been suspended without pay until further notice. Under that difficult backdrop, the 7th-ranked Longhorns took the floor last night, pulled out an 87-81 overtime win at the Moody Center. Senior guard Marcus Carr led the way with 28 points. Longhorns improved to 8-1 on the year because we say Coach Terry will continue to lead the team. Chris Beard now faces a third-degree felony domestic violence charge. He posted a $10,000 bond yesterday afternoon. Longhorns' next game is Sunday in Dallas, AT&T Center. They'll face Stanford. Texas football, Longhorns running back Bijan Robinson needs to add to his postseason award haul. Yesterday, the junior named first-team All-American by the Associated Press, officially making him a consensus All-American performer. He was also named the first-team All-American by the Walter Camp Football Foundation and the Football Writers Association of America for his tremendous junior season. Longhorns, of course, continuing bowl prep for the Alamo Bowl. It is not expected that Bijan Robinson will play in that game. Also from Texas football, multiple reports yesterday that Texas graduate offensive lineman Junior Angelau has entered the NCAA's transfer portal. 6'6", 315-pounder from Salt Lake City. Played and started 34 games for Texas. He suffered a season-ending injury during fall camp. Tore his ACL. He missed the entire 2022 season. Monday Night Football last night to wrap up Week 14. The New England Patriots showing the defense last night, beat the Arizona Cardinals 27-13. Cardinals actually led the game 13-10 at the half, but the Patriots defense pitches the second half shutout. They also scored a touchdown on a scoop and score TD by Patriots linebacker Raekwon McMillan. He had 6 sacks of backup quarterback Colt McCoy, who entered that contest. Third play of the game, Kyler Murray went out with what they believe is a torn ACL. McCoy played the rest of the game. In soccer, Austin FC bolstered its stable of goal scorers yesterday, signing the MLS veteran Zai Zardes to a 3-year deal. 31-year-old has scored 97 goals since 2013 with the Galaxy, the Columbus Crew, and most recently the Colorado Rapids. Won 2 MLS Cups with the Galaxy in 2014 and the Crew in 2020. NBA last night, 2 of the Texas 3 were in action. Dallas beat Oklahoma City 121-114. Spurs down in San Antonio beat Cleveland 112-111.
Boy, Kyler Murray went down in a heap last night. I thought it was his hamstring originally when he went down because he had just gotten off a hamstring problem. And the way he went down, I said, yeah, he just pulled his hammy again. Needless to say, it looked like his left knee buckled. Non-contact move, and down he went.
And I believe the initial fears were the worst fears, and it's reportedly a torn ACL, one of those non-contact, step awkwardly, just running, and was untouched by another player. Just went to the ground, and obviously that's a massive blow. I mean, that's a year-long injury, which means next season, it's middle of December right now. So the Cardinals just invested a big contract into Kyler Murray. They're going to have to find all other plans, obviously, for a quarterback. The rest of this season, it'll be Colt McCoy, but what are they going to do for the first 4 months of next year and all offseason?
They're probably going to have an interim coach here shortly.
Yes, I mean, that's the other part with Cliff Kingsbury, but best laid plans. I mean, that's the worst case scenario, because now
certainly was.
You don't have Kyler all off season. You won't have him for any of your off season training, and he's a young quarterback who needs reps, and that's now not going to happen. And now you go into next season uncertain at the position, obviously, for the Arizona Cardinals. So not a good thing.
Lots of time for Call of Duty.
Yeah, well, exactly. Lots of time for Call of Duty. You hate to see any player get hurt, especially on an awkward scramble like that, just running towards the first down marker early in the game. Third play. And Colt came in and played well, admirably, and got him to the lead. They're up 13-10, and really the game flipped when DeAndre Hopkins fumbled that ball, and Rick Millen picked it up, scooped it, and ran to the end zone. And then they just couldn't protect Colt, and 6 sacks, and the defense for the Patriots just took over that football game. Offense for the Patriots didn't do a lot.
No.
They just let their defense win it for them as they get this thing going. So that was a strange game there. And
they had a number of different running backs playing for them last night, the Patriots. Guys hurt and banged up, bad ankles.
That time of year.
Yep.
That time of year, and you hate to see that for Kyler Murray. But that division, just like the Cowboys, every Cowboys division, the NFC East, the AFC East, every team is over 500.
Mm-hmm.
Every team in playoff contention. Buffalo's 10-3, Miami's 8-5, New England and the Jets are both 7-6. New England not pretty, but finding a way to win football games, even on the road, even on Monday Night Football. 225 with 328 total yards, and they get the victory there. So strange game there, and certainly a strange circumstance at the Moody Center last night. That was an odd deal, and give the basketball team credit for finding a way to win a basketball game. I mean, they were disjointed, and first 10 minutes of that game last night were tough to watch. I mean, it was just a series of missed layups, turnovers.
Turnovers. Yeah, you have 15 total turnovers in the game. And that's one thing when your team is disjointed, and who is your leader and who do you look for leadership, it's all about the turnovers, and they had 15 last night.
Well, they just looked, understandably distracted by what went on yesterday. I mean, we were trying to figure out what was happening and what was going to happen, and what the latest was, and we don't play on the basketball team. I mean, that was obviously a tough day. As Rodney Terry, and give Coach Terry a lot of credit, he found out a couple hours before the tip that he was going to be running the team for Chris Beard, and they went out and found a way to win a basketball game. Rice came in at 6-2, and a team that played pretty well last night. And the Longhorns found a way to pick up their 8th victory. And obviously, the bigger story now will be the situation involving Chris Beard. He's posted bond. His lawyer is saying he's innocent, but the police report obviously tells a different side, and that will play out as we go forward. But hard to think we'll see Chris Beard on the Longhorn bench anytime soon. And
no,
maybe
I don't think
again.
So. There's just a lot to uncover. I mean, he'll get his day, whether it's in court or, but in the eyes of public opinion. I mean, you look at that affidavit and see what it says. It's not good. It's not good for your reputation.
Yes.
And if true, it's not good, period.
No, I mean, it's one of those stories that it's domestic abuse, it's domestic violence. He comes off as kind of losing control, obviously, in that situation. And again, he's innocent until proven guilty.
Yep.
He has been arrested, and his lawyer, at least through his lawyer, proclaiming his innocence, and we'll follow that story.
And interesting, it took a long time for the university to make a statement, which you have to, you're talking about a big contract, and you have to cover all the bases. You know that. So you have to wait till you have everything, all the information you can gather before you make a statement. But I think people were hanging around expecting something to happen earlier in the day, but it didn't seem like he got out of the can until after 2:00.
Yes, it was early to mid-afternoon that he finally left the Travis County Sheriff's Office. And did he? That's the question. I think a statement from the university president or Chris Del Conte earlier may have helped settle people down, and people were just looking for information. And I think the team was looking for some information about what was going to happen. They knew they were playing the game last night, but he was released in the middle of the afternoon. We'll see where this goes. I mean, I know people are rushing to what the decision will be. Obviously, they got some big decisions to make at the 40 acres with their basketball coach, and I think you got to let it play out and let the situation settle. But at the same time, there are those calling for the immediate dismissal of the head basketball coach, and we'll see where that goes. Jay Hartzell and the university leadership have tough decisions to make.
I know he had that old gear, that old-fashioned Cool Hand Luke gear on.
Well, I mean, the mug shot and the video, he did the Zoom, with the judge, and that stuff is public record and it's out. So, again, will we see him on the bench again this year? I don't know. I find that hard to imagine, but at the same time, we'll let it play out and let the situation determine where it goes. I mean, the university's gonna have to make hard calls on what they do with this, because Chris Beard is now out, and even if whatever happens with the situation with his girlfriend, the legal system will take its course here.
Yeah, and for the basketball team has to go on.
Right, that becomes And Rodney Terry has been a head coach. We talked about when Chris Beard built this staff that he's got two former head coaches on his staff, Chris Ogden and Rodney Terry. Rodney Terry has been a head coach at Fresno State and at UTEP. Of course, St. Edward's Hilltopper, like yours truly, a graduate. Got his first coaching job at Bowie High School right here locally, and has climbed the ranks. So Rodney Terry, as he described it, a very difficult night for the basketball team and a difficult day for the basketball program. He said he loves Chris Beard like a brother. But, we got to do what's best for the program right now. And I give them credit to find a way to win that game. It was not pretty. It was a sloppy performance by the team, and as you can expect. And I thought Marcus Carr, Jabari Rice, these guys, veteran players, stepped up when they needed to find a win, and they did last night.
Well, Marcus Carr took over.
He took over the basketball game. That's the only way you can put it. He just kind of said, you know what, I'll do this. I'll make sure we get a W, and we can move on. Now they're going to have the day off today, the basketball team, and they're going to not play again until Sunday. It's a neutral site game up in Dallas, but obviously we'll look for information as it comes out here as it revolves around Chris Beard and the Longhorn basketball program. But again, it's hard to see him on the bench anytime soon for the Longhorns coaching a basketball game.
Yeah, like I just said, there's a lot to uncover, and he'll get his day to defend himself too.
Sure, absolutely. It's innocent until proven guilty situation, but also at the same time, the university has to do what's best for the basketball program, the basketball team. And right now, you just have to let Chris Beard handle his situation, and the team's going to have to move forward, likely without him, as he's been suspended without pay as this thing plays out. And we'll see if other decisions fall down from that. But that obviously was the top story yesterday and last night, and we will keep you posted as news warrants on that front. But give the Longhorns credit. They found a way to win that basketball game. Rodney Terry gets one. We'll have more with Craig Way coming up in the Craig Way Report here this hour. We also have Junior Angelau on the football side, Buck, into the transfer portal. Wonder if he looks at it and sees all these young offensive linemen. And
obviously when you have those one-on-ones with your coaches, they let you know what your chances are of you can come back probably, but your chances of becoming a starter, are slim. We have some young guys in that position right now that we're looking at. So they kind of let you know where you stand on that.
Yeah,
he's going to do what's best for him.
And the freshman Cole Hudson stepped in and started all year long at right guard when he was healthy. That's probably you pencil that in, and there'll be competition for that position for guys like DJ Campbell. When you're starting 2 freshmen and 2 sophomores, and the one position that's going to be open is the right tackle position, which Junior Angilau does not play. He's a guard. He's an interior player. You can see the writing on the wall there. But he's a veteran player, 34 starts for Texas, and he's going to try to go play somewhere, it looks like, into that portal. So the Longhorns will continue their prep for the Alamo Bowl coming up December the 29th. But, yeah, not surprising.
No.
And you're going to see more. That's kind of like the Hudson,
and he
like
wanted,
the Hudson Card situation.
And I got to believe he wanted to be here, too. I mean, if you hear, him talk about this coaching staff and this offensive line coach, I mean, this sounded like a guy that wanted to come back. But once again, the team has to do what's best for the team, too. You can want to come back, but if they have others that are ahead of you and would be ahead of you when you do come back, I mean, you've got your degree from Texas, so
yeah.
I mean, those are hard decisions that coaches have to talk to a young man about.
Yeah, I mean, it is it's a tough situation. I mean, he was going to be the starting right guard. I mean, on this team this year, there was no doubt about that. And he and, as we know, Isaiah Nayer, the wide receiver, got hurt in the same scrimmage, a couple plays apart. And, that's just a bad situation. So he doesn't get to play this year. Somebody else steps in. Cole Hudson plays well, and he's likely the established starter now at guard as he adds muscle and learns he has a chance to be a 3-4-year starter for the Longhorns now at that position or somewhere on the interior. Junior Angilau still has eligibility, so you expect him to move on, find a spot. He is from Salt Lake City, Utah, so we'll follow that story as it develops and unfolds. Take your thoughts on the Chris Beard situation. The Specs text line, 512-337-3776. It says, unfortunately, guys, I don't think he makes it past this Friday. This says, guys, if that was one of y'all's daughters, the talk of being on the bench again would not be a discussion. Look, those are fair opinions, and I think that's the decision the university has to make. But at the same time, you have to let the system play out and hear Chris Beard's side of the conversation and where this stands. The evidence that we have in front of us obviously doesn't look good, but at the same time, is that all the evidence? And Chris Beard, in his statement to police, did say that he, has an audio recordings of that he was not the aggressor. He did not start the fight, essentially. When asked if he would release those, he said no to the officer. Doesn't mean, but it sounds like he has them. So again, that will play out. But again, that his legal situation is one thing, and him trying to prove his side of it or whatever that's going to be. But at the same time, the university's got to do what's best for the basketball program right now. And what is that? That's what Jay Hartzell, the president. That's what Chris Del Conte. That's what their job is now, is to determine what is best for the basketball program moving forward.
Yeah, and for Chris Beard, it's his deal about trying to stay out of jail.
Oh, sure.
I mean, these are
it's a third-degree felony,
right?
I mean, it's
not about him coaching. When will he be on the bench? It's about when. I mean, if he's if he has to go to jail, serve some jail time, that there's a real possibility of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, and no matter what his lawyer says, his lawyer is going to always be on the positive side. That's what your lawyer is supposed to do.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to say, "Hey, guilty, Your Honor." I mean, that's not what your lawyer does. I don't believe.
Correct. But again, there's more questions than answers, I believe, and that's just where you leave it. But as far as what the university does, that's what's unknown. I mean, they have to do what's best for the basketball program and the school and the brand right now. Somebody said it's a bad and rough week for former Texas Tech coaches. That's true. We're also continuing to send prayers to Mississippi State head coach Mike Leach. He remains hospitalized and in critical condition. Reports yesterday that he suffered a massive heart attack on Sunday. Was air flighted to the medical center there at the University of Mississippi, and we'll keep an eye on that story too. It's a sad day yesterday. It was one of those tough days for Longhorn fans.
Tough Monday,
and we all I think whatever the path of Mike Leach has been, whether he was beating Texas while coaching Texas Tech or leading the Red Raiders or Washington State or now Mississippi State. I think any college football fan
that goofball is a treasure.
Yeah, he's a treasure to the sport. He's an outside-the-box thinker who doesn't do it like anyone else and never will and doesn't apologize for it. Has changed the game. I mean, think about the landscape of college football and how he, with his offense and what he, at Texas Tech and, borrowing the spread and and then doing it his way. I mean, that's the amazing part of Mike Leach and his impact on the game. But at the same time, he is a college football and football treasure, and we hope the best for him and his family in this difficult time for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're. It's like it sounds like they're waiting for him to get all his his kids there, from all over, the different parts of the country they're from. They want to be all there when they have to make certain decisions. So
yeah,
we'll see.
All right, so that's the lead off of the program, and again, you can weigh in on the Chris Beard thing, but I do think it's fair to say it's early in the process. Let it play out, and we'll see where it goes. University's going to have some tough decisions to make with their basketball program, and we root for Mr. Mike Leach.
Yes.
Mr. Mike Leach. We'll get into the Cowboys and the NFL. As we said, it's a big morning. 7:30 this morning, we will announce the first position of the all-flex team. These are the best players at their positions in our area. We spent the offseason and now the season covering it. It's good timing. This is state championship weekend, which kicks off up at AT&T Stadium in Arlington with 2 local teams playing for state titles. But, there'll be, 24 teams playing for state titles over the next over the day starting tomorrow. So we will announce our first ever all flex team, and we're excited about that. TY is here. Good pick last night, Ty. Nice job. You gave us the Patriots.
Thank you.
Favored on the road, weren't they? Favored in Arizona. And they got her done. So,
boy, is that Patriot defense good.
They are good. Bill Belichick can still coach the D. I think that's fair to say. So we'll get into the NFL, what we're looking at after 14 weeks of, at least 15 weeks of football, but 14 games for most teams. We'll dive in there as well. So a lot to do. Busy Tuesday on 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. Always streaming for you live and local and digital on your Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com. Grande Equipment, folks. My good friend Wes Murray and his team, Weston as well, Britt and the crew, they are tremendous. And, they've just moved their location down to between New Braunfels and San Marcos, but they are still a locally based heavy equipment dealer right here in Central Texas with, 31 years of industry experience. And as I always say, they don't overpromise at Grande, they overdeliver. And that's how they've operated since they've been in existence. Grande is an independent and locally owned dealer. So as an independent dealer, they're not locked to one name brand. They can get you what you need on site and ready to go. No hassles for that equipment that you have to have for your project. They understand that you're on a budget, you're on a timeline for that project, you need to get it done, and that's where Grande and how they operate. They're going to be side by side with you to make sure that equipment is ready to go. No hassles, no uncertainty being job site ready. It's what they do, and they specialize in that equipment. Wes and his team every single time. That's why they've grown like they have, because of the word of mouth and the relationships that they build, and it's all of it. Grande truly is a family of down-to-earth great Texans who believe in doing things the right way the first time. And they know the real work begins after your business is earned, not before. It's not done until the job is done. At Grande Equipment, find them online at grandeequipment.com. That's grandeequipment.com. And remember, they don't overpromise at Grande. They overdeliver.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love in the heart
Janet Jackson coming to the Mood this summer.
Janet Jackson.
Yeah,
she's still touring.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't it a couple years ago where she was supposed to come to the Frank Irwin Center and she didn't make that appearance or something happened? She never came. I don't think she has ever come back.
I think it was
from that.
COVID or something.
Was it during that? It was during COVID,
Or she got COVID or something like that happened.
and she never made that appearance here in Austin. But now she's coming back. I mean, I think tickets go on sale today.
Janet Jackson with Ludacris. Luda.
Two hot artists.
Yeah. 56-year-old Janet Jackson rolling in. I bet she still puts on a pretty good show. But, we've told you, Moody Center is just booking the room. I still find it amazing that according to Billboard magazine and their numbers, since it opened in April, Moody Center is the highest revenue generating arena of its size in the world. In the world, according to Billboard magazine, because they've booked, since they come online, like 90 concerts, 90 nights, and they've had mostly sellouts. And so they're booking it. Of course, UT didn't build it, right? UT was funded by the Oakview Group and Live Nation. They built the arena, and they're going to fill that thing, and they're going to have concerts. So Janet Jackson
Filling it every night,
rolling in. Obviously, the top story will be the Chris Beard situation and where it stands. Obviously, if the allegations Buck made in the police report and were brought to light yesterday, if those are true or close to true,
he won't be here.
He's going to be let go, and they're going to move on, obviously. But you've got to let the facts play out. There's two sides to every story, and that's where it needs to be. But it'll be interesting to see what the university does. I would imagine the suspension of yesterday without pay until further notice will be the norm, and they'll ride with that. Obviously, there'll be public pressure either way, but Rodney Terry is gonna lead this team. I think it's fair to say the questions will arise, but we're around even 24 hours. This happened. He was booked into the Travis County Jail yesterday morning at 4:18, so 26 hours ago. There's still a lot that needs to be unpacked and uncovered in this story, and investigated. I mean,
they're crossing the T's and dotting the I's when it comes to contractual stuff too. I mean, there's a lot involved in this whole situation.
Well,
and one thing is that if the young lady is okay and you got to figure out all of these other things. I mean, this guy's reputation is important too. If he's not guilty of some of the charges that are out there, if he is, then he can't coach your basketball team.
Correct. I mean, and I think that's not to convict anyone.
Oh no, that's right. It's just the truth.
But to lead people, if it's true and it's proven, that then he can't be the basketball coach at Texas. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. Same time, you got to let the facts play out, and the arrest being made is not guilt of a crime. It's going to have to be investigated and charges brought forth.
Yeah, I'm going to say generally, if the cops are called to your house for domestic, somebody's going somewhere.
Yeah,
they don't come strolling in and say, okay, you guys can just settle down. We're going to leave, and everything will be okay. Generally, when it gets to that point, somebody's going somewhere.
Yeah. To separate the two, and but again, the girlfriend, when called police, the actual altercation had ended. Right, he had left and then came back, and that's when the arrest was made. But that's where it stands. Same time, the basketball team has to move forward, and it's you think it was kind of a whirlwind for fans and us yesterday. Think about those players. They woke up to the exact same news. This is the coach that has recruited them and built this program, playing at number 2 in the country last week. And a lot of expectations that this is a high-ceiling basketball team. So if you're a guy like Tyrese Hunter or Marcus Carr or any of these players, Timmy Allen, you got to find a way to stay focused and play basketball and let what's going on with the coach play out. Support the coach. You heard Rodney Terry say that last night. Rodney Terry said he feels like Chris Beard's a brother to him, and that's how much he supports and loves Chris Beard. Same time, his job now is to do what's best for the basketball team, the players, and the program, and guide it to the best of his abilities while he is in control of it. And that may be for a good while here, as the Longhorns have 4 more non-conference games to play here in the month of December. I believe that's 4. Let me check the schedule. They play Stanford on Saturday. Then they're going to play a couple games through the Christmas holiday. Their first conference game is December the 31st with Oklahoma. So And that's, Bucky, you coached and played. I mean, there's going to be off-field stuff. I don't know to this magnitude, but as a student athlete and a player, you just got to keep playing.
Yeah. What is it that you do? You go to school and you play the game.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to continue to do. And there'll be somebody there to coach you.
And it was a pretty emotional scene last night in the locker room after they got the win over Rice. The players, Rodney Terry walked in, and the players kind of mobbed him and cheered for him to get a victory in that spot, and they found a way to win the game. It's going to be an emotional time, obviously, for that locker room, for that team, for those young guys, and you hope the best for them at this point.
Well, you got a lot of
81.
veteran players on that team, which is good too. I mean, this is one of those, where you don't have to say, well, we're really, really young. No, you got some really veteran guys that have been around basketball for a long time, that have, been through, different schools. They've gone to different schools. They understand, if things, there's always these bumps in the road, but, you have to go who's on the bench with you.
Yeah, and it's, last night, that first half was just surreal.
Oh, yeah.
It really was. I mean, the crowd was kind of late arriving. Turned out to be a pretty good crowd when it was done. Remember, yesterday was the last actual day of the academic calendar for UT.
Yeah.
Finals were taken and final papers in, and so a lot of the students are going to be heading back and heading off campus. But the crowd was late arriving and apprehensive. I think that's the way to put it. Everyone's trying to figure out what's happening, and they were down 21-11. And it was just a series of missed layups, and they weren't hustling like we normally see this team. It was just missed free throws. It was a sloppy game. But that's to your point, Buck, of veteran players.
Yes, got to have them.
It wasn't pretty, but down the stretch,
This
Marcus
is when you
Carr
lean on those guys now.
made all the plays, and the Longhorns get a win, and you feel for those guys.
And there's a lot of
because,
good coaches on that staff. There's a lot of other guys besides Rodney that have been around. You know what I mean?
That's just what you have to lean on right now. And, if you're a player, you hope the best for your coach, and you hope it gets sorted out for he and his family and the young lady involved. And at that point, you just have to control what you can control. You hear that a lot, but control the controllables, and that's all you can do at this point.
And that's why you pay a lawyer.
Well, that's right. And look, Chris Beard, it's now a personal thing for them, right? And that's where the program has to move forward while he deals with personal issues that happened within his life. And, they're going to have to be separate, and the basketball team
there's
has
a
to move
reputation
forward.
at hand here
For sure. Well, and that's where Chris Beard is, right? I mean, his college coaching career is, in the mix here. He's elevated himself to being one of the premier coaches in college basketball. What he did at Texas Tech and went to the final game, and now built this program in 2 short years into a program that a lot of people think is a Final Four caliber team this year in a brand new arena with the crowd behind it. That's what he's going to have to go fight for. But again, the team has to keep playing without him as they move forward, and that's going to be a tough situation here, and probably for an extended period of time for the Texas Longhorns. So that story will evolve. Longhorn basketball gets a nice win in overtime. Craig Way will have more on that coming up as we get this thing cranked up. And yes, we are praying for our man, right, Mike Leach, as a lot of people are sending their text messages in on that. We will also get to the All Flex team next hour. This says, guys, you mentioned that the local area has 2 teams playing for state championships in high school football this weekend. Do you know which area has the most? Okay, I'll wait. Because the way it works from 6A, there are 2 divisions in each, from 1A all the way to 6A, right? And so, but it's done regionally. But I'll look and see. I do know that when you get up to Arlington this week, Buck, the South Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially, South Dallas, the Duncanville's playing for a state title. South Oak Cliff is playing for a state title. And DeSoto is playing for a state title. Essentially, if you come down I-35, you're going through those 3 communities. So safe to say when South Oak Cliff, Buck, up in Arlington plays Port Neches Groves, it's going to be a huge crowd. I mean, it's going to be that.
The guys up there when they had the caravan with the cops coming from the Dallas
South
area.
Oak Cliff?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Man, it's going to be.
There was. What a procession that was.
And I believe that's a Friday game.
Headed to Jerry World. That was something now.
And as I found out from our guy Snoop, he didn't realize that PNG travels. He went to the PNG game. They played Liberty Hill this past weekend. He went to that game, and he said, I couldn't believe it, how many fans made their way to that game. I think you're going to see that in Dallas. So we'll look at the numbers, and we'll look at the teams that are there and see which region has the most. But it's always a fun weekend. And you know what it is, Buck? It's a great weekend for football in Texas.
It certainly is. It's the culmination of a long season.
Well, because you have the NFL, right? You have college football, but we know in this state, high school football is a religion for people. And this is, as you said, a culmination of it. You'll see crowds I mean, you'll see crowds all from Thursday through Saturday, Buck.
There'll be grandpas and grannies. They'll all be
Yeah.
there. They don't miss this one now.
40, 50, 60,000
Wow.
people packing into Jerry's Palace there to see state championships crowned. And for the local area, it's Vandergrift. Good luck to we talked yesterday with Drew Sanders, the head football coach at Vandergrift. He's got his program there for the first time in program history. He's the only coach the program's ever known, Buck. He took over as the school opened in 14 years ago and has built that program. And Wimberley is back again to play mighty Carthage for a state
Texans once
championship.
again getting after it.
Once again, for Coach Doug Warren, who we also spoke to yesterday.
Mhm.
If you missed those conversations, you're a fan of one of those teams, you can always go find them on our podcast at hornfm.com. But I have not been up to that at Jerry World. You have.
I have gone up there about 3 times, and whether Lake Travis was there
You really
or not,
take
I just
your pillow and blanket?
well, yeah, you can get into it if you can get in one of those. You know, if you got your press pass and you get into one of those rooms. I mean, it's not like you have to watch every single game. If you're not interested, you can lay back and just listen to the crowd and get a little snooze into one of the teams that you're interested. But it's an all-day event. I mean, that thing just people go in, they come out. I mean, you've been up there tied to this event. This is a special. It's a special week. It's not just Saturday. It's the week leading up to it when teams are playing, like you said, tomorrow.
Well, it's a celebration, really.
Yeah.
You know, having all those communities kind of up there together. You know, there's a lot of mingling beforehand and after.
Oh
and
my
during.
goodness,
It's a really
that
cool
parking
thing to
lot
see.
is just jammed.
Jammed. And that's, you played for a state championship at Westlake, correct?
Correct.
But you had to play, not had to play, you played in Houston.
Yes.
Because that was the year that somehow Jerry Jones double booked the building or something.
Oh, yeah.
And they had to
I was there for 2 of those, I believe. Yes, twice I was
at
there.
NRG Stadium, which
Yes.
isn't a bad stadium. It's
Oh, I
hosted
love
Super Bowls. And speaking of Janet Jackson, Houston's NRG Stadium, that's where the Janet Jackson Justin Timberlake
Mm-hmm.
situation
The lights
happened.
went out. Yes.
the breast was exposed. For live television.
I was
and
just
the
a
world
young
freaked
man.
out.
I can't believe I
Well,
had to see that.
also my year. So before we played, the game before Cedar Park played, they won a state championship, and then Bucky, Lake Travis played after us.
Right.
But Westlake and Lake Travis both lost. But it was really cool to see 3 local teams playing, back to back to back
That's
for
pretty
state
cool.
championships.
And you guys did not win.
We lost to North Shore.
North Shore, who's
In
looking
overtime.
like a powerhouse.
Yeah, and I
again.
won't be making that trek this year. I'm going to be involved in Blue Santa on Saturday most of the morning, so I won't get a chance to go up there. This will be like I said, I enjoy going up whether Lake Travis is playing or not. It's just a great day to see how involved the families are. I've never been a high school coach, so this whole deal with broadcasting games has been something special. Some people are saying, "Hey, man, you're pretty lucky you didn't have to do this in high school and deal with parents." And then the more and more I do this, the less I feel that way. When people say that to me, I'm like, dude, I'd love to, when Granny and Grandpa is involved and sisters and brothers and people are coming from all over, they're coming from out of state to see this event. If they have relatives, a kid that's involved or cousin that's involved in this, cheerleaders. I mean, it really is special.
And it's a big enough event that's on TV. So and if you can't make it,
You're right.
it's nationally broadcasted.
Well, and of course, that the voice of the Longhorns, our man Craig Way, will be on the call for a high number of those games. I don't know if you can know the exact number of the games, but Craig will be doing that for Valley
Craig,
Sports.
does he start doing that stuff on Wednesday? Does he do it?
Yeah, I think Thursday. We'll actually check in
It's
with
all
Craig.
levels of football. I mean, it's all levels of football, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll run through the schedule for you coming up in our Coach's Corner. We'll also get some B&E facts of the day as we continue to discuss this Chris Beard situation, but obviously the other top stories of the morning. And we do have our first ever all-flex team as we get this thing cranked up. And we do have Christmas carols, Buck. It's the B&E Christmas Carol Contest. Today is the day that we'll begin to debut some of the submissions you have made, you being the Show of the People audience, and we look forward to hearing some of those. And we'll have a winner before we break up here for Christmas next week. So a lot to do. It's going to be a busy Tuesday morning. We roll forward. B&E facts of the day coming your way next. First, though, here's Craig Way. and have some fun with that. We appreciate covering these kids and these young student athletes, and happy to honor them with the All Flex team that'll be coming up.
Ty, let me ask you this, Ty. When you went up as going to the States, I know when teams from this area have gone down south, like South Padre, you go the day before and stay overnight. I mean, if you're playing late on Saturday, do you go on Saturday morning or do you stay overnight?
Friday.
Are you going Friday?
Friday morning usually.
Ooh, at the hotel?
Yeah, I mean,
there's an overnighter.
Yeah, I think that's a big trip.
That is a big trip, isn't it?
You got a lot of rules to follow.
I can't even imagine those high school coaches, the rules that they have to have for a gang headed to the hotel.
It's pretty hard to sleep too. I can tell you. I was hurt in my state championship, but sitting in a hotel bed.
Guys sitting there on their TVs playing all those different games all night long, just like the college kids do.
Yep.
And when they're supposed to be in bed, sleep, they're sitting there at 3:00 in the morning still
There's a few
playing
guys
games,
trying to
video
sneak
games.
out.
Oh.
Well, remember there are 24 teams descending on Arlington. Now they won't all be there together because the games start Wednesday with the 1A ranks, 1A Division 1 and 2, and then 2A and all the way up to 6A on Saturday. No, you got to get a good night's sleep, get a good.
Not gonna get a good night's sleep at the house.
Like the first game of the day on Wednesday is 11 in the morning.
Yeah, well, I get.
And then you go all day. So, and that'll be the case each day up through Saturday until the final game of the weekend, which is North Shore and Duncanville. And there might be 50, 60,000 people there for that game. When Duncanville plays Galena Park North Shore, that thing is going to be a packed house. Of course, Vandergrift plays DeSoto, also from the South Dallas area, earlier in that day. So,
that's an overnight stay.
Hey, so as we talk about the rough week for former Texas Tech coach, we can put former Texas Tech head coach Cliff Kingsbury into this conversation in a different
light, yes,
in a much smaller light, much more sports oriented. But is he going to make this thing?
I don't think so.
You realize Arizona is 1-6 at home. 1-6 going into the game last night. They lost again.
You just can't end the season the way he's ended all the seasons that he's been there. It's not. You're not.
Well, remember last year they got off to the 7-0 start, and then they collapsed, and that has been kind of the narrative and the path of his career. But this year they've just been bad. I mean, they're 4-9. They are 1-7 at home. 1-7 after last night's loss. 3-2 on the road, but they're 1-7. They've played 8 home games and only won one time on the home field. That's not good for Cliff Kingsbury. Now his quarterback is hurt. Third play of the game last night, Kyler Murray goes down. Non-contact ACL injury. They fear it's torn, which is going to knock him out for the season. If you think about the front office there in Arizona, not only may you have to fire your coach and start over, you're not going to have your quarterback who you just signed. I mean, Kyler Murray won't be back and healthy until this time next year.
You're right.
I mean, he's going to be out for all of next season for the most part.
And you just paid him a caboodle of money.
Right, so what do you do at quarterback? You can't go out and I guess you can just bring in a journeyman, but let Colt McCoy.
You got a journeyman already.
I know. I mean, that's a really tough spot. I mean, he's Kyler Murray. You just signed him to, we've talked about the 5 quarterbacks who signed the big deals this offseason, or this past offseason, 8 months ago, and I think each of the 5 teams are kind of curious, did we make the right call? I mean, it started with
and Cliff hasn't been creative with Kyler Murray, so how do you expect him to be creative with Colt McCoy? I mean,
right.
I mean, that's if you can't be creative with that guy at quarterback, the guy who's been around this long, Colt probably not going to lose a game for you, but he ain't going to win that many for you.
Yeah, I just don't know the direction at that point. Well, because, the 5 quarterbacks, the Raiders signed Derek Carr to a big deal. The Packers signed Aaron Rodgers. The Rams signed Matt Stafford. The Cardinals signed Kyler Murray to the big deal. And it's almost like every team, and Russell Wilson, of course, got the big deal in Denver. All 5 teams are going, oh, no. Oh, no. What did we do?
Yeah, what did we do here?
Now, in each case is different. The Packers, now there was a report from NBC Sports yesterday that Jordan Love has requested a trade. He wants to play. It's about time. And, what do you do in Green Bay? I know people say they have to move on from Aaron Rodgers, but just last March they made him the highest paid player in the sport.
Yeah, why would they do that if they're looking to move on?
And if you do now have to try to move on from your chance to move on from him was before signing into that big deal when you could have traded him like the Seahawks did with Russell Wilson. The Packers did not. They doubled down and gave Aaron Rodgers the $150 million, and now what do they do? In Denver is in the same spot. They traded for Russell Wilson.
Oh, they're stuck with Russell Wilson until he just says, I'm retiring.
Well, at least in Denver they can say, you know what, we're going to fire this coach. We're going to go out and get a Sean Payton or somebody like that.
Well, that's what Cliff is in for.
We're going to try to bring in a really top end coach. I mean, Nathaniel Hackett, that experiment didn't work in Denver. I mean, that's pretty clear. They're a bad football team. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
And the one with Arizona's not working either because they started losing at the end of the season when you're supposed to start getting better.
Well, now
for
you're going
playoff
to
time.
Now think about this: if you are going to move on from Cliff Kingsbury,
Who wants that
who
gig if
wants the
you're
job
I know.
if there's no quarterback?
Yeah, who wants the gig if the guy's not coming back till December of January of the next year?
And you're going to be like you're going to have a fill-in quarterback for the season, and then
All you're
I
gonna do
don't
is
know.
turn around and throw it to Hop or hand it off to James
I don't know.
Conner.
Hey, Baker could
really?
get a call.
Uh-oh.
Baker Mayfield reunited with Kyler Murray, Oklahoma. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for any of these teams. I don't know
Wait,
what
him and Cliff have beef. Never mind.
I mean, the
Oh,
easy
that's
one.
right. They did have a beef, right?
I mean, the easiest one of the Rams, right? It's if Matt Stafford's healthy, he'll be their quarterback. That's not a debate.
Well, that's the best thing to do. Bring Baker with him. Having a beef is another chip on Baker's shoulder. Bring him there.
I think the other 4 teams are kind of wondering, what do we do with Derek Carr? What are we doing with Kyler? I don't know. That thing is, and NFL's interesting. You know, we know who's at the top and who are the contenders and the pretenders. Now we're to the point of the year now where these other decisions are going to be made.
Yeah, and you still have chances for the playoffs. You're not out of it, but you can't do anything about it now. Yeah, I don't know. I think Cliff Kingsbury will be gone before the next game. I got a feeling.
Well, we'll see. They didn't look good last night, but the quarterback did get hurt on the third play. We'll be back. B&E on the Horn. Start up your Tuesday right here on B&E. As Buck pointed out, this is your last day of 70-degree temperatures for a while. It's going to cool off into the rest of the week. And my question to you, Mr. Godbold, is how cool will it be?
Well, there's some that we'll be in the 30s at the end of this week, 38.
Overnight?
Yeah, overnight in the 30s. We'll be in the, in the 50s, daytime in 60s. But
I got to say that
as of next week, there's one that says 29 degrees. There's like next Wednesday, as we get closer to Christmas, those nighttime lows. And, I've got some stuff already wrapped up. I got some of the outdoor piping wrapped up when it comes to bringing, well water to my big tank. I learned my lesson during the Revenant there. A couple of years ago.
Snowpocalypse.
Oh, my goodness.
Icepocalypse for a week.
Those, I can't let them freeze. And I know some will say, listen, it has to be a couple days for it to freeze. I don't take any chances anymore. I keep them wrapped up in the summertime, but I got to go look at it again. And if I have to rewrap and get some of that duct tape around some of those pipes that lead to the main tank, I can't have that freeze. I can't say that, in a matter of, it's going to take 3 days for this part to freeze. If it gets to 29, I got to be assured that, I get some heat on those pipes. I can't have that stuff cut off because baby needs a shower.
You need some heat on those pipes?
Oh,
heat on the pipe.
I need some heat around that pipe. That's for sure, that main pipe.
I see an overnight low of 32 next week.
Ooh, 30.
By the way, the weather after today is like the perfect days in Austin, Texas. Sunny and 64 in the middle of the day.
Yeah, but do you want to take a chance? That's up to you, Ty. If you want to take that chance.
Well, I'm a renter.
Well, Ty doesn't even turn his heat on.
Oh, that's right.
Ty doesn't even turn the heat on.
That's right. He's not allowed to turn the heat on.
Yeah, they don't turn the heat on, even if it gets cold. It doesn't matter at his house.
I just walk around with a sweatshirt all day long, so it doesn't. But no, when it comes time to take that shower or brush those teeth, no, I go out and check that. Should have been doing that a month before this. But that's just the way it goes, and I have them already wrapped. But you just got to make sure.
Time. You got all week to get out there and wrap your pipes. You're good. You
got
like 10 days where you're going to see.
There you go, homeowner. Be careful there, homeowner. You know how that stuff goes.
Plenty of time.
Thank you.
Hey, let's get to the headlines, trending topics. You start your Tuesday morning.
Got a call from my well guy. It said, wrap them well.
Double shot power there. UBEO Business Services brings you the news. Start with Texas basketball. And just like most of us, the members of the Texas Longhorn basketball program woke up yesterday morning to the news that their team's head coach, Chris Beard, had been arrested by Austin police on felony domestic charges. Associate coach Rodney Terry learned of that arrest yesterday morning just after 7 a.m. Later yesterday afternoon at shoot-around, a few hours before the team's tip-off with Rice, Terry was informed by A.D. Chris Del Conte that he would be the Longhorns' acting head coach for the game last night. The university announced that Chris Beard had been suspended without pay until further notice. Under that very difficult backdrop, the 7th-ranked Longhorns took the floor last night and pulled out an 87-81 win in overtime at the Moody Center. Rodney Terry emotional afterwards.
We were giving up too many offensive rebounds. They were hurting us on the glass. I believe they had 5 threes at the half. We wanted to, our goal for the game was try to hold them to 5 or less threes in the game. They already had 5. So we had to come out and do a better job with our shooter defense. We had to come out and do a better job on the glass, keeping those guys off the glass as well. Those were 2 areas that were really glaring to us at halftime that we needed to come in and do a good job with.
Senior guard Marcus Carr led the way with 28 points. As Coach mentioned, the better second half than the first half for sure. Longhorns improved to 8-1. Rodney Terry will continue to lead the team as Chris Beard now faces a third-degree felony domestic violence charge. He posted a $10,000 bond yesterday afternoon. That process will be ongoing. Next game Sunday in Dallas, facing Stanford for the Longhorns. Texas football, Longhorn running back Bijan Robinson keeps adding to his postseason award haul. Yesterday, the junior was named first-team All-American by the Associated Press. It officially makes him a consensus All-American performer. He is not expected to play in the Longhorn Bowl game at the Alamo Bowl. His career likely over at Texas. Also from Texas football, multiple reports yesterday that graduate offensive lineman Junior Ungalau has entered the transfer portal. 6'6", 315-pounder from Salt Lake City, played and started 34 games at Texas before he suffered a season-ending injury during fall camp. He missed all of the 2022 season. We'll see where he ends up. In soccer, how about Austin FC? They bolstered their stable of goal scorers yesterday, signing the MLS veteran Josiah Zardes to a 3-year deal. 31-year-old has scored 97 goals since 2013 in the MLS with the Galaxy of LA, Columbus Crew, and most recently the Colorado Rapids. He's won 2 MLS Cups with the Galaxy in 2014 and the Crew in 2020. NFL Monday Night Football last night. Patriots opened it up in the second half, and they beat the Arizona Cardinals 27-13. Cardinals led it 13-10 at the half, but all Pats in the second half as they get the victory, improved to 7-6. Disappointing for the Cardinals. Their starting quarterback Kyler Murray injured on the third play of the game, a non-contact ACL injury per reports. He will be out for the remainder of the season. And in the NBA last night, 2 of the Texas 3 in action, both posted wins. Mavericks beat Oklahoma City. Spurs beat Cleveland down in San Antonio, 112-111.
Somebody says, did I ever build my Roy G. Biv room? Yes, it's done, but I don't have any running water out there. I have drinking water there.
Remind me what the Roy G. Biv, that's, of course,
That's
this
the
is a fellow
shed.
you met up at in Idaho, Roy.
Yes, Roy. All the colors of the rainbow.
And he legally changed his name to Roy G. Biv.
Yes,
The colors of the rainbow.
yes.
Roy is,
He
R
was-
is red.
He was very different.
Let me go. Red, orange, yellow,
Yeah,
green, blue, indigo, violet.
there you go.
Roy G. Biv.
Roy G. Biv.
See how you remember that from your grade school? Did you remember that, Ty?
No, I
Those are the colors of the rainbow.
Went to private school.
So you met him. You were staying at a bed and breakfast in,
I did.
in Idaho. And that was his legal name. You know what his previous
Right,
name was?
right next to Coeur d'Alene.
Ooh.
Just beautiful area up
And-
on top of the mountain.
And you decided you needed a room, an area of your home that is reminiscent of that peaceful time in your life?
Yes, it was very peaceful. It was very nice. I'd like to go visit him. He was in the process of building another home on that property, as a matter of fact. That was up on the hill. That was the one way up and one way down. And if a car or truck was coming the same time you were, somebody was going to have to back all the way back down the mountain or back up the mountain. And that was that horrifying because if you go over the edge, there's no rail. It's over the edge. It's see you down in the bottom, down by the lake somewhere.
Correct.
Love that dude.
Love that dude. All right.
Made
well,
great breakfast.
what did he make?
Oh, lots of pancakes, lots of bacon. Good job by Roy G. Biv.
I'm trying to
what,
remember.
what
now.
were you doing with this guy in Idaho again?
Well, let's
I just went
not
on
dig too
a,
deep.
before I got married. We went on a little vacation there, going to visit my wife's family for the first time.
Oh, okay. I forgot she's from Idaho.
She is. Hey, so obviously the top story, I'm going to give Rodney Terry and the Texas basketball team credit. It wasn't pretty last night, but they found a way to win that basketball game. Rice is not a bad team. They came in at 6-2, and they were outplaying the Longhorns for most of the night. They found a way to win that game. Yesterday was tough for a lot of Longhorn fans waking up to that news and the uncertainty and the questions and what's going to happen moving forward. If you can imagine what you were thinking, think about those players. And the coaches, Buck. I mean, they woke up to the exact same piece of news, shocking to everybody that had gone on, and then they got to play a game 10 hours
Well, yeah,
later.
hell yeah, they get that news at they don't get it at 7 or 8. They get it at 3 or 4 in the morning. Like, hey, listen, we've got something going on here.
Well, Rodney Terry didn't get the news until I think as we broke it is when it broke to the team. I mean, it wasn't like Chris Beard was able to call people and tell them what was going on. I mean, that all went down between midnight and 4 in the morning. The news broke, and when it broke on our show essentially, and when the arrest report was available and people started to see it, that's when it came out. And I believe that's when Rodney Terry
You got a
first
phone
heard
call
about it.
then?
Yeah, Rodney Terry first heard of the news just after 7:00 yesterday, and the uncertainty. You're playing the game, but
Right.
And then they looked like that when they hit the floor last night. They really did, and Rice took advantage of it. They built a 10-point lead, early in the game. And the Longhorns came back. You heard Rodney in the headlines talking about we just had to make some adjustments in the second half and figure it out. But they do have veteran players. That's going to be. I mean, there are so many questions moving forward. There are obviously a lot more questions than answers. We know that for Chris Beard, the facts are what's going to matter for him right now. The facts of the case. And I would say this. The police report is really, really ugly. But again, those aren't proven facts yet. Those are allegations of what were made that night that the police wrote down, and that's why they arrested him. And
Yes.
that's the evidence that they have. And Chris Beard, at this point, you have to separate Chris Beard and his personal situation from this basketball team. The team's going to have to move on and go to practice.
Yes,
and
they do.
do their things. And Rodney Terry and the coaching staff are going to have to keep things in line.
And then the police and then the judge and everybody else, they have to make their decisions, and the university has to make its separate decisions also
Yeah.
on what they're going to do.
Well, and it's got to be what's best for the basketball program and for the young people in it. And I think you have to let the facts play out. And clearly, there's if the allegations are proven true, then he won't be the basketball coach at Texas ever again, and maybe he won't coach again, which would be a stunning piece of news. But that's the development. That's where this thing sits. Same time, the facts are what matter, and two sides to each story. And we'll let Chris Beard have his day in court and have his say in this conversation. But same time, basketball program's going to move forward, and they got a win last night. They'll play again Sunday against Stanford out there in American Airlines Center in Dallas.
Yeah,
but
you don't need
really, really bad situation.
Yeah, and I believe in those domestic violence kind of things that you don't need. I mean, the person who's made the call, you don't need them to. They can say, "Well, I want to drop charges." No, when they come to your residency, that they can look at what the complaint is all about, and then I think the police can make an indication of you may not make you may not want this person to be charged with anything, but we're going to charge them in a domestic case.
Correct. Well, look, we'll see. I mean, again, that's what does today bring? We knew that yesterday morning we had very little facts, and now we have at least a police report to go with, and Chris Beard posting bond and his lawyer declaring his innocence in the case, and that will play out. But again, this is not. This is a domestic violence charge. It's a felony.
This is serious.
So,
This isn't. Oh no, we had an argument at the house. This is not one of those.
Correct.
I asked somebody to leave. This is not one of those little simple. We had an argument at the house. This is, like you said, this is domestic violence. This is not something that just gets swept away and let's move on.
Yeah, I mean it's only she and Chris Beard know what happened that night, and it's in the police report at least from both sides. But it's up to the leadership of Texas. I mean, you're talking about Jay Hartzell, Kevin Eltife, the director of the Board of Regents, the athletic department. They have to decide what's best for the basketball program. And at this point, the suspension without pay, while this thing moves forward, we'll see if that changes. I mean, even if, who knows, as you said, if the lady recants the whole thing completely, which I'm not saying she's going to. I'm saying even if she did, does that change? How much does that change with the mugshot and the story of yesterday as far as the overall direction of the basketball program and Chris Beard's stewardship of it? I mean, those are all questions that are out there right now that do not have answers. So at 7:15, let's dive into our Coach's Corner. It's brought to you by Tom McKay and the crew at Audio Visual Consultations.
Yeah, I would hope, and it's good that they have a number of veterans that have been at other schools that have been 5 or 6 year players on this basketball team that really can hold a lot of things together, for young players, because this Texas team also has some young players that are involved in actually playing right now, not just on the team, but actually playing in basketball games. You need that veteran leadership. This is when things get into situations you don't have very many of these. Hopefully, we don't have very many of these like this, but that senior leadership with Marcus Carr and some of these, Dylan Dessou, these guys have been places, and they can hold this thing together.
Well, I mean, and
they have to.
Right. Victor texted and said, how does this Beard situation affect the current players wanting to leave, future players decided not to come? Look, I mean, that's
the future.
I mean, that's the big picture, and that's why I say there are so many more questions than there are answers here. And look, I mean, this is the situation Chris Beard is in, right? His lawyer is going to rightfully tell him, be silent. Don't say anything.
No.
I will handle this. But at the same time,
yeah, Chris Beard's not going to get an opportunity to sit in front of his team, I don't think, and just go over and talk to them.
Well, that's the limbo situation. Those are their players over there, their families that want to hear from Chris Beard and hear what the heck's going on. Same time, I mean, you have the right to remain silent. And in this case, it's not about basketball. And that's why I say Jay Hartzell and Kevin Eltife and Chris Del Conte, the leadership of Texas, have a tough decision to make.
Yeah, you're on leave. You're not supposed to be around. No, they don't want you around.
You're suspended without pay.
Yes.
So yes, I think we sit here with questions as a talk radio show, and folks who've done this a long time. Those players are sitting there with questions too, but they're not going to be able to get answers from their basketball coach, and that's why I say you just have to compartmentalize and just Rodney Terry's your coach right now, and this is what you've got to move forward with. But to answer Victor's question, who knows? Who knows how this impacts each of those players and their futures, and how this plays out. I don't think any of us can.
They were led aware of that before that game with the guy who's now the head coach, acting head coach, and he's let them know when you'll practice next, what we need to do in this particular game. Yes, you need to go and finish out your classwork. If there was the last day and you had work to be done, get that done.
Yep.
And we have to practice. Here's when we're going to practice. You need to be there at practice. That doesn't excuse you from not coming to practice. It doesn't excuse you for being late for meetings. You go through with you go through with the things that you need to go through. What's your responsibility as a player right now?
Absolutely. And that's, I mean, the shock of yesterday, the uncertainty of yesterday. Now you've got to win. You found a way to win the basketball game. You're going to have today off, according to Rodney Terry, and you try to sort some things out. But at this point, Rodney Terry's the coach, and he's the acting coach. Here's Rodney after the game last night talking about these players handling the adversity of yesterday and then the game itself once it tipped off.
We showed a lot of grit, battling through some adversity throughout the course of the day, in the game, early today as well. I give our guys a lot of credit. I give our staff a lot of credit. We've got an experienced staff that did a great job, outstanding job today with our guys. And again, our guys were right where they needed to be at winning time. We've been in that position. We're going to be in that position all year long. And, we found a way to get it done.
It's going to be interesting to see
Yes.
how this goes and give those guys credit to get that win last night. But it's a lot of basketball to be played. And, as I say, Chris Beard has that right to remain silent. And I don't, as you said, he can't go be around the team right now, which he would probably like to do, and they would like to hear from him. Same time, he's got to separate himself from the basketball program right now and do what's best for Chris Beard and his family. And that's the situation he's got to work and control. Rodney Terry's been a head coach, right? He was a head coach at Fresno State. He was a head coach at UTEP.
I'm pretty sure he's had adversity, throughout his career too, and what he's had to do. I mean, this is where you as a leader have to find a way to come through.
I agree, and I think, look, yesterday, I know some criticized the university for waiting all the way until like 5 o'clock to even the past 5 o'clock to put out a statement about Chris Beard and being suspended, and Rodney Terry would be the acting coach. Rodney said he was told at shoot-around, Chris Del Conte said, we're going to need you to take control of the team in this case. Now, I can speculate of why that is. Chris Beard got out of jail middle of the afternoon. They probably wanted to sit down and talk to him if they could and hear some of his side if that happened. Either way, the fact that it came. But what I do wonder today is, will there be more clarity to it that, Chris Beard's going to be, that Rodney Terry's going to be our coach the rest of the year. Like, he's going to coach our team the rest of the year, because this is not going to end tomorrow or today. This situation with he and his family is going to be ongoing. Those are the questions I think that the university could provide some clarity to. I don't know, maybe not.
I mean, if they're, when you're thinking about what you have to do with somebody, it's not said that he's guilty of anything, but you know what I mean? If you have to make those decisions, there's contractual stuff that's, we're not talking about $100,000. We're talking about millions of dollars for your basketball coaching. Do you have probable cause? There's all kinds of stuff that involved that we can speculate on, but the university has to do what's right for the university too.
For sure.
And they've got this university has, has the responsibility to not just the basketball players, but to the regents, everybody else involved. So when these people get together to make these kind of decisions, they have to have all of the facts. They just can't come to rush to judgment things. You know what I mean? Everybody's end has to play out, but there's also some things that you have as a university you have to do too. Because that I hate the court of public opinion, but it ain't looking good for Chris Beard. I'll just say that it just, and you sometimes you do get judged in a court of public opinion. You just do.
Sure.
And there's a lot of people on that campus that would like to say that guy needs to be gone today. And there's a lot of people say, well, you wait it out. You can be in any corner you want to be, but that university, they have a lot of big decisions they have to make.
Exactly.
Because that's not chump change you're talking about right now. It's not. And it's the future of one of your programs. One of your major programs, it's the future of, the kids want to come here? There's a lot going on right now. And to start, jumping to judgments in the first 24 hours is kind of silly.
Correct. And
they're not going to do that there. They got a lot of smart people over there.
Which is why, the statement came yesterday. Will there be further statements today or soon, kind of clarifying, okay, here's our direction? Because you're right. There's a lot that needs to be sorted out. You pretty clear through his attorney, Chris Beard is going to do his part to clear his name on this.
And that's what an attorney's supposed to do for you.
That's correct. But that's again, there's two separate things happening. There's Chris Beard's life, and then there's the basketball program at Texas, and they need to be separated right now.
Yeah, and I'd like to be resettling my life. I'd like for my priority would be, the person that was involved with me, that person's life and my life, because that's what's really important. Having that job isn't as important as your life and your reputation and how you go further. I mean, he's a 49-year-old man. That guy has a lot of living to do, and you want to get your life and your priorities straight before you worry about how much money you're going to make and what your situation is as a basketball coach. I would hope.
Yeah, and then those are the meetings that are happening at the
He has
Texas
children.
as well.
I mean, that guy has children. His reputation, yeah.
3 daughters from a previous marriage. Yeah, yes, that is the situation. All right, so that's where it's at. Longhorns get a win, and Rodney Terry likely to continue to run the team moving forward. We will certainly follow it and develop and discuss it as it develops. Coming up, though, we're going to shift gears pretty dramatically because it is time for the All-Flex team. We've been covering it, and we had our Flex watch list way back in the spring of the 10 best players at every position that we were keeping our eyes on going into the 2022 season. Those watch lists became, they shuffled and changed as the season went on, as performances were being, played out on the gridiron. And now here we are, Buck. We last Tuesday announced the All-Flex finalists, 10 players at each position, or several players at each position. And guess what? Here we are down to the final team.
Yes.
This is our team. These are the best players across the board, offense and defense. And we're going to get the defensive linemen coming up. There are 4 of them who have made the All-Flex team here in 2022. We'll announce that for you coming up on the other side of a quick timeout. We'll also hit Hot or Not for the end of the hour. Take your thoughts on this big story this morning, developing story involving Chris Beard and the Longhorn basketball program. It's B&E on the Horn. B&A with you on this busy Tuesday morning. A lot going on. And obviously the future of the Longhorn basketball program in the conversation. And Chris Beard at the center of it after he was arrested yesterday. Posted bond, suspended without pay by the university. Moving forward, Rodney Terry will run that team, and we'll certainly give you news where it develops on that front. We'll have the hot or not topics for the top of the hour. Also, we talk Monday Night Football. Disappointing for the Arizona Cardinals. They lose the game last night, fall to 1-7 at home this year for Cliff Kingsbury, who is certainly on the hottest of hot seats at this point. But now his quarterback, Kyler Murray, out for the year. And, Buck, there's only 4 games left in this year, but he's out for this year and probably most of next year with a left knee ACL tear. That is
Boy, that's a lot of money they put into him. And for Cliff Kingsbury, that's the guy that you're depending on to kind of drive the train right there. I mean, and he hadn't been driving it that well when he's healthy.
And that's
been the problem.
As we said, that becomes a real challenge. I mean, if you're going to move on Cliff Kingsbury and decide, we need a higher level of coaching here. Same time, well, what's your list of coaches when your quarterback's hurt?
Deion will leave Colorado in a second and go take that gig. I guarantee you that.
Well, but then you got the coach has to want the job too. I mean, I think there'd be interest, but at the same time, the question surrounding Kyler Murray, who's the quarterback? Are you going to bring in a veteran to be a stopgap next year? I mean, Kyler Murray could miss all of next year.
You're right.
I mean, or most all of next year. And by the time he's actually healthy and able to play.
Well, it depends on who the head coach is, because for this head coach, you've got to stay with Colt McCoy. He knows more about the offense than anybody
for this
you
year,
can bring
you're riding
in.
with Colt. Well, there's no doubt about that.
And even in the beginning of next year, I mean, he can't. He will start. Colt McCoy would change at 36 years old. Would change his regimen if he knows he's the starting quarterback. He will get more reps. He will do more with the team. He can get you. I mean, I don't know how many wins he can get you. I mean, he's there not to get you losses. That's what he's supposed to be there for.
Well, I think at 36 years old, Colt McCoy has settled in as the perfect backup quarterback.
No doubt about it.
But
he can only do so much.
But if you're going to go into the offseason and you're going to make a coaching change, you're not going to be able to sell that to your fans that Colt McCoy is now the starter.
No.
You're going to have to go out and get another quarterback.
Oh no! If the new person comes in, you're going to have to make a decision on somebody else is going to have to come in there a quarterback. But I'm just saying he's going to be your backup, but he could still be your starter if need be.
Right. I think if Colt likes being in the desert, and I think he signed a couple-year deal, but the new coach is going to want to bring in a quarterback. I mean, it'll be somewhat similar, I guess, what the Browns did with Jacoby Brissett. Mm-hmm. Knowing that Deshaun Watson was going to miss most of the year.
But they're not letting him do it through the draft. Oh, no. We're here. We already have a decision on how we're going to go in the draft.
You've invested as the team into the player
right,
for the long haul. So he is your quarterback the long term. But what do you do for the short term? That's a difficult situation for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, you're
obviously.
the new head coach, and you got to figure out, I got to win games too, or I'll be just like this dude here on the way out.
And does that shrink your pool of coaches that want that job? Or are they going to go, hey, not really, not the time to jump into that deal? We'll see. We'll see where that goes. But that happened last night. Patriots got the win. They're now 7-6 and still in playoff contention over the hotly contested AFC East.
Or they don't really do anything offensively, do they? That makes you just go, wow.
Yeah, they're a pretender, but they play great defense.
They do that.
They got more points off turnovers than any team in the league this year.
They moved that line of scrimmage on you.
And I will thank them. We had a critical fantasy football game last night.
Did you really? You had their D?
And we had to have it. We had to have
Judon, did he get his deal done?
Well, we had DeAndre Hopkins in the defense, and we needed like 12 points. And DeAndre didn't do much. He had like 5 points.
Dude, I don't know how that dude Judon ever got away from the team that he was with before that.
Baltimore Ravens.
My goodness.
Good player. Hey, you know what time it is, Buck? It is time before we get to our all-flex team, the big announcement. Defensive line, 4 of them. We need Uncle Bucky's tips for kids in the car lot.
I moved it. Bucky wanted to move it.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I'm going to do it next week. I'm going to talk about, I'll just talk about it now. It's time to finish strong. You know how I am, about academics this time of year. As you said, school is getting out in college-wise, but for you kids in that car line, it ain't over yet, so let's finish strong. Finish strong that first semester. And do like Uncle Bucky says, not like Uncle Bucky did when it gets ready for next semester where you decided you'll start class maybe a little week later. Let's finish strong and get ready to begin strong for the next semester. But finish strong, kids. there'll still be teachers that have a couple little things for you to do, like most of my nuns did when I was in Catholic school. They had more little projects before the holidays that needed to get done. And your teachers will also figure that there's some things that they'd like for you to get done. So finish these things strong, kids, before the holiday season. You have plenty of time to vacation, plenty of time to be with your friends, but if there's things to be done school-wise, get them done.
Get her done.
High schoolers, too, get them done.
All right.
Finish strong.
Nice stuff. Do we have, there's your tips for kids in the car line. And
Got to have it.
got to have it. Hey, can we jump into the flex? You know what time it is. It's a big day. It's all about the flex.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right, Bucket, it's time for the All-Flex team to debut. And we're going position by position as we did last week. But unlike last Tuesday when we started with quarterbacks and running backs here on the B&E show, we're flipping it. We're starting with the defensive side of the ball here. And throughout the course of the day, we'll go defense to the offense, the specialists as well. And Rod and Harge and the guys will wrap it up with the quarterbacks and running backs later on Ball Don't Lie this afternoon. So this was among the toughest positions that we had to pick, Buck.
There were tons of them.
Because if you go back to when we started the defensive line watch list way back in the spring, we talked with our guy Snoop and with our high school team, and they said, y'all, there's probably 10 guys that we can put on this list who are going to go play D1 football from this area. So to whittle this down to 4 total defensive linemen was completely based on production, dominance, and their performance in 2022 among a very, very crowded and talented position group.
And there'll be a bunch for next year that are juniors and sophomores going into their junior and senior year in our area, too.
Let's start on the defensive line. Actually, let's start with the one player who is still playing. He is still playing. He's going to be part of the state championship weekend coming up. The Vandergrift Vipers are going to play Saturday against DeSoto in the 6A Division II championship. And a big reason for it and a big part of it is their defensive end, Damian Wimberly, Buck. Damian Wimberly wears number 99. He's 6'6". He's 257. He's a senior. He's got 13 sacks this season, 74 tackles, 53 solo. He's a havoc causer on that Viper defense.
Yeah, whether you're a tackle or defensive end, for me, that's one of the hardest. That's one of the hardest deals to judge in high school football. How your outside control has to be when you're playing outside. Ian, don't let guys break
the leverage. Yep.
The leverage, and this young guy was one of the guys that did it very, very well. And I mean, I saw a couple this year that are growing with the position, but this guy did it well from the outset for sure.
Damian Wimberly is committed to play football at SMU. Congratulations to him. Good student as well. He is the first member on defense on the defensive line for our all-flex team in 2022. Congratulations to Damian Wimberly, and good luck to he and the Vipers.
Absolutely.
As they play DeSoto on Saturday. Also on our defensive line for the all-flex team, how about this one, Buck? From Crockett, the Crockett Cougars. He is Caleb Dickey from Crockett High School, 6'2" and 210. How about this number? I mean, this was a kid who played on a team in the AISD. 19 sacks. You want to talk about a havoc causer. 19 sacks. He had 110 total tackles from a defensive line position. Also plays fullback on the offensive side.
Well, he's only 210. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So
tough roughneck.
I mean, his havoc rate, ridiculous. He averaged 11 tackles per game from the defensive line for the Crockett Cougars. 19 sacks. Just living in the backfield. Congratulations to Caleb Dickey of Crockett High School. Also on our list, his brother already is starring out at Florida University, Buck, but that should not overshadow another senior from Maynard High School. He is Prince Will Uman Mielen. Prince Will Uman Mielen. Prince Will is 6'5" and 2 1/4, 225. Had 8 sacks this year, 65 tackles. A great havoc rate for the Maynard Mustangs.
No doubt about it. Whatever you want to do with him, you want to stand him up and let him be a linebacker, as he might end up being at that 225E. He can play at all different positions, inside and outside.
And the twitchy traits, he is being recruited by the likes of Nebraska, Arizona State, Arkansas, Cal, and
225
Florida.
Can be 255 in a hurry.
Yeah, he's got a big, broad base. And, Florida's where his brother's already
Yep.
having an impact in Division I football. And our final member of our 4-person defensive line, the all-flex defensive line, this one not a surprise, part of that Westlake Chaparral defense that had won 54 games in a row. He is a University of Texas Longhorn commitment. He is Colton Vasek, 6'6" and 230. This year, 14 sacks. He leads Westlake as the second all-time sack leader in the history of that program. He had 71 tackles, 53 solo, and big plays. And
no doubt about Vasek. I mean, long, tall, and that ain't all. Sleeps in the kitchen with his feet in the hall. I mean, you're talking about trying to get around a guy. This is out of the group. When I watch, I mean, he is the toughest of all the guys that you can't get around. If he wants to go leverage on you, it's hard to get around those long arms because that extends out there probably an extra 3 or 4 feet.
Well, his father is the coach of the D-line at Westlake. His father's a legacy at UT, and this is you're right. I mean, they're like Ty. You were kind of an undersized defensive lineman, right?
Yep.
And so you had to use leverage and technique, and the things you were taught. Well, when you combine a kid who's very coachable, who has all the technique, but also is 6'6" and 235 and has the long arms and the uncoachables, that's when you become an impact player, and he certainly was for the Westlake Chaparrals. Not this year, for his entire career. As we said, the second all-time sack artist in the history of the Chap program. He is the 4th member.
And Ty, when you see him, how much more weight can he put on? Whatever he needs to put on?
Yeah, like 50 pounds, 60
if he
pounds.
needed to.
Think he can put 50?
I think he could.
Wow, that puts him at 280. That's like
He's
JJ
got the
Watt
frame
size.
for it.
Yeah.
He's got the frame for it.
Well,
I
he's
think
a
that's
big-
a guy that's the day he steps on campus on the 40 acres, he'll start making an impact.
Well, they need it. They need an edge rusher. This team, the Longhorns as a team this year led the nation in pressures, quarterback pressures, but the sack numbers, they didn't have a finisher. They didn't have that sack artist. They had good guys that pushed the interior pocket and pushed for pressure. They do need a guy like Colton Vasek off the edge. That is something they've been missing. And Colton Vasek, Prince Will Uman Mielen, Damian Wimberly, and Caleb Dickey of Crockett. Congratulations to those 4 young men and student athletes. They are the defensive line of our first ever all-flex
And congratulations to the other ones that were nominated.
Yeah, our finalists as well.
Absolutely.
By the way, Caleb and Damian and Prince Will and Colton will be out at Pluckers tomorrow with our Pluckers Roundtable, and we'll have all the players who are going to make our all-flex team, all 27, will be invited out to pick up their certificate and be honored and take pictures, so we'll look forward to seeing them tomorrow. 8:30, Buck, we're going to hit linebackers, have 3 of those, and then at 9:30, we're going to hit defensive backs. We've got 4 of those as well in our show this morning. So defensive line, linebackers, and DBs to come on B&E this morning.
Absolutely.
Colton Vasek.
Congratulations, guys.
And the crew. Congrats to those 4 gentlemen, young people. Now, do we know, is Colton, or would he be an early enrollee at Texas? I'm going to have to check in on that with Jeff Howe and the team over at the recruiting.
I'm not sure, but I'd assume so.
Yeah, because we know that Arch Manning, as we talk about student athletes and high school players, Arch Manning is a early enrollee. He's going to be rolling in here in January. Remember, there was a lot of debate of whether, because Arch is the high school basketball team won the state title last year that Arch Manning plays on, and he was, in his mind, he's like, man, I want to go back and try to win another one.
Man, those times have changed, man. I can't imagine if I could have been gone out of my high school to a college campus a whole semester early. In Boston back in those days.
Well, I mean, it gets
in
you.
the 70s. You know what the 70s are like?
Hey.
You're a high schooler?
Well,
wow.
To get enough credits and to do that, you got to set your goals ahead of time.
Oh, that's right. You'd had to get your stuff done.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess not. I would have still been in my second semester in high school as a senior getting my stuff done. Yes, for sure.
Well, and it obviously gives you a jump start. When you get here, you get to go through the spring and the off-season conditioning, winter workouts first, and then you get to be a part of spring practice.
Of course, I had that non-prom party that I put on, because I wasn't going to the prom.
Well, hey, I was in 3 classes my second semester of senior year, so I was pretty much.
You were on cruise control.
I was done. I was out of school by 11:30 every day.
I think, that's. I mean, now, for a young person who's about to go off to college and become an adult, that 3 months is kind of fun because you're just kind of chilling. You're the king of the school.
Oh yeah, man.
Not doing much, getting ready for the prom, all that kind of stuff. But Arch
Buck was still taking SATs.
Well,
where's the ACT? Is there an ACT in the neighborhood?
I got to get qualified.
I got to get qualified here. What are you doing?
Well, these students, they take care of their business.
Good
by
job.
the way, speaking of Colton Vasek, headed to the Longhorns. The Longhorns are still hot to trot for the 5-star linebacker from Denton, Ryan, Anthony Hill Jr., Buck. And according to multiple reports, Steve Sarkisian will make his in-home visit, the final pitch, Thursday, to Anthony Hill Jr. If they could add that young man to this recruiting class,
yes.
Look out, because as T.Y. just said with Colton Vasek, and the pass rusher they sorely needed. They flipped him from Oklahoma. The Anthony Hill Jr. would be massive because he is a young guy that was committed to Texas A&M. He's not just the top linebacker in the state of Texas. Many consider him the top linebacker in the country. As far as a downhill, built for the Southeastern Conference linebacker, Sark will make his final pitch Thursday, so we'll keep our eye on that.
Yeah, and by the way, thank you to one of the teachers. I just want to say to those teachers out there, thank you for this first semester with these kids, and thank you to Relax the Bag, because the teacher that we gave the Relax the Bag chair to, she just go ahead. She just got it. She got her chair.
Nice.
Almost $2,000. She got
the picture.
By the way, the guys over there, Mr. Caldwell over there, she got to pick her chair, almost a $3,000 chair.
That is awesome.
The color she wanted, the type of chair she wanted, and that's a lifetime chair for her. She was very excited about getting that chair.
Let's hit that real quick. Bucky's tip for kids.
And we're trying to make this involved for the people in the parents in the car line. One of these parents, I think next week, is going to get a mountain bike from Academy Sports and Outdoors E. Hey, parents got to get something too. We always give something to the kids. The teachers are getting some. How about the ones spending the gas money? How about the ones taking these kids to be educated? Somebody's getting a nice mountain bike next week.
Love it. All right, appreciate that. All right, by the way, asking ye shall receive here on the Show of the People. This says, yes, Colton Vasek will enroll early. His mom is a dear friend of mine. We just discussed it on Saturday. So there you go. Show of the People audience coming through. Colton will be an early enrollee.
Good job.
Coming back. I know Colton and the Shafts would love to be playing this weekend in the state championship, but got derailed by that Galena Park North Shore team who will now play Duncanville in a monster game coming up
What
on
is
Saturday
that goal
night.
each and every day for me, first thing, when I'm on my knees thanking God for
Stay out of jail.
There you go. Number one.
Stay out of jail. Not to laugh at anybody that's going to jail.
No.
But that is one of your goals each morning. Can we get to the hot or not topics? Things we've missed halfway through this show. We also have some Christmas carols we have to start playing on our B&E Christmas Carol contest. But we're coming next. It's hot or not.
Folks, Dr. Greg Eckert and his all-star group of professionals, they're doing everything from general dentistry to the most advanced. And most advanced is restoring teeth, and they've done over 1,400 cases of that. I had mine done in just 2 visits. But if you need extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, tooth loss solutions, Dr. Eckert is there for you. And there is no reason in the world that you shouldn't go see a doctor because you are scared. Don't be scared. Give them a call today at 512-345-3166. Now, you're coming to the end of the year, so that dental insurance will start kicking in once again in January. If you want to be a new patient of Dr. Eckert, he has taken on new patients and start to do that now so you can make plans in January to get an appointment with him. But if you have some problems right now with your choppers, call Dr. Eckert. He will get you to somebody or he'll get it done for you too. Don't go through this holiday season having problems with your teeth. Dr. Eckert will get that straight. Believe me, he has plenty of folks that he knows or his staff can get it done for you immediately. Once again, 512-345-3166. He is the best in the business, over 27 years of experience in this area. He's our dentist, and he should be your dentist also.
This segment brought to you by Altstead Beers, brewed right here in the heart of the Hill Country. Check out their state-of-the-art brewery, tap room, and restaurant next time you're in Fredericksburg. Altstead Beers, no impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, this Tuesday, not just our first ever all-flex team announcement, it's also Election Day here in Austin for the new mayor. So if you do reside in the ATX, get out and vote today if you have not already. Make your voice heard. Get her done.
Yeah,
that
man.
would not include you, Mr. Pound Town.
No, not here in Pound Town, no.
That would be myself and TY, though. Myself and TY need to get to the polls.
Yeah, what I needed to do today was make sure that I got
Do
my
your part.
permit for my burning.
Oh, the burning permit?
Yeah, I need to get a burning permit, so I got that all taken care of yesterday, so I can get a little something, get rid of a bunch of limbs and things and leaves and all that stuff. That was my day yesterday, getting that done.
Yeah. Well, everybody's got their thing to do today.
Yes,
so
sir.
get that done. Get that done. We'll get you the latest on the Texas basketball situation, including the team finding a gritty win last night with all the circumstances surrounding that program.
Somebody says, well, I was thinking about you felt bad because your high school team was in the second semester was going for another state title run in basketball. No, we were pretty sad. We were just okay. My high school didn't have a track program, so I didn't run track. Now, I would have missed the opening day of trout season. That would have been hard on me right there. Fishing season, if I'd have gone off to college. I would have missed opening day of trout season. That was hard for me to miss.
Because early enrollees were not a thing back then.
No,
you know
they
what
were.
I'm saying?
No.
Know what I'm saying? Okay, so TY is our producer. He's been red hot with his picks. He yesterday gave you before the end of the show. If you're listening in the last segment every morning, which you should be, Ty gives you the soon-to-be professional gambler pick of the night, and you said Patriots on the road -2.
I did.
And that came home last night, 27-13.
And
So
your early thoughts on maybe some soccer today?
I don't know. I kind of like Croatia.
Oh, come on now. Messi's not going home.
The cardiac kids.
Messi's
Croatia
not
and
going home like
Argentina today.
Ronaldo. He's not going home.
Oh, well, that would be the by the way, I saw yesterday, speaking of not hot, another journalist passed away covering the World Cup. That's 2 now.
Well, they got Grant Wall's body back this morning.
Thank goodness. Well, I mean, that's the second.
Where's this guy from? Or woman?
It was I don't know. It was a Middle Eastern name, but I'll get you details on that. But I saw another journalist passed away covering the World Cup. That's now 2. That could be complete coincidence, obviously, but man, sad stuff for sure. What do you have for us, Ty?
Well, a 2-time Olympic champion was in a plane crash in Africa yesterday. David Rudisha from Kenya. Who actually he survived a brutal car accident before the Rio Olympics. 2012? So this is the second time that he's faced death. But the engine in this plane, it was a single engine plane, went out about 7 to 8 minutes into the flight. There was 5 people on board, and no one was seriously injured. He was actually on his way to a qualifying event for the Olympics coming up soon, but just he's safe, and this guy seems like he doesn't have very good luck when it comes to getting to Olympic events.
I'll be getting there 2 hours early, and if that guy is on the flight and I see, is that the dude? No.
He's got some Final Destination stuff going on or something.
Yeah. I'll take another flight there, sir. And no, I'm not renting a car with you and going for a ride either.
Does he think he's Harrison Ford or something? How many plane crashes has Harrison Ford survived?
Well, that's usually when he's flying the plane.
I know.
Right?
What? Right.
And I'm definitely not getting in that one with him.
That was always, when you're a kid and you're like have a fear of flying.
Oh,
I'd say, you know what? The pilot doesn't want to crash either. You know what I'm saying? He's up there. It's his life.
He's having a bad day, but he doesn't want to have a real bad day.
Right. He's going to take care of us, or she's going to take care of us. I'm good. Hey, we'll come back. When we do, we reset the headlines. Obviously, the tough situation for the Longhorn basketball team last night, dealing with that and having a game to play. They did find a win. We'll tell you how and hear from the acting head coach, Rodney Terry. Also, the very latest on the suspended head coach, Chris Beard, coming up. Also, in our all-flex portion next hour, it will be linebackers, tackling machines across Central Texas. And yes, we will play the first couple of our Christmas carols, Buck, on the B&E Christmas Carol Contest. Always a good way to get into the spirit of the season. It's B&E on the Horn. Callahan's General Store. Make it a Callahan's Day each and every day. And as you're trying to figure out that tough to shop for holiday gift person on your list, get to Callahan's. I promise you. You just walk around Callahan's, you'll find something for everybody on your list. They have so much selection that they're rolling with there at Callahan's every single day. Man, if you want to go over to the Western wear section back there in the back, they've got the Stetson hats and the Ariat boots and all the cool things to go there, the Western gear and those cool looking shirts that they're going to love. Pack those up and you'll be rolling. Also, if you've got the Christmas themed gifts are really cool. If people like to decorate, they've got that in the front right area at Callahan's. They've also got the stuff for the kids, right? They got the toy section, those cool toys, and how about the toys for your pets too? Don't forget about them when it's time for a stocking stuffer. They've got everything you need right there, all the way down to the live baby chicks and ducklings that you're going to love there at Callahan's General Store for the new pet for the season. At Callahan's. You can also visit their online store. It's up and running for you. If you can't get over to Callahan's, you know where they are. They're still there after all this time. 1978, a Central Texas legend, right there at 501 Bastrop Highway between downtown and the airport. We know that now more clearly as 183. So you jump off of 183, that brand new tollway, they're right there on the feeder. At Callahan's General Store, the perfect spot for the holidays, perfect spot for your yard this spring, and everything you need. Visit them online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And remember, make it a Callahan's Day. Put them together on this Tuesday morning. A Tough News Monday is flipped over into a Tough News Tuesday with now official word from Mississippi State University that Mike Leach passed away last night at the age of 61. Not surprising news as the prayers were being sent after reports of a massive heart attack suffered on Sunday. His family gathered yesterday to make some decisions, and the university has now made that official that Mike Leach has passed away. So, very, very sad day.
Certainly
for college
is.
football, one of the titans of the sport in my mind as far as innovation, changing the game. And when you consider that Mike Leach, grew up in the state of Wyoming.
And one of the real characters of college
Well, a
football.
character, but just think about the impact he's had on the game,
Oh, of course.
on the sport and the way it's played.
The passing game
Remember,
and the spread game, the spreading it
the
out.
air raid. Well, the air raid. He and Hal Mummy. I mean, Mike Leach was extremely intelligent. Obviously, he was going to go play football at BYU, but then had an ankle injury that derailed that, but he still went to BYU and was around the program. So Lavelle Edwards and Norm Chow and that pass-based offense that Steve Sarkisian very familiar with, having played there. But then after the football thing, Buck, he got a law degree at Pepperdine University, and he writes in his own book the story that he told his wife, after getting a law degree, that, do you want me to go practice law and make a lot of money and be miserable, or do you want me to, can I coach football, not make a lot of money and be happy? And she said, do what makes you happy.
There you
go. He also, Mike Leach, was one of the most prominent graduates of the United States Sports Academy in Daphne, Alabama.
Yeah.
He has a master's in sports science. So a law degree, a master's in sports science, and that launches him into a coaching career where he landed in the early 90s with Hal Mummy, former high school coach here in the state of Texas, Hal Mummy. And they changed the game, Buck, with the air raid offense and spreading it out, the basketball on grass concept. It led to, they ended up at Kentucky, and Tim Couch became the number 1 overall draft pick off that Kentucky team to the Cleveland Browns. And he then joined the Oklahoma staff under Bob Stoops for 1 year and helped transform that team. Of course, they won the national championship the following year. But after just 1 year at Oklahoma, Mike Leach landed at Texas Tech, his first head coaching job, and we know what he did there. I mean, we know how it ended, but he also took that program to its highest heights over a decade period at Oklahoma at Texas Tech from 2000 to 2009. And who can forget the 2008 season where Texas, Oklahoma, and Texas Tech were all top 5 teams and vying for that Big 12 championship. We know it didn't end pretty there at Texas Tech with the Craig James situation and his son. But then off to Washington State, Buck, where he did a great job, won a Pac-12 championship, our North Division in 2018, and then trying his hand in the Southeastern Conference at Mississippi State. Has his team at 8-4 this year. Had his team.
He was in his
4th
year, correct, at Mississippi State?
Yep. Well, no, since
Third?
2020.
Third year.
Third year there.
Got a win in the Egg Bowl last game.
And beat Ole Miss in the last game. And, of course, they were 8-4, and they were headed. They're going to be playing in a bowl, which the Mississippi State Bulldogs will now play with very heavy hearts, as it's now official. Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61. You're right about being the character, right? The thing about him was not only did he help revolutionize the game and how it's played.
His piratry. He was special.
Oh,
and I talked to Trey Elling III, our good friend Trey Elling III yesterday, and he has a special place in his heart for Mike Leach. He has interviewed him numerous times.
With Trey Elling?
Yes.
He loves the media. He loves talking.
He was one of the most accessible coaches.
Oh, yeah.
And, he won't come on and say the normal thing, right? It's not cliche coach
You have
speak.
to be ready for him.
He'll talk about anything. And how many of the players who played for Mike Leach say the same thing? You get to a quarterback's meeting and you're talking about Pirates the whole time. Like, what are we doing?
Hey, Coach, we had a game this week.
But that's the whole thing. Remember, his plays were all like on one card.
Oh, yeah.
In his hand, he had like one note
card. He had
card.
a napkin at one time in his hand.
Gosh, remember the story when he dropped the fake play sheet at the Cotton Bowl for the Texas game?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this guy was, to say one of a kind would be an understatement, because when you say one of a kind, there was no one else like him. Never been anybody else like him in that profession. And you were a coach, Buck. He just was so his own way, his own drummer, and it worked. It worked at a high level, and I know Texas Tech fans are, still wonder when.
And as close as we came to in characters when I was coaching was Howard Snellenberger. That dude was a character. He was out there.
Man, that is a sad piece of news, and not surprising based on the information we had heard over the weekend and yesterday. But He needed a miracle, and hopefully he's in a better place now. But he was a Big 12 Coach of the Year in 2008. He was the Pac-12's Coach of the Year twice in his time at Washington State. And think about that, Buck, because he was quirky and people saw him as a kind of an outside-the-box guy. He never really landed that major
big job, no.
Right? Which he probably
Well, they thought
should
his
have.
offense was kind of quirky, too. It was not going to get you very far.
Is he going to deal with the boosters and all that kind of stuff? But look, Texas Tech's never been better than they were under him. Washington State, he took that program, and these are like in isolated places. You're talking about Pullman, Washington, and Lubbock, Texas, and those programs are better for him being there for sure.
Yeah, I was totally surprised when he left Pullman. I thought that was going to be his place.
He liked it out there.
Yep.
He also liked the Florida Keys and being at the beach. And he's a thinker.
Where else are you going to find pirate ships?
Pirate ships for sure.
Out there, yeah.
But sad news. Rest in peace to Mike Leach, and we will absolutely miss him because, gosh, it feels like we just saw him and we're just hearing from him.
Yep.
And sorry for Mississippi State. I know our friend Jason Washington, the former Longhorn assistant here under Tom Herman, he is on that staff there at Mississippi State, now coaching defensive backs. He's got a lot of local ties, played at Texas State, but really, really sad piece of news. Let's get to the other news of the morning, the trending topics to start your Tuesday. Start with Texas basketball, and like most of us, the members of the Texas Longhorn basketball team and program woke up yesterday morning to the news that their head coach and their leader, Chris Beard, had been arrested by Austin police on felony domestic assault charges. That was the day that they dealt with yesterday. Associate head coach Rodney Terry learned of the arrest just after 7 a.m. yesterday and didn't find out that he would be leading the team into a game against Rice until a couple of hours before tip-off last night. That's when athletic director Chris Del Conte informed him that the university had suspended Chris Beard without pay until further notice after he posted a bond and was released from from jail yesterday afternoon. Under that very difficult backdrop, the 7th-ranked Longhorns took the floor last night and found a way to pull out an 87-81 overtime win at the Moody Center. They beat the Rice Owls. Wasn't always pretty, but they got the win. The senior guard Marcus Carr had a season-high 28 points to lead the way. After the game, Rodney Terry, who led the team, said their team battled and found a way to win.
We showed a lot of grit, battling through some adversity throughout the course of the day, in the game, early today as well. I give our guys a lot of credit. I give our staff a lot of credit. We've got an experienced staff that did a great job, outstanding job today with our guys. And again, our guys were right where they needed to be at winning time. We've been in that position. We're going to be in that position all year long, and we found a way to get it done.
Rodney Terry will continue to lead the team now. Chris Beard now facing a third-degree felony domestic violence charge. He posted $10,000 bond yesterday, and that situation will move forward. Next game for the Longhorns Sunday in Dallas, facing Stanford. Craig Way will have more on that coming up in the Craig Way Report. Texas football, Longhorn running back Bijan Robinson continued to add to his accolades. Yesterday, the Associated Press named him a first-team All-American, a running back, making him a consensus All-American performer. He was also an All-American for the Walter Camp Football Foundation, the Football Writers Association of America, after his tremendous junior season. Also from Texas football, multiple reports yesterday that Texas graduate offensive lineman Junior Ungalau has entered the NCAA transfer portal. 6'6", 315-pounder, started 34 games at Texas. Of course, he injured his knee during training camp this year, missed all of the 2022 season. In soccer, Austin FC bolstered their stable of goal scorers, the signing of an MLS veteran yesterday, Josiah Zardes, a 3-year deal, 31-year-old, has scored 97 goals since 2013 in the MLS, playing for the LA Galaxy, Columbus Crew, and most recently the Colorado Rapids. Also won a couple of MLS Cups with the Galaxy in 2014 and the Columbus Crew in 2020. Monday Night Football last night, wrapping up Week 14. How about the Patriots? Down 13-10 at the half in Arizona. They dominate the second half, pitch a defensive shutout, score a touchdown on defense, and beat Colt McCoy and the Arizona Cardinals 27-13. Colt was playing last night because on the third play of the game, Kyler Murray, it looks like he tore his left ACL in a non-contact injury running for the Sticks. He will be out for the season. Rodney Terry, I went to St. Edward's, Buck, and as I was coming in as a freshman, he was wrapping up a tremendous career as a player at St. Ed's basketball. And Rodney Terry started his career with our man Isaiah Collier from the Midday Show. His father, Coach Collier, CC, he was on a staff at Bowie High School and started climbing his coaching ladder in the early 90s, locally here, and then off to You know,
Or he and the staff and the players are going to have a lot to do here over the next
know.
couple of weeks.
I know it's
And keeping this thing together because the expectations are still high.
Yeah, I think within that locker room, and we talked about earlier, just the tough nature of it. I mean, you have to know Chris Beard, in this case, would like to talk to his team. I'm sure his team would like to hear from him. They probably will not be allowed to. And Chris Beard has to handle Chris Beard at this point.
Absolutely.
And, deal with his family and deal with that situation. A couple of pieces of clarity because people have mentioned it this morning. Chris Beard is not married. Chris Beard is, and there's debate whether that the lady in this case who called police are they engaged or not. That's been an on and off again thing. Doesn't make it any different as far as that. Just for the facts, Chris Beard is not married. He does have 3 children from a previous marriage.
Right. I think 3 daughters, correct?
3 daughters. And, he will now deal with that situation. And on Twitter last night, I tweeted just, everyone deserves, innocent until proven guilty. And just the police report is ugly, without a doubt. But that is not a statement of fact. It is a statement of witnesses of what happened and a police report written to it. And it's not to doubt it at all. It's just to say none of that has been proven, with investigations and evidence, and Chris Beard will have his day on that. Same thing, he now has to focus on that. The Texas basketball team will focus on the Texas basketball team.
Right.
And that will be a challenge for Rodney Terry, Buck. I mean, the university issued their statement late yesterday that Coach Beard would be suspended without pay for, indefinitely. And that's indefinite. But at the same time, you wonder if there'll be more clarity from the university on their position on this moving forward. Or is it just where it's at and Rodney Terry will run the team?
Well, I mean, it has to run its course legally before any of this stuff.
Yes.
And then Coach Beard has to worry about his family, his daughters, and then his reputation. I mean, if none of this is true, he still has a reputation and he's got to build back. But he'll have his day in court like most do, hopefully. But for the university, they have to take care of university business. They have a lot of people that look up to the decisions that they make, including the kids that play on this team and other student athletes at this university.
Yeah, I just feel...
And what kind of leadership that you want to have around. I mean, that's important too. And once again, I mean, if what's in a report is true, you can't have that kind of person on your. It just can't be.
Yeah, if it's proven and it's
right.
true, for
it
sure,
just can't be.
Absolutely. I don't think there's anybody who would dispute that. Same time, Chris Beard
built up his reputation, sleeping in cars and junior colleges and things like that. I mean, you come a long way to build your reputation, and that's how quick it can be destroyed in an instant, just like that. So, I mean, you owe it to your family first. Your family comes first. Nothing else comes first. None of don't worry about your job. Your family and your reputation is very, very important.
And I understand his lawyer, Perry Minton, is paid to say he's not guilty.
Absolutely.
But Chris Beard is going to fight for his name and for his side of that story. What went on, and only those 2 people know what happened in that house.
Right, we're not talking about a teenager. We're talking about a 49-year-old man.
100%. Agreed. But the point being, there's 3 different scenarios, 3 different situations here. Chris Beard's got to handle Chris Beard, right? He's got to deal with that and his name and life and that lady and the whole thing. That thing is one thing. The basketball team has to control basketball and just continue to keep their head out and play. And then the university has to do what's best for the university and the athletic department and the basketball team.
That's absolutely right. I mean, get into Chris Beard's life, and is he a volatile guy? I mean, that's who he is. But his relationship with somebody else, that's not our. I don't know his business. I don't know anything of it except for I know he had a wife. I know this is these 2 were engaged, and everything else on that, you're just making speculation on what his deal is. I mean, you weren't there the other night, so
right.
It's hard to say what went on.
Right, and that's what needs to play out.
Sure.
And that's the whole, I think for everybody, an open mind is the best way to go there. And then,
I mean, if you're a friend of his and you've known Chris Beard a long time, you support him, and you hope that these things aren't true. But as a university, you have to do what's good for your university and what's right for your university too. That's what you have to do as an administrator there. CDC and other people involved in this.
Absolutely. That's where it's at, and that makes it a very difficult situation where there are no more questions than answers.
Right.
And that's where it'll be interesting to see with Rodney Terry and the basketball team how they just move forward. And I think I would say this to the fans. I mean, the basketball team needs the support of the fans more than ever before.
Oh, and there's no doubt.
They had no part in this, right? They came here to play for Texas and play for Chris Beard, but at the same time, they can't control that. And so when there's a chance for a home game, I know the crowds have been sold out, and the Crowds have been big. I think that's something that you can do if you want to be proactive.
Yeah, and this group,
support
even
this
though it has
team.
veterans, will have some ups and downs because
Man.
I mean, Chris Beard is a good basketball coach too. And, when you have to lean on that coach, he's no longer with you for right now, or I don't even know what the future holds, but he's not with you now. You look over him, he's not there. So
Correct.
you guys will have to lean. The guys will have to lean on each other. They'll have to lean on the fans.
You got the veterans in place. I mean, this is the
You
best
do.
possible.
It is the best scenario that you have when you have veteran players that have had a year under Chris Beard, but have been other places that understand there are some ups and downs.
And I think last night was a great example of it.
Oh,
Right?
my goodness.
Because Rice is out of the Conference USA. They're not a bad team. They were 6-2. But clearly, yesterday was one big distraction. I mean, they woke up to the same news we did.
Yeah, Rice is a 25-point underdog.
And they were winning by 10 in the first half because Texas just looked not there. To be expected. They looked not there. That the whole day was what's going on with Coach, what's happening here. Then the mug shots are out, and then during the shoot around before the game, Rodney Terry is informed that he's going to be coaching the team. That was not a focused and prepared basketball team to hit the floor last night, but they found a way to win the game. I mean, they found a way to get it to overtime and get a victory. Now they've got a week until they play again on Sunday to kind of get their heads around this whole situation that, Coach Beard's not going to be walking through that door anytime soon, and Rodney Terry's going to be coaching that basketball team. To the point of the veterans, I mean, to have 60-year players like Marcus Carr and Timmy Allen and, Jabari Rice has played 4 years of D1 basketball. This is his fifth. So they do have the veterans to lean on, and I don't think those guys are ready to give up on a season because it's something that's outside of their control.
No. Oh, no.
A lot to play
no.
for.
No, I mean, Rodney Terry, this is a great opportunity for him. I know he doesn't want to be in this situation, but it's an opportunity nonetheless,
For sure.
for him as a pretty young coach out there to get this thing done and get it done the right way, because expectations they shouldn't be dipping with this basketball team. I know for the first couple games because they were in the process of kind of getting guys, who is going to be the lead dog and all this stuff. There's a lot of positions still they were getting used to. I mean, they're not in game 15 of the basketball season. It's the early part of the season for them.
Yeah,
Haven't even got
now.
into to conference play yet.
Yeah, and that's going to be the challenge. And who knows how the situation plays out if we see Chris Beard again ever at the University of Texas, or certainly this season. That is all up for debate at this point as the situation moves
I'd
forward.
be interested to see what some of these recruits that have signed recently.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
that's
that's going to be in discussion. I mean, their parents, they're going to be in discussion
Yeah, well,
with
that's
that.
the thing, right? Everyone's talking to their families, and everyone's trying
Sure.
to, and that's where I say Chris Beard, not being likely to communicate with these players. They'd like some answers too, just like everybody else, right? And then what's going on. But again, he has to focus on him, and he's got to do what his lawyer tells him to do. And hopefully the young lady's going to be okay, and everything can settle on that front. But that's where Chris Beard's mind needs to be, and Rodney Terry needs to coach the basketball team, and the players need to play basketball. And sure, there's going to be a lot of questions. We were all wondering the same things. At the same time, you coached a long time, Buck. The control the controllables. All you can do is control what's right in front of you, where your feet are,
And that's your players. Your players are there.
That's right.
Those same players are still there. No matter what happened in your day, they still go on with what they do in their regular lives, and you have people around them have responsibilities to take care of them.
Texas' next game is Stanford. It'll be Sunday. That's an American Airlines Center game. It's a neutral site game with the Pac-12. They got some name for it, the Pac-12 Coast to Coast Challenge. So Stanford will be the opponent. It'll be a heavily Longhorn crowd for sure in that spot. Also, then they play Louisiana a week from tomorrow. The Raging Cajuns. That's at the Moody Center. Then they play Texas A&M Commerce at the Moody Center the Tuesday after Christmas, Buck. So those are your three non-conference games left, and then you play Oklahoma Saturday, December the 31st to start conference play, and then the gauntlet of the Big 12 begins.
Yes.
In earnest. You'll play Oklahoma, then Kansas State, then at Oak State, and it is off and running. All I would say is the team is going to need the fans more than ever before.
Oh yeah, you could see it last night. That those turnovers early were like, kind of helter skelter. What the hell's going on? I mean, 15 turnovers. That's not good for you in any game, but I mean, you could understand what was going on there yesterday. You could see that in the beginning of the game.
All right, facts will lead us in the direction on that front because people saying, well, is this going to affect recruiting? Well, of course it does. This impacts everything to do with the basketball program now and forever. I mean, but at the same time, the facts and how this thing plays out will go a long way in determining that outcome. Too early to tell. what the impact will be. But will it have an impact on recruiting? Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And that's why it's been such a shocking 24 hours, 48 hours now for the Longhorn basketball program. All right, well, we will continue these conversations. And yes, as several people have just tuned into the show, apparently Mike Leach has passed away. Happened overnight, and the Mississippi State University announced it this morning that at 61 years old, Mike Leach has passed away, unfortunately. So a sad Tuesday, without a doubt, and a troubling Tuesday at the University of Texas. And those are the two top stories, unfortunately, on this Tuesday morning. But we do have the positive sides of things, Buck. We're going to play some Christmas carols
There you
to
go.
get you pepped up. We'll start playing some B&E Christmas carols this week to get you in the mood and get you in the season. Also, Buck, it is our all-flex team. Last hour, we announced the defensive linemen, the 4 of them. We will reset that and get you the 3 linebackers who have made our first ever all-flex team here in 20 and 22 as we get cranked up. That's coming back. Also, Craig Way has his report. We have gossip. And, yes, we have the Blitz today, bringing it back here on the show with the people. A lot of breaking news yesterday, so we skipped it. We will bring the Blitz as we roll forward on B&E. That are all flex linebackers coming up. We did our defensive lineman last hour. If you missed it, Caleb Dickey from Crockett, Damian Wimberly, Vandergrift, Prince Will Umanmielen from Manor, and Colton Vosick, Westlake make up our four-man defensive front on our all-flex team for 2022. Congratulations to those young guys. We've got linebackers coming up, 3 of them, and then 4 defensive backs next hour, Buck, at 9:30.
There you go. We're on the defense this morning.
Defense. There's some good players, man. Wait till you hear the linebacker totals. These guys are tackling machines throughout Central Texas. And we also know that it's one of the great weekends for football, period, in the state of Texas this weekend with the high school state championships that start on Wednesday all the way down to 1A. 1A Division 1 and 2 will crank it up on Wednesday, 2A as well. 24 teams, but combining for 12 state championships.
What a week and weekend.
All the way to the top, where Vandergrift, the Vipers, will take on DeSoto on Saturday. How about South Dallas representing? We know we have 2 local schools with Wimberly and Vandergrift, West Austin and Wimberly. But then if you're up South Dallas way off I-35, you've got South Oak Cliff back again.
Is that coming up? Would they call that coming up the way or going?
They would be going east.
Okay, yeah.
I mean west. They'd be coming from the east to the west to Arlington, right?
But still, that'd be going up.
Yeah, you'd
to
have
Arlington.
To cut up to Dallas.
To Arlington, okay.
Go north and then west.
I was a part of that parade last year.
Big time. Well, not only do you have South Oak Cliff, you have DeSoto and Duncanville, all there in the South Dallas area. And they're all vying for state championships. So safe to say Jerry World will be packed all weekend with the locals because Duncanville will face North Shore. I saw where
hey, moms, bring out your Christmas best. You know what I'm saying? This is the weekend. It'll be starting to get cool up there.
Ooh,
the big sweaters.
You're going fashion police on them?
It's fashion police time up in Arlington.
Well, those are some big-time games. And obviously, DeSoto features a couple of soon-to-be Longhorns in Jonte Cook and Trey Wisner. They're both also South Oak Cliff. Cliff has a couple guys that are Longhorn commitments. So we'll preview those guys as we get this thing rolling. I would also tell you, see when North Shore, Galena Park North Shore plays Duncanville, the enrollments for each school, Duncanville has 4,642 students, 4,442, 642. North Shore has 4,523. So these are both over 4,500.
Packed up there.
That's over 9,000 students at both schools, which is more than LBJ, Crockett, Travis, McCallum, Northeast, Eastside, and Navarro combined. That's from our friend Mike Barnes, formerly of KU Sports, now doing great stuff on Twitter. If you love high school football, you got to follow Mike on his Twitter account because he's always posting great pieces of info like that, and he's got previews of these state championship games. They get all cranking up on Wednesday. When they get going in Arlington, and you're not going up. You got Blue Santa this week.
I got Blue Santa Saturday.
No, we do have though. Before we get to our linebackers, Christmas carols. You send
Come
them,
on now.
You send them. We produce and play them, or you could even sing it yourself. Ty, who is our producer, Ty, is a former member of the Westlake School All-State Glee Choir.
Glee Club.
All-State performer in Glee Choir.
Bow tie.
State champions.
State champions even.
There you go.
UIL sanctioned champions. I love this. Do you have a Christmas carol we can play here, Ty?
Yes. I did not do any singing, but Tom Tinling has I want a national championship for Christmas for y'all.
Hit it.
Here you go.
I want a national championship for Christmas. Only a national championship will do. Don't want no second place finish. The Longhorns have to win and then to keep it going. I want a national championship for Christmas. I don't think Santa Claus will mind, do you? He'll deliver them to UT, making Longhorn Nation happy, including Santa himself, 'cause he's a Longhorn too. I can see me now on game day morning, bounding down the stairs. Oh, what a thrill it will be to turn on the TV and find UT playing for an Natty greets me there. I want a national championship for Christmas. Only a national championship will do. Don't want to win some bowl that would be a slip. I only want the national champion. chip, cause only a national championship will do. Yeah!
All right, not bad.
Very catchy. Very well done.
Was that
down.
SpongeBob?
That was kind of, well, that's Dave in the Cave doing the vocals, I believe.
That little sponge. What is
It
it?
does kind of got a SpongeBob feel to
SquarePants
it.
to it,
And
yeah.
I did inform Dave, our production czar here at the
Czar. I love that.
Mighty
Czar. You got that right.
Mighty Horn headquarters, that Ty is ready to do any and all singing that is needed. And so he's going to sign you up. By the way, Dave in the Cave, and that's what we call him because he lives in his cave where he produces things.
There's a buck on, and my ears are bleeding.
Oh,
That's all right.
man.
That was well done. I like it.
Hey, listen, 'tis the season. But Dave also said this. We should tell the listeners ahead of me jumping out of my window, please no more versions of Grandma got run over by a reindeer, please. Which a lot of people like to put pen to paper on. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. It says, make it stop, please. Well, no.
Come on now.
It says I could go without ever hearing that again. See, well, look, I mean, that's why we play them.
That's right. That's why we do play them. You're absolutely right.
Don't you feel better? Don't you feel like you're smiling now? Whether you like that or not, at least you have a smile on your face.
I feel like being at the mall after hearing that. I'm going to the mall.
To the mall.
Do you want another one or?
Oh,
yeah, let's do
get
one
us.
more
Yeah.
because we've only got what do we have, week and a half before we're got to
got
give
it.
out the winner. So let's play another one.
All right, this is Matt Wydra, Payday Day.
NILS. Said NILS. It's payday time for the players. Payday. Golden ring. Cha-cha-ching.
Cha-cha-ching.
And soon it will be a signing day.
Yeah.
Abercrombie, Lamborghinis, dressed in designer styles.
Drip.
In the air, there's a feeling of Cashmas.
Cashmas? What? Cashmas?
QB's passing, freshmen cashing, grabbing pile after pile. Why play there when you can get paid here?
So come on in.
NILS.
NILS.
I said NILS.
You said NILS.
It's payday time for the players. Yeah! Hawking things.
Hawk them things.
So get them blings.
Get your blings.
You too can be getting paid.
Money, 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 money.
Get that cash.
Get that
Oh,
cash.
come on. Don't tell me that's not
NIL.
good. That's good. Good stuff right there.
There we go. Those are our
Gotta
first
be
two
kidding me.
in the hopper for the B&E Christmas Carol
Somebody said
contest.
you can't unhear that. No, of course you can't.
Listen.
I'm going to sing that all morning.
NIL.
I'd
At
love
least we're
it.
not
Good
singing.
job.
At least this year we won't be playing Please Don't Suck. That's not
Well,
going to
I don't want to give up on that now. Come
8
on.
and 4. You can call it average, above average, whatever, but it doesn't suck. 8 and 4.
Somebody's got that in their arsenal. You know
well,
that.
maybe before the holidays we'll play it just for old time's sake. But thank you for those. By the way, if
Thanks.
you're sending and you've been inspired now because you can do much better than that, please send your lyrics and or your produced Christmas carol to ehogan@hornfm.com. That is my email. That's ehogan@hornfm. We'll get them turned around, and you too could win. Remember, the winner wins a 55-inch LG flat screen from Tom McKay and the team at AV Consultations, and you've thrown in that $250 gift card to Academy Sports and
We
Outdoors.
got
And
two
who would-
early leaders right there.
Too early.
I can hear that. I can hear those.
Contenders.
Yeah, contenders. I can hear that right there all day long. I wish I could get that in my car and just keep playing it over and over
You know
again.
what else you're
Please
gonna-
don't tell me I can.
I'll
If
send
I'd
it
like
to you.
to.
You can have
no,
it.
no.
I'll burn a CD for
Oh,
you.
burn.
No, I'll just send it to you. You can play it on your little speaker over there.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you know that, you know what else you're going to hear before the top of the hour? The Craig Way Report and the Blitz. Are
There you
ready
go.
for the Blitz? After yesterday's Breaking News Monday where we scrapped it to get you the latest and the greatest. But
Scrappy
right
people
now, let's
all
get
the
to the
time.
Flex. You know what time it is. It's all about the Flex. All right. Yes, last week when we announced our All Flex finalists, we had 8 linebackers, no, 9 linebackers who made the All-Flex finalist team. That means we narrow it down to 3. The best 3 linebackers in our high school team, in the Flex team's opinion. Most productive linebackers, there were 3 of them. First one, Buck. Got to meet this young man's father last week out at Waterloo Ice House. He is only a junior. He plays at Cedar Park High School, part of that Black Rain defense. He also plays basketball at Cedar Park. He is Reed Vines, junior. He is 6'1". He's 200 pounds, and this past year had over 100 tackles, 103 tackles. A tackling machine for that defense. It got better and better as the year went on. He's kind of like the Cedar Park version of Jalen Ford. He'll be coming back next year to anchor that Black Rain defense for the Timberwolves of Cedar Park. Speaking of tackling machines, number 2 on the list here, not in any particular order. How about Brody Bueno? This kid's from Hutto, Texas, Buck. He's a senior, 6'3", 215 pounds. Brody Bueno, spelled B-U-J-N-O-C-H. And this kid won our Player of the Week, now Maxwell Player of the Week, like 3 times this year on the defensive side of the ball.
He did.
All this guy did this year was tackle everything that moved. 125 tackles, 30 solo. He had 12.5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, 17 quarterback hurries, 3 pass breakups, and an interception. That's production from your linebacker position. Middle linebacker, Hutto Hippos, Brody Bueno. Congratulations, young man. And the final on the rundown plays his high school football right here in the city of Austin, Buck. He is Ivy Webb. Ivy Webb from Anderson High. He's a Trojan, 6'2", 215. I got to meet him at Waterloo Ice House last Tuesday.
He's everything but big, isn't he?
And he's big enough. Yeah. But how about this? This is the deal. 172 tackles this year. Say that again. 172 tackles, over 100 solo tackles, 103. He also had 7 sacks. He averaged 17.2 tackles per game for the Anderson Trojans, caused a fumble. 6'2", 215, I.V. Webb from Anderson High School. Congratulations to those 3 players.
Good job, guys.
They are all Flex players. We'll have the defensive backs next hour, 4 of them. We've got defensive line and linebackers so far, and those dudes can play on our team anytime, Bong.
Absolutely. Good job, guys.
How about 17 tackles a game? Is anybody else getting a tackle? Come on, man. Tackle hog. I love it. Ball hawk is what he is. Good stuff right there. DB's coming up next hour, and all day long we'll be announcing our all-flex team, not just here on air, but also at flxatx.com and all of our social media platforms. And again, tomorrow at Pluckers, we'll be out at Pluckers for our roundtable, the research location, Burnett and 183. And we encourage all of the all-flex team to come on out, get a picture, and get your certificate for being on the first ever all-flex team in 2020.
Congratulations to all you guys. Way to go.
And good luck.
And to keep those songs coming. That was fantastic. Don't let anybody try to take your dreams away from you. I almost crashed my car. It's not foggy outside, is it today? By the way, it stayed foggy all day yesterday.
Says, yeah, I almost crashed my car trying to change the channel.
Come on.
Pull it together, B&E. Hey, listen, let's go. We got more songs to come. So, but you know what? If you don't like the song, do better.
Yes,
Give us
sir.
a good one. You can win a television and $250 to Academy.
You may get into the Wall of Fame.
Every time I say that out loud, $250 at Academy, I start thinking, oh, man.
I think you start thinking of those sneakers, don't you?
I don't know. I think of so many other. What would I do?
That gear.
Get some shotgun shells.
Dude, well, I mean, that's what
whatever you need to do.
Where else would you? I mean, where else would you want a gift card to if you're a dude? I mean, they got the golf section, they got the weights, they got the shoes, they got the balls, the gloves, the gear, the fishing gear, the shotgun shells.
Yeah. And speaking of show of the people, I need to know something for the new year. You know, I need a new piece of golf equipment. I need a regular wedge and a 60-degree wedge that actually goes 60 yards. I don't need a 60-degree wedge that goes 12 yards.
And I got you covered on the golf club.
There you go,
right.
Dude. Yeah.
Extra large left hand?
Extra large left hand.
You're not left-handed.
Well, left hand for a right hand swinger.
Oh, the glove. I thought you were club.
No. I need a wedge. What is the latest of wedges out there? I'll let you golfers, we do our golf thing, so I need to know which new wedge am I going after? 60-degree E. You know me, a 60 only goes 15.
What?
You know how to make those clubs go. If I swing a regular swing, my 60's going.
I have a 64 degree.
What, for 60 yards? Yeah. Your 64 probably goes 60. About
64
80
goes about 60. You're right.
Yeah.
64 goes about,
About
60,
60, yeah.
50 to 60.
Yeah, my 60 goes about
Then I got
20.
the 60 degree, goes about at 75, 80.
Wow.
And then
It's great to be just turning
56.
50, ain't it? Really?
But no, I love the wedges. Because that's the thing. Once you get if you get the 3 or 4 wedges, then you take the same swing and then you just lock your distance in.
When you're at where I play in golf right now, and distance-wise, your wedge game has to be good.
Real
and
good.
it's time to get 2 new wedges. Regular pitching wedge. I got to find out what am I going Titleist, which direction am I going out there.
I
And
know.
some of you have already bought your own Christmas presents.
Our direction will be Gossip and the Blitz coming next. Loaded up 447-3776. Here's Craig Way. Oh, man, look at that. You take the blitz away for one day because you got breaking news, and it's already loaded 6 deep. Gaw. Hey, Buck.
Yes, sir.
Salacious Gossip is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer of Good Times and the ATX. It's also the official beer of the Texas X's and the official domestic beer partner of the Texas Longhorns. You're rooting on those Longhorns at the Moody Center or seeing live music. Do it with the ice-cold Bud Lights. Look for those burnt orange cans. Commemorative, looking great. Always good to have as you're getting out. Of course, the holiday season, it's here, holiday parties and all the fun. Be safe and smart, make great decisions, but do it with the ice-cold Bud Lights each and every time.
Man.
Hey, so somebody put a calculator to the, our Christmas carols are debuting today,
Yes,
and people are already loving them so much.
they are. They really are. Very positive feedback.
Somebody asked, what would the 12 days of Christmas actually cost in today's money? Someone put a calculator to it and said the answer is $45,523 is what it would cost to purchase 12 drummers drumming, 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a leaping. That would be the most expensive, by the way, 10 lords a leaping, $13,980 it says here.
Really? What about those 5 golden rings?
9 ladies dancing. What is that? Is that like strippers or something?
Yeah, that is. That's pole dancers.
Oh, okay. Ooh, pole dancers.
Yeah, that's pole dancing. You can get that at your house.
We call them aerialists.
Oh, okay. Aerialists.
Aerial
yeah.
artists.
Sorry, artistes.
8 maids a milking. That can't cost much. 7 swans a swimming. How much does that cost? Wow. 6 geese a laying. 5 golden rings. 4
the
calling
5 golden
birds. 3
rings.
French hens. 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. $280.
Can you find a partridge?
I don't know. It's a good question.
What
Really
is
good
a what
question.
is a partridge anyway? Is that a cross between?
Within a family?
Yeah, but is it a cross between a chicken and a duck or something?
A duck?
Turducken? What is a partridge?
It's a type of bird.
It's a type of bird.
Like a quail? It looks like a quail.
Yeah, it's a partridge.
Okay.
In a pear tree.
I wouldn't know what that was if I shot it. Oh, endangered. Sorry.
You said turducken. That's pretty funny. That's pretty fun.
Man.
All right, so in this day and age of when people are losing their minds and need to go to sensitivity training,
My goodness.
have to mention Robert Griffin III, RG3 Heisman Trophy winner. I got to find this story. This is bizarre. He was doing the Monday Night Football show last night, and what did he say, Ty? We can't say what he said. Let me just say, while talking about Jalen Hurts and the season he's having, he meant, well,
No, he said what he meant. Yes.
he said a derogatory term that's been used to describe black people for a long time. Let me just say it this way. He went to Twitter to clarify. He said he meant to say bugaboos.
Either way, you need to probably keep that one in your pie hole.
Yeah, on his Twitter account,
Whichever way
Robert
you
Griffin
wanted to
III
try to
saying,
say
I have to correct and amend that. I didn't mean to say that. What I meant to say was bugaboos.
The way everybody looked at him after was like, moving on.
Moving right along, we will be seeing you in sensitivity training school.
We'll save you a seat.
Yes.
We'll save you a seat at training.
Man.
Yeah, he meant to say bugaboos, Bug.
Robert, maybe you shouldn't try to be so creative.
Yeah.
Really.
Hey, look at the load. Let's load it up. Let's be nice. Let's go to the Blitz.
The Bucky and E Blitz.
And it's sensitivity training for those that are thinking about my golf game. It's not the Indian, not the bow, it's the whatever. You got to be careful of that. First Blitzer, you're up.
Oh, man, I ain't got nothing. This is Chris Beard.
Oh,
Next Blitzer, talk to us.
If there's someone out there smart enough that's listening, they need to do a 12 Days of Christmas on how much it costs to get Archie Manning on his recruiting trip. But the real reason I called was rest in peace to Mr. Mike Leach, and I can't wait to hear the sound bites, guys. Keep it coming.
Wow. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Bucky, dude,
Yeah.
if Christopher had stayed in Lubbock, he wouldn't be in trouble because in Lubbock, you can still beat your wife.
hey, no. See,
Next Blitzer, you're up.
Hey, if me and that little old lady of mine get to fussing, it's all right because we got a license to fight. Mind your own business. If you mind your own business, you won't have time to be minding mine.
If they make the call, they're going to be in trouble. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, this is Stark. Yeah, hey,
and Longhorns fans think I'm a choke artist.
Oh, no.
Next, Blitzer.
See,
you're up.
Why is everybody freaking out about this? He didn't even really do anything. This is O.J. Simpson.
Come on, Juice. Now we got the Juices on the loose. Next, Blitzer, you're up.
This is so great, isn't it? No, RG3, we don't know what you mean.
No, we don't.
Oh, those darn bugaboos.
Man, oh, man, oh, man.
That is like Howard Cosell back in the day.
Really?
What did he
RG
say, those little monkeys running around?
Yes, he did. Next, Blitzer, you're up.
Hey, E. Hogan, you did the right thing shutting down the Blitz yesterday. This is the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much.
Next, Blitzer, you're up.
This is Roberto Kraft, certified throat massager. Apparently, not everybody tickles the swine the same way.
Nice. Next, Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, hey, this is Pastor Smasher.
What's up, Smasher?
Yeah, hey, rest in peace to Mike Leach. Swing your sword if you know what I mean, Bucky.
swing your sword. R. Gonna miss that dude.
Swing that sword. That is so sad. 61
Prayers
years
to his
old.
family too. He's got some kids.
Hey, listen, hug your kids, hug your family, hug your loved ones, because Mike Leach was getting ready for a bowl game. He was at a Christmas party on Saturday, and heart condition, heart attack, and he's no longer with us, and it's a very sad day.
Ooh, that was not a small heart attack there.
Oh, man, very sad. All right, appreciate the blitz. Actually not, but it's back.
It was like, we're back.
We will roll on. We got DBs coming up, our all-flex team. We've done defensive linemen, those pass rushers and havoc reekers, plus the tackling machine linebackers coming next. The ball hawk secondary. The DBs will be announced about 9:30. We'll also have some more Christmas carols, more on the very latest top stories, and what is going on in Arizona. Cardinals have some issues in the desert. We'll talk about it after Monday Night Football last night. It's B&E on the Horn. B&E on a busy Tuesday, sad Tuesday, with the news and the word of the passing of Mike Leach. We feared the worst once we heard the gravity of the situation, and now the worst has come. And Mike Leach is no longer with us, unfortunately, but he gave us a lot over his time.
Or did he ever?
I mean, in addition to being an absolute character and a treasure for college football, the way he didn't do it like everybody else, or I should say it differently, didn't do it like anybody else. No one did it like Mike Leach does as far as leading, coaching, but he also revolutionized the game. He, along with Hal Mumme, credited in large measure with a lot of what we see today in football. Buck, when you consider what the air raid offense was and what offenses were before the air raid, right? There were some passing offenses, right? I mean, BYU and Lavelle Edwards were where Mike Leach began. That was a passing offense. But when this came online with Hal Mumme and Mike Leach in the 90s, it was still a running sport, right? It was still a run-based sport. The running backs, the line of scrimmage, the
two backs in the backfield.
Yeah, and this was when you were coaching, right? You had Ricky Williams and you had two backs, and I mean these guys totally changed the game with what I remember. Carl Reese was the defensive coordinator at Texas at the time when Mike Leach was bringing that offense online, and he was the first I heard call it basketball on grass, where you're just creating space. You're creating and making the defense cover more turf, and the quarterback essentially becomes like a point guard, and you're playing basketball.
Yes, big time tempo. You can't change your defense. Yeah. Sorry, you got the guys on there.
Well, and think about it.
Just spread you out.
Remember through the 90s. I mean, who can forget as the air raid was growing in popularity? Because remember, like most things in football, things that change that dramatically start at the high school level, right? It starts and it goes up.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't start at the NFL. Doesn't like to change, so typically they're the last to change. But at the high school level is where Hal Mumme began that, right, here in Texas. And then he ran in and met Mike Leach, and they were at Valdosta State, and they installed the air raid. It ended up in Kentucky, and then Mike Leach was hired on by Bob Stoops at Oklahoma, which then landed him at Texas Tech. And when you consider that for the 10 years where the air raid was so popular in the Big 12 or longer, you know, what was the Big 12 was kind of a punchline and a laughingstock, right? It's all offense. They don't play any defense.
Right.
No one plays D. Well, look at all the quarterbacks that developed in the state of Texas and in college in Texas. And now look at the NFL. What's the NFL doing? They're completely copying the RPO air raid principles into the National Football League. And it's you can go back to Mike Leach and trace it to him because he thought differently. And he thought, you know what, we don't have to do it that way, do we? And you know, that's really the genesis of his career. And what a breath of fresh air he was. But yeah, and guess what? We also have a trove of Mike Leach audio.
Oh, my wife just loves this dude. She thinks he's the funniest. I mean, she thinks he's like comedian kind of funny.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, he's something.
I mean, just sit and listen to the guy for a minute.
And he has so many classics, but
we have some of that trove of audio. Ty, what do we have here?
This is one of the true classics.
As coaches, we failed to get through to them. As coaches, we failed to make our coaching points and our points more compelling than their fat little girlfriends. Now, their fat little girlfriends have some obvious advantages. For one thing, their fat little girlfriends are telling them what they want to hear, which is how great you are and how easy it's going to be and how, we had a whole bunch of people. Everybody wanted to win the football game, but nobody wanted to play the football game. Well, that defies every level of work ethic that exists with regard to football. And as coaches, we have to solve our failure on reaching them, and the players have to listen. And I'm willing to go to fairly amazing lengths to try to make that happen. I don't know if I'll be successful this week or not, but I am going to try, and there will be some people inconvenienced. And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriends, too bad.
Too bad.
Too bad.
Oh,
somebody will be inconvenienced.
I mean,
wow.
Come on, man.
Why do they got to be fat?
That's Mike Leach.
Well, they're fat little.
They didn't have to be. They didn't have to be, but they were at that time.
Well, then they were telling you how good you were and how great you are and how your coach doesn't know what he's talking about, and you're just fine doing what you're doing.
He said somebody's going to be inconvenienced. Wow. He's something, man.
He is and was.
Rest in peace.
Well, again, I just love the story that he had a law degree from Pepperdine, and football was his love, and he told his wife, if I can go make money practicing law and be miserable, or I can go make a lot less money, coach football, and be happy. And because that was where his passion was, and he followed his passion and went football, even though he had a law degree. And he, here we go. He's made plenty of money, by the way, for his family and his life.
Oh, yes,
but at the same
has.
time, he got to do what he wanted, and he changed the game for the good.
He always seemed to be going to a place where I would always say, well, he's staying there. He's not moving on. But that dude moved on. He didn't stick around very long. He'd either wear on you a little bit, they'd win right away, and then all of a sudden he would just get stale and bye, time to go. Going on his 4th year at Mississippi State. I didn't think he was going to make it in the SEC. He was doing a pretty good job.
One of our colleagues says he explained later that fat actually was PHAT.
Yes.
Pretty hot and tempting. Pretty hot and tempting was what he said.
How about when he had his shorts? Remember the shorts deal?
Cargo shorts.
The cargo. Oh, my God.
He had a good reason why they're the greatest piece of clothing ever invented. We'll try to have that one. Do we have the
wedding?
No,
one?
mascots. He loves
the
mascots. Now, is this when he was asked to rank the Pac-12 mascots?
Yeah, like who would win in fights.
Who would win in fights? Here's Mike Leach, and it's only Mike Leach can be.
First of all, what kind of mythical powers does a Sun Devil have? We got to consider that. I'm going to say the Wildcat's out. The Trojan, does he have a horse or is he on foot? Does he have a bow and arrow or just his sword? The Bruin, definitely formidable. Another bear up there at Cal. The tree, I imagine that tree's going to get chopped down. Unless we're going to go with a bird and somebody might get pecked or something. I don't know. And then the duck might lose interest and just fly away and get out of there, which may be good advice under the circumstances. The husky, no chance. The beaver, we'll see how long that beaver can hold his breath. The ute, again, we're back to, is he on horseback? Does he have a bow and arrow? Did he trade for a rifle? I mean, because if that ute's got a rifle, there's some definite problems. And then, you'd have to get one of those Harry Potter activists to read up on how you kill a Sun Devil, because there's a lot of outside stuff there. Just as far as a beast alone, a buffalo's going to be pretty hard to tangle with. I mean, a buffalo's utterly outstanding. Well, but Butch is going to have to be clear-minded and crafty. I mean, Butch will find a way. There's no question. The Cougar will find a way. Clear-minded and crafty, a combination of stay out of harm's way and attack when you get your chances or your openings. Well,
there we go. I like it. We're very thorough as usual for Mike Leach. And that little piece of sound, which Pac-12 media was treated to because they asked him who would win the fight. That is what you hear from so many players who played or coaches or coached with him. That they would just break into conversations like that, and they would, instead of doing their coaches meeting, they would talk about who would win the fight. And that's why he wrote a book called "Swing Your Sword." Swing Your Sword. Remember when he was at Texas Tech, and of course he was an antagonist for Texas A&M. And he used to make fun of the Corps. And
why do they have swords and we don't?
Why do they get swords?
We don't.
I mean, what are we doing? I mean, they got swords and stuff. What are we doing over here?
Oh, yeah, he was upset that he didn't get a sword.
Arg. Oh, man, The Pirate is a classic. A classic. Do we have more time? Let's know if you got more time, because we could listen to that all day. On the day at 61 years young, we lose the great Mike Leach and his vision for football and his theories on life. Think about the places he coached. I mean, Lubbock, Pullman, Washington, and Starkville, Mississippi. I mean, he could never convince, which was always surprising, that he couldn't land a big blue blood job. It seemed like they would, at some point someone's gonna grab him and let him do his thing. But he was just always a little bit outside of that. So he had to go to obscure place. People that are Texas Tech fans would be mad at me, but Lubbock is way out there.
It's out there.
It's out there. But also Texas Tech fans would say, wait a second. I mean, he led them to their highest heights. They still regret losing and how it all ended with Mike Leach at Texas Tech and Craig James.
In the shed.
And Craig James' kid in the shed because he had a concussion. That whole story. So that's Mike Leach, and we will miss him, no doubt. And Mississippi State is playing in a bowl game coming up. I'm not sure what the name of it is. Do we know what bowl they're playing in? It's like the
might be like the Liberty Bowl or something like that.
By the way, we've been told
the worst bowl trip in America.
That our bowl pick'em challenge on hornfm.com.
No way. It's got to be up. It's smooth, right?
It's up, and there's a little glitch going on. So we're working on that.
Not a chance.
But we will. They're playing in the ReliaQuest Bowl against Illinois.
Where's that one at?
Raymond James Stadium, Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know what ReliaQuest is.
Raymond James Stadium.
Oh, no, Raymond James is Tampa. You're
Tampa,
right.
yeah.
Raymond James is Tampa. So,
it's some bank deal.
ReliaQuest? Sure it's not FTX?
Yeah, that guy got indicted this morning.
Yeah, he got arrested in the Bahamas. Bring him back, that shyster. What a criminal he is.
Come on back.
But very sad. Speaking of former Texas Tech football coaches, after what we saw last night, is it fair to say that Cliff Kingsbury may not have his job this week?
I just don't think he's going to make it to next week. I mean, if you're going to make some moves, might as well have an interim coach and start making plans for next year, and next year without Kyler early in the season, or heck to the new year. There's no telling. This is tough. That's that guy's livelihood, his arm and his legs, and this.
Well, here's the problem.
You got a knee injury.
Well, think about it for the organization's perspective. You're in a real spot here now. The owner, Steve Keim, their general manager. You have a coach who is on the hottest of seats. They're 1-7 at home this year now, Buck. I mean, they're 4-9 for the season, but they're 1-7 in front of their home crowd, where they're selling tickets and trying to sell tickets, right, and build a fan base. 1-7. They've won 3 of their 4 wins are on the road this year, and now their quarterback, who they just paid a lot of money, gave him, and of course it made all the news this summer, not just the contract, but then the clause about studying your playbook and all that kind of stuff, staying off the video games. That became a distraction. Well, now they're 1-7 at home. Cliff Kingsbury is probably going to be dismissed. And now the quarterback's hurt. And not just for this season, but Kyler Murray won't be back till late next year. I mean, if an ACL for a guy who is as sudden as him, as quick as he is, when do you think he's 100% and ready to play football again?
March? Yeah, maybe not.
Isn't it like next October?
That's what no.
I mean, it's a 10-month injury. An ACL tear after surgery.
The kind of movement that dude has.
Look what we're seeing with Michael Gallup. Look what we're seeing with Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, it's a 10-month thing at least before you're back on a football field.
I don't know if that dude is going to actually be playing.
So you're talking next October before that guy can get back on the field,
maybe,
and try to get right. And we just heard from the Cowboys did a physical on Odell Beckham Jr., who had his injury in February. He's still not ready. They're still saying he's still a month away. So
yeah, Kyler Murray can't come to the field until he's 100%. Other guys who do this at 85% and 90%. Right.
I mean,
he's a quarterback. He can't.
So this is a big time blow for the organization. Obviously, it's a big picture. It's a short term injury, but at the same time, if you're going to fire the coach, you have to hire a new coach.
Yeah.
And one of the things that makes that job appealing is you have a young quarterback like Kyler Murray to work with.
Yeah, he's not a 6'3" stand in the pocket guy that doesn't.
Right. Well, so you're going to look for a coach that would fit him. Like Cliff Kingsbury was supposed to fit him, but at the same time, Cliff Kingsbury was a 10 games under 500 coach in college. And obviously the NFL has gotten him. But if you're going to go out and you're going to try to go out and hire someone who can get the most out of Kyler Murray, well, now Kyler Murray's not going to be there when that new coach comes in to go through mini camps.
Yeah, and that's just the reality of it. I know people will say, well, they were 1-7 with a healthy Kyler Murray under Cliff Kingsbury, and I understand the way they look. But you're joint, guys are joined at the hip. That contract, he's not going anywhere.
Right, you've invested in him.
Yes.
You've chosen him over the alternative. And
yeah, go find a coach. That's what it is now.
Yeah, well, then how do you find a coach? Because the coach is going to be like, well, who's my quarterback? I mean, for next year, because I don't think you could rely on Kyler at all next year.
That's what I mean. That's when I said Mark. I don't think you can either. I don't think he's going to be effective.
If Cliff Kingsbury stays and all the offensive terminology stays the same, and maybe by the time he gets healthy next November he could play, and maybe that's the reason you keep Cliff and just say we're going to ride this thing out. Because if we bring in a new coach, he's not going to be able to do mini camps and all. I mean, he can be in the meetings.
You mean Cliff gets another year? He gets a reprieve another year since this guy is hurt. You're the guy who knows him.
I'm not predicting how it'll go, but what's the best case? Because if you want to go out and hire a coach, that coach is going to say, well, who's our quarterback next year when the season starts? We're doing the Cleveland Browns thing, and we're going to have Jacoby Brissett until Deshaun Watson comes back, and we see how that's gone in Cleveland. If you're trying to lure a top coach, then that'll be interesting. Now, the coach is going to want some security. I don't know. I mean, I think the coach, because who's on the hot seat? It's Cliff Kingsbury. He's in trouble. It's fair to say that Nathaniel Hackett in Denver is probably not going to make it after just 1 year. He's proven to be way in over his head. They need somebody to come in and. You think Sean Payton would be a guy they could get to come to Denver with the new ownership
hell no.
group?
Well, no, you say the word Denver. Yeah, maybe Denver.
For Denver? And work with and say, look, we need somebody to get the most out of
Or the
Russell.
Chargers. If I'm him, if I'm
any coach, I want that Chargers job.
I want that Chargers gig.
Well, Sean
Except
Payton,
for the bad luck that follows them around health-wise.
Staley, he's not doing anything to help that bad luck.
Yeah, Brandon Staley. To me, he's the reason that they're underachieving. It's not about Justin Herbert as much as the coach and the injuries they continue to take as a team.
Right.
But, man, yeah, if you're Sean Payton, now I don't know how
That's
much
the gig
longer.
I'm looking at.
I'm not sure how much longer he's under contract to the Saints. He still may have to trade for him. But I'd have to think that the Chargers in L.A., Denver, who they're desperate. I mean, they're in the same spot. They have a 35, 36-year-old aging Russell Wilson that they've now given a lot of money to.
By the way, they can still get after it on defense.
They're
Denver.
great. They're great on defense. Really good. They deserve better on defense. And do you know that the year the Cleveland Browns went winless? Remember when the Cleveland Browns had an 0-16 season? This Broncos team is averaging fewer points per game than that Browns team. That's how bad they are on offense with Russell Wilson. So I don't know what they're doing. So I think those three coaches are going to be gone. We already know Matt Rule's already been let go. So Carolina's looking for the full.
Is Denver's defensive coordinator done well enough that he's going to get a shot at being a head coach, but not in Denver because they need offense because they've already got defense? Is that what the deal is? They need somebody to guide the offense, right? Because their head coach. Okay.
Well, and if you're looking for a defensive-minded coach, that's going to be DeMeco Ryans. I mean, the 49ers defensive coordinator. It looks like for the third straight cycle that the 49ers are going to put a head coach out, Kyle Shanahan's team.
I'll give a call to Robert Griffin and ask him what he thinks.
I mean, the Bugaboos?
Yeah. That dude is unbelievable. I mean, that's just hard. That's hard to fathom how you get to that point.
It is. Somebody said reunite Kyler with Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley's not leaving USC. That guy's sitting in the captain's seat.
Who knows? I mean,
no.
Now, they've come after Lincoln before in the NFL. Big time.
He'll go eventually.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I think so eventually too, but it's going to be one of those after a national championship guys.
And it needs to be a guaranteed winning situation.
Well, look, if I'm Lincoln Riley, I'm already living in LA and my family loves it, and the Chargers job were available, that would be a job you would want because of a kid, Justin Herbert, sitting there just ready to go, and a lot of talent on offense. And remember, Lincoln Riley's still only 39 years old. 39 years old. I mean, geez, he's not 40 yet.
No, he's gonna ride it out till he gets in a couple of these Final Four deals and he gets one of those, and then on that same year, bye y'all.
It says Mike Leach was priceless. College football is now less without his personality. Rest his soul. That is absolutely spot on.
He's up in pirate heaven.
Arg, swinging his sword. And
absolutely.
He changed college football for the good. I really believe that. And hopefully we can all take a piece from Mike Leach of just, think outside the box.
Be yourself.
Maybe there's another way. And yes, be yourself.
For
be
sure.
genuine to who you are. All right, we'll come
and
back.
Keep those kids out of the shed. Can't put them in the shed. Can't put them in the shed.
He got set up in that case, right? I mean,
you still can't put them in the shed.
You Texas Tech fans can tell me. I know
you can't go to the shed, no matter what you think of the kid or the six dead hookers.
There weren't dead hookers in the shed with him.
I mean, they weren't in the shed.
They were with his
dad. What about them?
Well, look, wasn't it proven? And I don't want to, rewrite history here. It was proven that the kid did it on his own, and then took the video and blamed Mike Leach. Because I remember at the end, it was like Mike Leach said, "Go get out of the sun, or if you're, whatever,
or just get out of here."
But then he made it feel like the kid set him up to make it saying he locked him in the shed, but he didn't. I don't know.
He put him in there with the bags and all the stuff like that.
And
7-man sleds.
He's posting the video, and it's like, hey, my coach locked me in the shed and all this, but he set it up. If memory serves, somebody remind me on that. I'll have to look it up.
Somebody set his dad up though too.
Who? Craig James and the Hookers?
Yeah, he was set up. That was
he was part of the Pony Excess. He was. He and Eric Dickerson.
Still don't know that story. Every time I hear that story about the 7 dead hookers, I'm like, come on, man. Really? There were really 7? That's it?
I don't think it was 7, was it?
I think it was 7. Somebody with intimate knowledge of that situation. Tell us if it was 7, 6, 5, 24.
Does anybody really have intimate knowledge of that situation?
I think they do.
now?
Somebody out there knows. And somebody that listens to this show knows more than we know about it. Believe me, this is a show of the people they know.
Well, here's a
I think it may have been
in,
7.
Here's a story in D Magazine, Dallas Magazine, from 2005.
Oh, no.
Once and for all, did Craig James kill 5 hookers at SMU?
Once and for all, that was just 5. Just 5, okay.
I'll have to read the story coming up here. D Magazine out of Dallas.
Wow.
We'll come back. When we do, it is, speaking of D, defensive backs, DBs. We'll check in with our buddy Rod Babers, too. He'll jump on and give us his thoughts on the 4 defensive backs we've chosen. Rod's been involved heavily watching film and learning about these guys as we've whittled it down to our 4 players at that position. We've had defensive linemen this morning, linebackers, and now DBs coming next on B&E. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK. Look, you're running out of time. It is December the 13th today. You still have time, though. I promise you to call our friends at Sharp Vision. Get in there for an appointment this week or ahead of Christmas and get your eyes corrected with their LASIK procedures that start as low as $495 per eye. But here's the key. If you've been pre-pooling that money, that FSA account you have with your they take the money out of every paycheck and it pre-pools that money, that pre-tax income, you have to use it if it's an FSA before the end of the year. So get into Sharp Vision. They've got procedures, as we said, starting under $500. They do have guaranteed financing as well, and they can show you how to use that and get her done to save yourself a lot there as well. It's Sharp Vision. And again, they're 3 times in a row voted by the readers of the Austin American-Statesman as the best of the best corrective eye LASIK category in Austin with Dr. Nicholas Lancaster. He's the captain out there, Dr. Nick. Great guy, great team at Sharp Vision. They make it so simple, and all you have to do is call them, 512-596-2020. That's 512-596-2020, or book an appointment online for that free eye test at sharp-vision.com. It's sharp with an E-vision.com. Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK, the official LASIK provider of Austin FC.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Man, this is why we are the show of the people. It's not a show without you, the people. Buck and myself and Ty make it run every morning, but you make it work, including this. Says here, hey guys, ex-TTU undergrad assistant here.
There we go.
Texas Tech. Says, I don't know anything about hookers. No, I'm just kidding. He said Adam James did it to himself. It was an air-conditioned storage closet adjacent to the practice fields with lights that he turned off before he took the video. Craig James was complaining, Adam James was complaining about headaches, so Coach Leach wouldn't let him practice, told him to get out of the sun.
There you go.
He said
okay.
If his father, Craig, didn't have the position at the time with ESPN, it would have never been a thing. Most all of the players missed him and didn't want to see him go. Agreed with that. And it's a shame because Texas Tech, I mean, you know, you coached against Texas Tech, Buck. I mean, we knew Spike Dykes very well.
Yes.
It was hard to believe that anybody could get them into the top 10 in the country. I remember when they played Oklahoma in Norman, and it was for, you know, the winner was going to be number 1 in November. I mean, that's how good Mike Leach was doing at a place that's very hard to recruit to and very difficult to win. Mike Leach was winning, and obviously got Craig James and Adam James, and had to, you know, he got canceled essentially. And I don't think that was very fair. He ends up at Washington State and then Mississippi State. But very sad to hear the passing of the legendary. I think he's a legend. He's a legendary coach and figure in college football for the last 3 decades plus. And we are sad he's gone. Hey, let's dive into the Flex segment all morning long. It's the first ever all Flex team here on the Horn. Join that movement and joining us as we announce the 4 defensive backs. And before I introduce our great guests, and you know them very well, let's reset the first couple of positions we did this morning. Our 4D linemen announced at 7:30, Caleb Dickey Crockett and his 19 sacks. Damian Wimberly from Vandegrift. The Vipers are still playing. He'll be part of that state championship game with DeSoto on Saturday. He's got double-digit sacks, and he's on his way to SMU. Princewell Uman Mielen from Manor, and Colton Vosick from Westlake, the second all-time sack leader in Westlake history. He is a Longhorn commitment. Linebackers, Reed Vines from Cedar Park, the junior. Ivy Webb from Anderson, and his 172 tackles this year. And then Brody Bueno from Hutto are our 3 players who have made the all-flex linebacker spots. And now it's time for the DBs, Buck. And
yes, sir.
You get to see a lot of high school football in this area. There are a lot of talented kids playing safety and corner in this area.
There's 2 of them I saw, yeah.
And to give us some more insights on the picks that we've made is our DB. He's our man. He's our shutdown corner. He is Rod Babers from Ball Don't Lie. What's up, Rod?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Appreciate y'all having me on, man. Y'all sounding good this morning.
Well, we appreciate your expertise, man, and I know you've been up since 6 anyway.
Yeah. Walking the dogs and
man,
stuff?
I've been up, man. I've been up doing some adulting, basically.
There you go.
Grown man stuff.
Yeah, walking
that.
the dog, getting everything prepared. That's right.
All right, well, let's run through these, and we'll announce them as we go, and then you can give me your thumbnail, because I know you've watched a lot of film on these young guys and gotten to know some of them. But these are the 4 players who have made it. Let's start with a DB that is going to be playing this weekend from Vandegrift. He is the safety/DB, Alex Foster. What do we know about him? It seems like he's a tackling machine.
He is, man. You may be talking about the most active defensive player in Central Texas, guys. 182 tackles, 5 sacks. He got a pick in there, too, 6 pass deflections. If you watch the film, he just jumps out. He's all over the place. I basically compare him to, I swear that he's a model of the Terminator series that was sent back in time to destroy and terminate ball carriers and stop ball and stop and make plays on the ball, man. He's just a hunter of the football is basically what I describe him. But he's a hell of a player. He's only a junior, too. I mean, you're actually a little surprised when you see him out there and how active he is. He's actually an underclassman. So he's a guy that's going to be back around next year wreaking havoc on opposing offense.
Yeah, man, That's a heck of a player. Where's number 8? So when you're watching the state championship games this weekend, you'll be looking for the junior Alex Foster on our all-flex team. Yeah, 182 tackles this year. That is crazy. 12 a game from the safety position. Also making plays on the ball. All right. Also a guy we got to meet, and I got to meet for the first time last week out at Waterloo, Jalen Gilbert, Round Rock, and this is one that you've had your eyes on from the beginning. The Dragon and that great defense they had there. What's up with Jalen Gilbert?
Yeah, I love that Round Rock secondary, guys. Probably my favorite secondary this year. And when we first put Jalen Gilbert on our all-flex preseason watch list, he didn't have an offer from any school at all. And recently he just committed to Vanderbilt. He decommitted from Washington State, actually, to commit to Vanderbilt. So now he's getting some of those offers. But he's got Power 5 defensive back written all over him, guys. He's long, rangy. You saw him, and you got a chance to meet him, Buck. I mean, he's like 1.5, 180. You probably can put 15 pounds on him, and honestly, I don't think he would really lose a step. And I think they're going to put some good weight on him there at Vanderbilt. And he can play free safety, he can play strong safety for you. He's got those kind of dimensions. I think he's a total package kind of safety. And this year really took his game to the next level, started making plays on the ball. He had 5 interceptions, he's had 5 interceptions this year, 5 interceptions last year. But this year, the difference was, I asked him, I said, what was the difference this year taking your game to the next level? He said, when I got the interceptions, I focused on making a play. Keeping my feet, staying on my feet, and going and try to score. He actually scored 3 non-offensive touchdowns this year, so he's definitely taking his game to a different level.
And that kid can play in the alleys too. I mean, as you said, when he gets even a little bit bigger, Rod, it's going to be like having someone having an extra guy in the box. That's him.
Yep, no doubt. Totally agree with you because I think his run fits are really, really good. They played a lot of man coverage there at Round Rock, and you can see him come down, man. Run fits are great, and he's active in the run game.
Yeah, and Vanderbilt now, a little interesting. And, again, didn't have an offer before we began the flex, and Rod spotlighting him. Hopefully we helped him along in any way we could. All right, in alphabetical order, our third of our 4 DBs from Pflugerville Weiss High School, Peyton Morgan. What do we know about Peyton there, Rod?
Great instincts. I love his game. He's a ball hawk. He had 6 interceptions this year. I think he had 5 interceptions last year, somebody 11 in the last 2 years. So he's always good things happen when he was around the ball. And I want him around the ball more. When I got a chance to watch him a couple of times this year, I love to see a Pflugerville Weiss, obviously underwhelming this year as a program, but he was not. His dad actually is a wide receivers coach, I believe, over there. So he gets a lot of tips on how route combinations work, and you can tell he's really smooth. You don't see him have a lot of wasted movement in his game, but I think he's really going to refine his game and take it to the next level for his senior. He's a junior. He's just a youngster too, man.
Yep.
So he's another guy, junior, on our all-flex list that I think next year is going to have an even bigger year. He's going to be getting some offers pretty soon. I can guarantee that too.
Yeah, nice kid breaking on out routes, Rod, as you said, talking about smooth and not wasting motion, making these little double steps when it's time to push on the ball. He really comes out of a break really nice.
Yeah, it's almost natural technique.
Yep.
I'm sure because his dad's a coach, right? He's worked the footwork, so his footwork is really good. But, yeah, I love that his game is so smooth. You don't see a lot of wasted movement. That's why he's got so many picks, man. He gets out of those breaks really quick.
Jumps on that ball hawk. So it's Jalen Gilbert from Round Rock, Alex Foster from Vandergrift so far, Peyton Morgan, Weiss, and our final, a member of our all-flex defense because we've gone D-line, linebacker, and now DB. Justin Strong, Elgin. We got to meet a lot of folks from Elgin last week, Rod, out at Waterloo. The whole city showed up, it felt like, and most of the team to support Justin Strong, an Elgin Wildcat with a high upside.
Yep, not listed at all as one of our preseason all-flex watch list for the DBs, but he was undeniable. Had a hell of a start to the season and had an even better finish. And you'll love this, Buck. You're talking about Iron Man football, man, Jim Thorpe style. I'll give you some Justin Strong stats because they're unbelievable. So he was the District 11 5A Defensive Player of the Year, first-team All-District wide receiver, led the district in receptions and yards, only playing about third of the offensive snaps. But defense had 113 tackles, 102 solo, 11 tackles for loss, had a sack, 3 pressures, 4 interceptions, 2 returns for touchdowns, 14 PBUs, 3 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. It was undeniable. I mean, I could not leave him off of this list in good conscience. So Justin Strong really forced our hand because he played that well.
There it is. Rod,
Good
we appreciate
stuff,
it,
Rod.
man. Great stuff and great analysis as always. We look forward to hearing you guys this afternoon with your teams.
Hey, real quick, guys, let me just say this. I have to say this. We didn't have any corners on our list. These are all safeties as our finalists. So I will say that I do think, we might have made a mistake missing out. And I think the best corners in the area, Leonard Moore at Round Rock, probably could have made the list. And we probably should have 5 anyway because we should be playing nickel these days. Nobody plays just 4 DBs. Supposed to go play 5 DBs. So I think he was probably hurt a little bit. And maybe David Jeffrey over at Maine who had 7 interceptions. So I know those guys aren't our all-flex team, but we didn't have any corners. So I think, I feel a little bad about that as a corner myself. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I got to protect those CBs, the cornerbacks making plays. Rod, always great, man. Appreciate it. We'll be listening this afternoon.
Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, fellas. Keep up the good work.
And there it is, Rod Babers. There you go. So now we got our D-line. He's right. We went with 3 linebackers over the 5 DBs. And the kid Brody Brano from Hutto, you'll see him kind of all over the field as a linebacker, but also kind of a hybrid player.
Yeah.
He'll sometimes be in pass coverage. But those are our 4 DBs. And so the rest of the day, Buck, every hour, next hour at 10:30, the Light the Tower folks and Craig will have the punter, kicker, and returners.
Specialists, yeah.
The specialists, punters, kickers, and returners. And then 11:30, T.Y.'s favorite, the long snapper on our, because you got to have a long snapper on our team. Can't have a team. Very important thing when you're building a team, your all-flex team. And then this afternoon on Ball Don't Lie, they're going to have centers, an offensive lineman. So our hogs, our guys up front, as Casey Studdard, who's out in the hall just a bit ago, the big uglies. And that'll be 3:45. 4 o'clock receivers, 5 o'clock running backs, at 6 o'clock it'll be our all-flex quarterback. So there you go. Essentially flipped from what we did last week. We did running backs and quarterbacks last week.
Yep, they're doing it in the afternoon,
today, and we did defense this morning. D-line, linebacker, and DB. Good squad. You're gonna make some plays with that group right there, Buck.
Yeah, you are. I mean, there are some not just individual players, but some defenses that really, because of these players, really, really played well this year.
Yeah, that Round Rock D was one.
Oh, my goodness.
Westlake, obviously, which tells you how good Galena Park North Shore is, by the way, because Westlake doesn't give up but 9 points a game. They give up 49 to North Shore, the Mustangs. That was such an uncharacteristic game. I'll be eager to hear Tony Salazar when he next pays a visit with Craig and those guys, because Ty, you saw it against North Shore. Did they just have a bad tackling day, or is North Shore that strong with the ball? I mean, they missed a lot of guys that they normally bring down.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was more of North Shore being that good and running that strong, because we know Westlake preaches the fundamentals, especially on tackling, every single day, and you don't see those guys missing tackles very often.
I mean, the highlight reel play, I mean, the big running back who's got these big Earl Campbell thighs for them was impressive, 34, but they also had the kid who had the 72-yard punt return, which really was a backbreaker in the game. He must, what did you see, Ty, like 6 tackles he broke in that game, just running through people? I mean, it was gaw. And North Shore was impressive, but they're going to play that mighty Duncanville team in the 6A Division I state championship game on Saturday night. That'll be a heck of a game. Vandergrift DeSoto. We know that the Wimberley Texans are going to be taking on the Carthage Cougars. Carthage is the number 1 team. And I was talking to some folks who follow Wimberley closely and says, yeah, this will be a tough one. This Carthage group.
I mean, they're a year in and year out in the top of the list, aren't they?
Yes, they're a powerhouse in Wimberley. But you know what? Wimberley's got the idea of we've always been the underdog. We've been the underdog all year. We're going to be fine. That'll be a tough one. And, yeah, Vandergrift with DeSoto, that's a heck of a game, too. That's the 6A Division II championship game Saturday. Craig Way will have a lot more on that coming up, because Craig will be with I don't know if Jeff is back.
I'm joining him for the first hour today.
You are, because Jeff is still under the weather. Well, thanks for doing that. And so you will be with Craig.
Yes.
From 10 to 11 today. And looking forward to hearing that as we wrap this thing up at the top of the hour. We'll hand the baton to that crew. Coming next, there's the All-Flex team on defense. Thank you to Rod Babers for jumping in and helping us out with that. You can go follow it all if you missed any of those names and players at flxatx.com or all of our socials across the platforms of Flex ATX. We're coming back.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Tough Tuesday today with the news of the passing of Mike Leach. So more on the Texas basketball situation. Rodney Terry is going to have to lead that program now and for who knows how long. Got a win last night. Tough fought. Overtime win against a team they were heavily favored over. Still had to find their way. And the fact they won the game tells you there's some mental toughness there with that team, because it looked for all the world like they were going to go ahead and take an L last night with everything that went on, because that team and the coaching staff, like us, found out the way we did yesterday morning that the head basketball coach had been arrested, spent the day in jail, and has posted bond. So,
and the veteran, and like Marcus Carr ends up with 28 points.
Took over the game.
Yeah.
Took over the game. Got into overtime.
There's no telling what direction that group could have gone in last night.
Yeah, now they've got a week. They're going to get the day off today. Rodney Terry and his staff can yesterday was just a whirlwind, obviously, knowing you had a game that night, trying to figure out the latest, what's going on with coach. And the fact they hit the floor last night and played was enough. And now they get a week. They're going to play again until Sunday at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. They'll play Stanford. They also have they have a Wednesday game next week and then a Tuesday after Christmas non-conference game ahead of Big 12 play opening. And obviously we'll follow the story as it develops.
Oh, yeah, they don't cancel the games.
Nope, going to play the games. And, they're going to have to be led by a new leader here for the foreseeable future, most likely. And we'll obviously follow the story as it develops. A couple of stories we really didn't get into today, which we will more tomorrow, Buck, because it'll be a get over the hump Wednesday. We were doing our flex teams today and talking Mike Leach but the Cowboys signed T.Y. Hilton.
Yes.
A 33-year-old receiver. Is this just a depth move, an insurance move for this team? And you were saying, Ty, that the rookie they drafted last April, Jalen Tolbert, has just not panned out, and they need a player that they can trust if they take an injury come playoff time.
Yeah, I mean, beyond the first three guys, CD Gallup and Noah Brown, there's not much there. I think if any of those guys has to even miss a game, they're in trouble with having to play James Washington, Simi Fioco, or like you mentioned, Jalen Tolbert. Just for depth, get a veteran in there that can learn the playbook quick and maybe hopefully make somewhat of a difference.
If he's twitchy still enough, that's fine. He's not a dead out speed guy probably any longer.
Well,
at 33, but he could get open though now.
4 times a Pro Bowler, but he hadn't made one in 6 years. So I just remember when he had Andrew Luck and with the Colts, man, he used to just torture my Texans. I mean, he was brutal. He always had huge games against Houston, like Albert Pujols against the Astros. He would have his biggest games.
Yeah, he's one of those security blankets that if he gets enough snaps in there, Dak will start falling in love with him, and everybody else on the other opposing team will figure that out too, where he's going with the ball.
Something else we'll get into more tomorrow. Is it true that Jimbo Fisher down at Texas A&M is possibly eyeing Bobby Petrino to be the offensive coordinator?
Ain't sports fun?
Bobby Petrino together with Jimbo. I also saw a report that Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator at TCU, turned down a very lucrative offer from the Aggies. Now, I don't know that I'll dig into that so we can talk about it more tomorrow. But you wonder where the Aggies are going at OC. Obviously, still waiting to hear official word.
And how much cash is he going to get now?
Oh, he's going to. I think Garrett Riley knows his next job is head coach somewhere, not offensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
TY, have a great Wednesday. Buck, you're going to be hanging with C-Way.
I am.
And talking some sports coming up on Light the Tower, so we'll look forward to that. If you missed any part of our show, any of the Flex announcements at 7:30, 8:30, or 9:30, or any of the talk, it's all podcast at hornfm.com. Buck, have a good Tuesday. Be safe.
You too, guys. You guys be safe out there.
On the island to the
It's like
sunset
the Tower, your daily look around the world of sports. With Hall of Fame broadcaster and voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way. On your live, local, and independent home for sports talk in Austin, The Horn.
So day. Santa comes on day. You come a calling when the snow's the most. When all your cats are sleeping warm as toast. And you gonna flip with old Saint Nick. And raise a lick on the peppermint stick. You come flying from
There is no truth to the rumor that this was actually Bucky Godbolt singing a Christmas carol in the Horn Christmas Carol.
That'd be Lewis, would it not be?
Yeah, it would be. The great Louis Armstrong. Good morning and welcome to Light the Tower here on the Horn. 104.9, 101.9 AM 1260, where we're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. My name is Craig Way. Glad to have you with us. Yep. Alongside our erstwhile producer, the purveyor of all good things, Flex ATX, because after all, in the final analysis, Flex is John Donaldson, J Donaldson. We know him as Snoop Daniel, who is definitely in the holiday mood. How are you?
Great, because I have my Pop-Tarts. I much needed. Thanks, Craig. That
You
was
bet.
clutch.
Glad to bring those. And even though that is not Bucky Godbolt's voice on Cool Yule, that is the great Louis Armstrong on that.
Satchmo.
With the Commanders singing them. We do have one Michael Godbolt with us. Bucky Godbolt hanging out today. Jeff Howe out with the illness, and we'll hope for the best for him on his recovery. Meanwhile, so glad to have you alongside. I'm glad, glad you're
and
here
I
for the
appreciate
first
it, man.
hour.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to do a show with you, my friend.
Yeah, so Bucky will be with us first hour of the program. What we have, certainly we have a Longhorn notebook coming, a recap of last night's basketball game. We do have Inconceivable, got some funky stories going on with that as always. But this is a big day, as Bucky and Aaron did earlier with the unveiling of the first ever all-flex team, the defensive side of it, with defensive linemen, linebackers, and secondary guys. And what we will have during this portion will be specialists, special teams with kickers, punters, returners, deep snapper. That'll be coming up later on, both this hour and next hour as well. So we definitely want you to stay tuned for that. And that was a big thing for you guys. You enjoyed that this morning, didn't you?
I did. I loved going defense a little bit because, you know, when I'm at games, I'm so cued into what's going on offensively that it's kind of cool. You know, and a number of those kids, and especially the Round Rock kids, I get a chance to see those guys play. And we're talking about some defense. These are individuals defensively that made a real hit on the defenses themselves, that some of these kids ended up on good defensive teams, not just good players, but their contributions to the defense as a whole was fantastic this season.
No question.
And some that didn't make it were just as important to their teams.
Right there. I mean, there were several players who were parts of teams that went deep into the postseason, some that did not. And there's some players on teams still playing in the postseason that ended up not being on the final all-flex team list. But
and maybe more
many
noticeable, Craig, this year, the defense in this area.
Yep.
I mean, there were some great offensive skill players, but, you know, and there's always running backs throughout Central Texas, period. I mean, that's an every year thing. And you can only choose so many. But defensively, they were everywhere. And Snoop knows this. This defensive line and linebacker area was really tough to choose.
Yeah. And
from the get-go.
Snoop, you saw a lot of really outstanding linebacker play and defensive line play at the games that you were at this year, and shooting the games that you were at, and being around the programs that you were around. You got a chance to sample and witness a lot of that firsthand. I'm talking long here to give you a chance to swallow, because I know you're already on the Pop-Tarts.
No, I was going to do it.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Well, the only team that and it surprised me. The only team that had trouble scoring was Liberty Hill, which only had 14 points.
Right.
Everybody else was able to put the ball in the end zone. So defense is at a premium when these offenses have schemed up everything possible to counterbalance everything.
That's very, very true. The other things toward the high school and what we have coming up here in just a few moments, we're going to do our Whataburger top 5, which would be the double meat with cheese edition normally, which is a top 10. In this case, you have a 12 because the listing of the 12 state championship games. And so we're going to run down those. And then in the Flex 30 update in the 11 o'clock hour, Snoop, obviously we have the unveiling of more of the Flex team. Also, we'll keep everybody updated on those. But would you, Snoop, I know how much this means to you. Would you like to know what the computer thinks of these matchups?
Always.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to tell you that.
He's come to his senses of late.
There it is with all those feelings again.
Yeah. He keeps assigning feelings and gender. Who says, by the way, if it did have a gender, that it would be a he?
Oh, okay.
You don't know that.
I
You don't know that.
apologize.
See, it doesn't. It has no gender. It is a machine. It is a computer. And for the last time this year, you'll get to learn what the computer thinks of matchups. In this case, the 12 games left for the UIL State Championship. In fact, let's go ahead and get to that right now. Here's our Whataburger Top 5.
Now, it's time for the Whataburger Top 5.
Okay, prepare to receive.
Today's Double Meat with Cheese edition.
Here we go.
Top 10 rankings.
We call it the Double Meat with Cheese edition because during the course of the year, it's a top 10 instead of a top 5 with the state rankings from 5A down through 1A, the six-man division. And, of course, the 6A, according to Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, runs a poll all the way through top 25 until you get to the playoffs. More on Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine coming up 11 o'clock hour. Greg Tepper, the managing editor of Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, joins us for our weekly conversation, so we'll have a state championship preview. Okay, so here we go, Buck. It starts off, I'll give you a little geography in on this as well, Bucky,
Okay.
because I know, you know, all your years of coaching and when you were on John Makovic's staff in the state of Texas, you canvassed the state pretty well.
I did, and mostly in the Fort Worth, Dallas area.
Right.
Man.
Including when you went to Glen Rose to try to recruit Dan Campbell.
That's for sure.
That was out on a ranch.
That was out
outside
on a
Glen-
ranch, yes.
That's where you saw
The cattle guard, when I thought the deer was...
you thought the goat was a deer.
Yes.
Because a little black goat there.
It was a monstrous goat.
That's Dan Campbell was quoted later as saying, "That's when I knew I was headed for Texas A&M."
Bye, y'all.
When Bucky asked him about the deer, and he goes, "That's a goat."
What a fine dinner we had, though.
Yeah, that was good. And by the way, what a fine season Glen Rose had. Went to the semifinals and pushed top-ranked Carthage to the wire. It was a late fumble that made the difference in the ballgame. Carthage held on to beat them 42-35. It was the first, and think about this too, Bucky, first time all year that Carthage trailed at any point in a game when they were down in the game 35-28 and had to come back. So Glen Rose had a great season. Carthage did shine through, and, of course, now they get Wimberley. We'll get to that in a moment. We start off, and it starts tomorrow morning. It's about 25 hours from now, Snoop. The state championship parade begins with the six-man, the 1A six-man Division II game. I'm excited to get to call this one. Benjamin and Lorain. Benjamin, number one team in the state. Lorain, kind of a Cinderella story. Do you know where either of these schools are, Benjamin or Lorain, Buck?
I do not.
Benjamin is kind of between, say, Wichita Falls and Lubbock. Out on 114, you've heard of the legendary 4-6s Ranch?
Yes, I've been to Wichita Falls. I had to recruit that area.
Okay, well, it's not far from the 4-6s Ranches, the 4-6s Ranch, which is between Benjamin and Guthrie. And so Benjamin, number one team in the state. And tell me this doesn't work. You know, the coach leaves Strawn, where they won the six-man title, where his son was the standout as a freshman, won the Player of the Year and won the Most Valuable Player of the state championship game. Strawn wins the state title, and he moves to Benjamin. And he was going to be the head coach, and then he got a little bit ill and stepped back and said, "No, I'll be the defensive coordinator." They had another guy come in to be the head coach, but his son was there, Grayson Rigdon, and here they are playing for a state title.
How cool is that?
Transfer portal for high school, you might say.
Yeah.
They're playing Lorain. Lorain is a Cinderella story. Their first ever trip to the state
Lemon
final.
Lorraine?
No, Lorain, like
Lorraine.
a woman's name.
Yes.
Loraine.
Lorraine.
Yes. And Lorain, which is out there, Mitchell County, a little south Abilene, Big Spring area, that down below of that. Lorain played Benjamin earlier this year. Benjamin beat them 61-30. However, that's the only team not to get mercy ruled by Benjamin this year. The only one not to get 45. If you're up by 45 or more at any point, halftime or second half, game is over. They hung with them. They lost by 31, but that's the only team not to get 45. So Benjamin and Lorraine, Snoop, what do you think the computer thinks of this one?
Oh, man. Benjamin by 6.
9.
Okay.
Snoop's usually pretty
He's
good.
been pretty good at this. I've listened
to
to these. He's been really on to it. I think he's been sneaking to the computer, Craig, before.
No, I won't cheat.
All right. Now we're going to go to 1A Division 1. This is Westbrook, which is the defending state champion, also out that way, out west, playing Abbott. You drive through Abbott on your way to Dallas. It's
Yes, I do.
between Hillsboro and Waco.
That's right.
Hometown
when I
Billy
go that
Nelson.
way, when I'm going 281, I do a lot of 281s.
Yeah, you go up the back way sometimes. And so Abbott this is the number 1 team in the state, Abbott, against the defending state champion Westbrook, and it is the only matchup in the state of Texas in the state title games between coaches who each have won at least one state title. All the rest have no more than one of the two has won a state title. This is the only one, a direct matchup. Abbott, number 1 in the state. Westbrook, the defending state champion. Snoop, what does the computer think?
I want to pull for Abbott because they helped your wife, or the head coach helped your wife.
Terry
with a flat
Crawford
tire.
changed my wife's flat tire once 2 years ago. The
Emergency.
head coach at Abbott, he did.
So that is like a lifetime, like, how do I ever pick against a person that did that? But I will say Westbrook by 11.
Westbrook by 5.
Okay.
All right. 2A Division 2. This will be tomorrow night. At the first game's at 11 a.m., Lorraine and Benjamin. The second game's at 2 o'clock, Abbott and Westbrook. And then tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, Mart, yes, the mayor of Mart, Quan Cosby, somewhere is listening. I know he'll be at the game. I'm sure he was at their semifinal win, which was up at the Palace on Palmer last week. They play Albany. Albany has right now the winningest active coach in these state championships. Denny Faith has won 341 games, I believe, but he's never won a state title. And they're playing Mart, the number 1 team in the state. What say you, Snoop? What does the computer think?
Mart by 16.
Mart by 7. Okay. All right. 2A, that's tomorrow night.
Yeah,
then,
16s might be a little too sorry.
Yeah. All right. So then Thursday morning, you have the 2A Division 1 championship matchup. Refugio, an annual team. Hawley got there last year, lost to Shiner, but they got their, tell me this isn't a West Texas quarterback's name, Rodey Hooper. Rodey. Rodey Hooper. And Hawley back in the title round and taking on a Refugio team, which won on a walk-off field goal. What do you think, Snoop?
Refugio.
By?
8.
How about a pick'em?
Oh.
Hawley's been really impressive this year, so it's a pick'em. All right, that's Thursday morning at 11. Now, Thursday afternoon at 3, 3A Division 2, top-ranked Gunner. They've been number 1 all season long, and they will take on Poth, which is down near Corpus Christi. And what they're saying is this is, Poth is got big Polish kids playing for them, a Polish extraction. And just like Abbott has a lot of kids from Czech descent, Pashovskis and a lot of those. I have a pronunciation guide even for Abbott. Same thing with Poe too. All right, what do you think about?
They love to waltz, which is kind of like a 2-step, but it's 1, 2, 1, 2. So anyway,
well, they've danced their way to the championship. So, what do you think?
I'm out of my league here. I'll go with Poth. I like the name better, and for the Corpus Christi area, go Poth. They're probably not favored.
Gunner's favored by 2 touchdowns.
Oh.
14. They're the number 1 team in the state. Now, they did score with 20 seconds to go in the game to beat Canadian last week. It was the 6th time in the last 7 years they met in the semifinals. All right. That's at 3 o'clock. Then, here's a game I'm getting a call. I'm really looking forward to this one. 3A Division 1, which is Thursday night. Franklin, number 1 in the state. They won the 3A Division 2 title last year. They're in 3A Division 1 against Brock. Bucky, as a coach, Brock started the year 0-4 and got themselves off the deck, and they won 11 in a row. Now, the 4 games they lost were to teams that went at least 2 rounds deep in the playoffs. Every one of them, including Wimberley. Wimberley beat Brock this year.
So they're exposed to some pretty good football from the get-go.
Exactly. And so they're playing Franklin, who's the number 1 team in the state, who's unbeaten, who won the 3A Division 2 title. I have an outstanding running back who's headed to Baylor. Brock and Franklin. Snoop?
Brock by 10.
Franklin by 1.
I'm smelling upset here.
You do?
Oh.
Yeah.
Brock's been on a roll. Franklin is really talented. All right, 4A Division II.
But, I mean, are any of those teams that Brock lost to tougher than Franklin? I guess that's maybe their mentality is we won't play anybody tougher than them.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Franklin is clearly the best team. I think they are. I think they're really, really good. But I do think Brock could win. And then apparently the computer does tell it. Well, it's only a 1-point separation on the computer projection. All right. Friday morning, Snoop will be there. 4A Division II, Wimberley Carthage. Number 1 team in the state, Carthage, but maybe, and we asked when we had Doug Warren on the show yesterday, asked him, maybe there's a little bit of a blueprint on how you beat Carthage there. Certainly you got to take advantage of turnovers if they turn them over, and which is rare. But Wimberley's bend but don't break defense is really going to be pushed by Connor Cuff and that running game that they have, and Noah Patty, the outstanding receiver from Carthage. What do you think, Snoop?
Shoot. Wimberley has the best collective of names for me. But anyway, you have to look up and down the roster. But I'll say Carthage favored by 8.
10. Yeah. Friday afternoon.
I'll be pulling for Wimberley.
I understand that.
Yeah, Mr. Ball will get a lot of carries.
Yeah. Friday afternoon, 4A Division I. This is another one I'm getting to call, and I'm really excited about this one. China Spring, which won the state title last year in 4A Division II. They moved to Division I. They have Cash McCollum at quarterback, and whose dad, of course, left the Wimberley coaching staff and moved in when they had all new coaches come in at China Spring because their head coach, Brian Bell, left to be on the Baylor staff. And they're playing Bernie. Big, strong team from the Hill Country and unbeaten. And been a big eye-opener this year. China Spring.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hold on. You got China Spring Bernie?
Yeah, 4A Division I. That's Friday afternoon, right after the Wimberley game. So it's funny, you got Cash McCollum's former team, Wimberley, playing at 11, and then at 3, you have his current team with him playing in it, China Spring playing Bernie at 3 o'clock.
I'm going to cover me a little Cash McCollum, too.
Okay.
God, man, I'm going to say China Spring by 1.
Bernie by 5.
Dude, I've heard about Bernie.
I'm telling you, I've been talking them up all year long. Big, strong, physical, and they got a quarterback, wide receiver, brother combo where the younger brother is the quarterback, Buck. This is kind of rare. The younger brother is the quarterback, sophomore, and the Baze brothers, B-A-I-Z-E. The older brother is the wide receiver. So that's
I'm going to watch that whole game.
That's the Friday afternoon game. All right, and then Friday night, you have the first of the South Dallas County Schools, defending state champion South Oak Cliff, 5A Division II, taking on Port Neches Groves, which, of course, knocked out LBJ. They beat Fort Bend Marshall. Last week they beat Liberty Hill. This is going to be a lot of fun. What do you think, Stu? And, by the way, both schools will bring tons of fans. This could be in the 40,000 or more range on Friday night.
Man. I would say Sock has home field advantage. Sock by 3.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of purple there. You saw it yourself last week.
Yes, I did. It was jaw dropping.
Yeah,
the support.
They're going to bring a lot of people.
What is computer?
Computer says it's a pick'em.
Wow.
How about that? A pick'em Friday night. Sock and PNG. All right, and then the final day, Saturday, 5A Division I, Aledo. More state championships than any other school in the state, but they had to beat number 1 Longview to do it, and they did last week in the semifinal. They were down 14-3 in the pouring rain, came back to beat them 17-14. Also had to wait out a 2-hour rain delay with just 56 seconds to go in the game, and Longview with the ball at midfield. But they held on, they won, and they get what has developed into a Cinderella story in College Station because they lost their outstanding running back at the start of the year, had other injuries, but they've rediscovered themselves with defense. Definitely came through a lesser bracket, I think, the bottom part of the bracket. But they did avenge an earlier loss to Georgetown, beat them in the playoffs, and they've been on a roll. Aledo and Georgetown, Snoop. First game Saturday. On the final day, it's at 11 a.m.
Aledo by 7.
11. Yep. And then the 2 6A games. Woo. At 3 o'clock, Vandegrift, DeSoto. How about this, Bucky? Here's Snoop, who definitely wants the local teams to succeed.
Of course.
Going up against his alma mater, DeSoto High.
Gonna have to give that up.
Yeah, he's already given that up.
Okay.
We think there's issues there that he hasn't let on there about.
No, I don't know. DeSoto, it was I didn't. It wasn't. It was bullies in the hallway.
See, I told you
The bullies
There's
got him
issues
in the
there.
hallways.
He got bullied a little bit
No,
in
got
high
thrown-
school.
Got shoved into the locker.
Yeah, that kind of thing. All right, so it's DeSoto and Van. Yeah, the
Wedgies?
two,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
heck
right.
no.
Yeah, nobody gave you the atomic wedgie or anything like
Lord,
that.
no,
Okay,
thank goodness.
all right. So DeSoto and Vandegrift. And you have those two Texas commits for DeSoto. You have Vandegrift with their outstanding work. So, great season, obviously, for the Vipers. First ever trip to the state final. What does the computer think, Snoop?
You know what? If I don't gamble anymore, but like if I would take Vandegrift plus the points, just I got Vandy, but I would say the computer would say DeSoto by 7.
DeSoto by 6.
Okay.
Okay. And then finally, meeting for the 4th time in the last 5 years in the state championship round. Duncanville, Galena Park, North Shore. Buck, I'm trying to remember, were you there for any of those games at Duncanville, North Shore? Because I know you had made some trips up there. To
No, I
Arlington.
was never up for one of those.
Okay, all right. In 18, of course, North Shore won on the Hail Mary. In 19, Duncanville lost Jaquindon Jackson, who was the Texas commit, winds up he's at Utah, and they lost him the week before in the semifinals to a knee injury and had to go with a freshman at quarterback. Lost that. They didn't play in 20, and then they met last year, and North Shore pretty much controlled that one as well. So Duncanville and North Shore. Snoop, what does the computer think of this 4th meeting between North Shore and Duncanville?
Is it hard to beat somebody 4 times? If you beat them twice or once, Duncanville by 1.
Duncanville, North Shore, pick 'em.
Okay, great.
Good job, Snoop.
Yeah.
Another Hail Mary. I'll be there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I might try to catch it.
Yeah.
Then I'll really get on Bally's.
Yeah.
Go to jail.
Yeah. So, actually, there it is. There it is. There's your Whataburger top line. Somebody lets me know. Pote's actually closer to San Antonio than Corpus. It is. What I was trying to say was on your way to Corpus.
Yeah.
If you're going down, 281, if you're going down, or 181, if you're going down the I-37. But it is. Pote is actually closer to San
And Craig,
Antonio.
you got to get out of here today and get headed that way, don't you?
I'll be headed up late this afternoon, headed up there because my first game is 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, the first of the 6-man game. So I'm calling 7 of the 12 and looking forward to it, and it'll be an awful lot of fun. But it's always that special time, and Buck, because you've been up there. You've seen the atmosphere and the environment. You've worked in the booth up there, way up there in the upper regions.
Up there with my pillow.
Yeah. Did you take a pillow with you up there?
I always took a pillow with me because I was going to stick around. I wasn't, no matter if I was there when Lake Travis was playing or not, I was going to watch games. So if I wasn't interested in a game, I just lay back in the corner with my pillow, then get up for the next game.
There you go. Bucky, you'll like this. I know you'll remember this. My studio anchor on the Longhorn Radio Network, those studios are based in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and he gets to call some of the state championships in North Carolina radio. They finished last weekend, and they have 4 classifications. They only have 4 games. But the 4A, the highest division, the school that won the state championship was New Bern from down in the eastern part of the state. They beat the Grimsley Whirlies from Greensboro.
Grimsley,
They
yes.
beat those Grimsley Whirlies.
I was right down the street from Dudley High.
That's it. And you would have gone to Dudley if your folks had stayed, right?
I would eventually. Well, I was a Catholic school. There was no telling if I would have gone to Grimsley or most likely, but I was only a couple miles away from Dudley. And
yeah, you were close to both. You were kind of equidistant from both.
yeah, it was Dudley High was where, I remember Grimsley, I think Vince Evans.
He went to Ben L. Smith.
He went to Ben L.
Which
Smith.
is where I would have gone. My sister went there as a freshman.
Bob McAdoo went to.
He went to Smith as well, I think.
Yeah, I think they both may have.
Yeah. And I'll tell you who else went to Smith. The Bostic brothers. Jeff and Joe played in the NFL for Washington.
I think
and
at
the
Dudley was Al Addles, my godfather.
Oh, yeah.
The great Al
That's
Addles.
right. That's right. Yeah. So, and of course, Curly Neal.
Yes, Curly Neal.
Was a Dudley graduate as well. So that was that. All right. Coming up, we've got a Longhorn notebook, and then we are going to reveal the latest in our all flex team, the first ever all flex team here from the Austin Radio Network. So we'll do that next when we come back here with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and hornfm.com. Well, one thing I could tell you is if you're looking for that new or used car, truck, or SUV purchase, especially at this holiday time of year, you can find a great selection online at LeifJohnsonFord.com, L-E-I-F, LeifJohnsonFord.com, and that's where you'll see the entire inventory of new and used cars, trucks, and sport utility vehicles. So you can find it all there at LeifJohnsonFord.com. You can make the deal online, get your trade appraised, work out the financing option that works best for you, all that and more. Check it out online at LeifJohnsonFord.com. Leif Johnson Ford is still the leader.
just like I'm living in paradise. Now you see, I feel real good tonight. Got music on the radio. Yeah, I feel real good tonight. Got music on the radio. I feel just like I wanna kiss you underneath the mistletoe. Now listen, Santa came down the chimney, 3:30, with lots and lots of presents for my.
Longhorn Notebook.
From Rodney Terry next hour about this, that in the first 10, 15 minutes that they I don't want to say they had like a glaze over their eyes or anything like that, but they did seem, and Eddie Orton remarked on this as well, about just like a half step off beat. Out of rhythm, just a little bit out of position to get a rebound, or just out of the reach of a pass, or just a hair late arrival on defense, and as a result, Rice hits 5 threes in the first. But the aggressive nature with which they played in the second half, I think, ramped it up. And then, like I said, Rice not a bad team, and it was a grinder, and it went down to the wire. And in fact, Rice had an opportunity to win it in regulation. It was a well-defended possession by Texas, and Rice didn't quite get as clean a look as they wanted, so it went to overtime, and then the Longhorns, Marcus Carr really taking over the game offensively down the stretch. Brock Cunningham, happy birthday to Brock Cunningham, by the way. Yeah. Brock.
Was he 28, 27, 20?
I think he's 23.
Okay.
But he is a grad student in the advertising school now.
That's just a baby, 23.
I think he's 23. Maybe 24. He's 23, 20. Anyway, He's a grad student, and he does have a year of eligibility left after this year if he wants to use it. So, Brock Cunningham, with what he did, he had 10 rebounds in the game, helped out. And then I thought Jabari Rice did a really fine job down the stretch, hit a couple of key baskets and drew the defense to him, kicked to some open guys to knock down some shots.
Yeah, when you get a situation like that where things aren't quite as smooth as you're expecting as a basketball team, especially this early in the basketball season, where you're starting to build camaraderie in different positions still. Even to this, they haven't played 20 games. They're still trying to build things.
That's right.
To have something happen that's so drastic to you, I mean, you're talking about disruptions and disrupting your flow. You could tell a little bit early, like you said, there was, the turnovers. I mean, 15 turnovers. That's hard to fathom anyway during the course of a game, but to have a lot of them really happen to you real early, that just shows the composure of that the older guys getting that group together and getting it done, and Rodney Terry and the staff.
Absolutely. All right. Without further ado, it is time for the next installment of the unveiling of the first ever All-Flex team.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
Okay, so first of all, if you go to FlexATX.com, you'll see, among other things, scores of games and then all the stuff and there's pictures of us up there, including one of Snoop, where you look kind of depressed or something. Snoop, have you seen this picture of you there? Where you've got a camera in your hand. I know. It's the one where you're wearing the Cleveland Browns hat and the Don't Worry hoodie.
Oh, yeah, that was at I think John Gutierrez took that picture of the Statesman. I think I was
He
just
didn't get your good side.
Thanks, Buck. I was just looking inquisitive, I guess. Keep looking up. That's where it all is. So there I go.
There you go. All right. Today is the day, of course, that we reveal the All Flex team. And it started with B&E this morning with the defensive line. And, Bucky, those what have basically become household names. Colton Vasek of Westlake, Damian Wimberly of Vandegrift, Prince Will Umanmielen of Manor, and Caleb Dickey of Crockett. All of those. Our commander, Jason Nasur, worked the Crockett LBJ game with me. I know he was wowed by Caleb Dickey and how he was everywhere trying to make plays as well. So
interchangeable parts with all those guys right there.
Yeah.
You can do a little bit of everything from any part of that defensive line.
That was at 7:30. Then at 8:30, he did the linebackers. So that included Brody Bueno of Hutto, Ivy
Tackling
Webb,
machine.
Yeah, Ivy Webb of Anderson, and Reed Vines of Cedar Park. Snoop, you got a chance to see all those guys. I know you were impressed by all of them.
Yeah, all of them tackle machines, all of them above, the 100 tackle mark. And but Ivy Webb and Brody Bueno, much respect. But those guys almost had 200 tackles.
Yeah, they were really busy. 9:30, Buck, you and Aaron revealed the defensive backs. Jalen Gilbert of Round Rock, Peyton Morgan of Weiss, Alex Foster of Vandegrift, and Justin Strong of Elgin.
All the difference makers. Really. We had Rod Babers come on. We had Rod come on and talk about those kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big-time players.
Yeah, and they were. And now it's time for the kicker and punter to be revealed. And then next hour will be the return specialist and the long snapper off that. But kicker and punter to be revealed. Snoop, I know we took a good long look at this. The entire crew did, and settled.
Yes.
I'm going to let you make the announcement.
No. I do want to say that we did make these decisions before the playoffs. I mean, as narrowing it down. So, like Hayden Arnold, we cannot not say his name.
By then, it was the
what
balloting
he's done,
had been done.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
but this guy deserved it.
Okay.
And it's Patrick Helen of Buda Johnson. He is, I believe, our lone representative from that area, and a very deserving young man. And if you meet this guy, salt to the earth, I'm glad he's repping that city. But insane, 7 of 11 field goals, or 11 field goals, 7 of them 40-plus, had the highest average punt hang time of 5.2. So, got it done everywhere.
Very, very impressive there. And then the punter, and I know some folks might think that the punter, Bucky, is kind of a sideways compliment or a backward compliment. For example, I was the one fall semester that I spent as a student at Texas Tech back in 1981. Maury Buford was an All-American. Tech went 1-9-1, but Maury Buford was an All-American as punter and played for several years with the Chicago Bears. Is where if you can do your job well, you can do your job well. And Snoop, our first ever All-Flex team punter, certainly did his job very well. It's Owen Norrell of Westwood.
Yeah, the big number is he almost had 1,000 yards in punt yards, which means he had to punt a bit, but the guy was solid. And really, Westwood, they tripled up their win total from last year, and a lot of that had to do with Norrell flipping the field and keeping his team competitive. And I know it's not a sexy stat, but 1,000 yards punting, Owen, congrats.
So there it is. There's your kicker and punter for the first ever All-Flex team. The kicker, Patrick Helen of Buda Johnson. The punter, Owen Norrell of Westwood. Next hour, we have the returners and the long snapper or deep snapper. So that'll be coming up next.
I won't tell you who the returner's name is, but he was almost on my list of running backs in there because he can run now.
I'll just say this much. Both of the guys who made the team as returners could have made the team in other
that's
spots.
Right.
That's how talented they were. So they could do that. All right. So there it is. There's your All Flex team announcement for this hour. We need a break. When we come back, we'll have Inconceivable. So Bucky gets to be along for the ride about this on Inconceivable.
Yes.
Glad to have those of you viewing us on Twitch as well here today.
I have the holiday version too for Inconceivable.
Yes. So because Snoop is already into the holiday mode in terms of the music. So that's
and
coming
gift
up.
Receiving.
And what?
And gift receiving.
And gift receiving.
I'm in that mood too.
You get gift receiving? Okay. All right. That's good. Are you going home, by the way, for Christmas?
I'm going home for state. That might be Christmas.
Yeah, a week before. Okay.
Mhm.
I know a lot of people to do. They get the Christmas with the folks done, like say the week before.
Yeah, and then get out of town.
And then get out of town. Off of that.
I like to watch the NBA and I like to study.
Yeah, I got you. Buck, are you going up to Pennsylvania?
No. I'm staying. My wife
okay.
went to see her mama in Idaho for Thanksgiving, so we're going to be together at Christmas.
Good.
And so I didn't get a real Thanksgiving dinner. I went to Hoover's and had 2 meals brought to me.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty good eating. But I'm looking for a ham on
You want a
Christmas
Christmas
Day.
ham?
I want a Christmas ham for
So
sure.
you've put Joyce up to that?
We'll see. Buck may be making that Christmas ham. That doesn't mean because I want a ham doesn't mean she's going to be cooking the ham.
I understand.
Yes. I'm the cook.
You've just set about the business that there will be a ham for Christmas.
There will be a ham for Christmas.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. That's good. All right. Coming up, we will have next Inconceivable here with Light the Tower on the Horn 104.9. 101.9 AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Okay, into a holiday edition of Inconceivable with our good friend, Herb Alpert. So, this is, Snoop Daniels' own creation of this with the holiday music. Because folks know that when we do Inconceivable, we play Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, and I know you knew them from the 60s.
And I went to Philadelphia to see Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass before, yes. I love Herb Alpert. He's still good
blowing
today.
the horn.
Oh, yeah, he still is.
Linda and I saw Herb Alpert and his wife Lonnie Hall at the Paramount pre-COVID, like in 2019. And at the time, he was 84 and still blowing the horn well. And then we wanted to go again. They had to cancel, I think, due to the COVID issues.
Oh, this music makes me want to head to the mall. And I'm not just doing my mall walking. I know I've got mall walking to do, but yes.
But it's also a little bit of holiday inconceivable. First of all, I know you and Aaron talked about this, but I bring up this story because Snoop does have some still investment in Bitcoin, don't you?
I do, a little, very tiny. It's actually up as high as point in a month. It's at 17 right now.
Well, that's good to know. But since the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission today charged Sam Bankman-Fried, the former CEO of the cryptocurrency giant FTX and trading firm Alameda Research, with defrauding investors. He had been arrested yesterday in the Bahamas after federal prosecutors in New York filed criminal charges contained in a sealed indictment there. So, Bucky, you have any money in cryptocurrency?
No.
No?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
$10.
When the panic comes, I want to be right in the front line of, hey, there's a panic, I need to be in the front. I'm not worried about it. No. Crypto, no thanks.
You can get it on PayPal, Venmo.
No,
real
Snoop,
easy.
no.
Yeah.
My next move is gold.
There you go.
Ooh.
Well, a lot of your investments tied up into, BetUS and some of the other stuff,
you're
right?
You had that right.
It's going on that. Snoop, Bob Barker's 99 years old today.
God bless him.
99 today, Mr. Price is Right.
Wow.
Hadn't done it for many years. Obviously, been retired. Drew Carey's been doing it, but still in all. How about that? Snoop, get ready for this, Bucky. I don't know if you'll want to know about it as well, but the best chance to see the strongest meteor shower of the year will peak tonight and tomorrow night, according to the American Meteor Society.
That's romantic, Buck. You too, Craig.
With the
last thing I went to see up in the space was when I went outside and I saw the space station go over.
Did you really?
Boy, was that special. That thing was moving.
Yeah. These are Geminids, as they're known. Have been streaking across the night sky since late November, but the shower is supposed to peak the night of December 13th through 14th. So tonight and tomorrow.
Okay.
Just mark that down if you're interested in seeing that. You're kind of fascinated with the Royals, aren't you? The royal family.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because the latest edition of this is this Netflix series with Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, saying that she and Prince Harry were fed to the wolves, it was a part of a trailer for part 2 of their highly anticipated Netflix docuseries, which comes up on Thursday night.
I'll be interested in that.
You want to do that? Okay, there's also a term in here that was used that I know will capture Snoop's attention.
Did Robert Griffith did he use it?
No,
it wasn't.
No, it
okay.
I
don't believe he said that on mistake.
I
either.
just didn't know maybe he was
Who
involved.
says
in
that by mistake?
Nobody.
No, what this quote was. Well, first of all, you had Megan saying, I wasn't being thrown to the wolves. I was being fed to the wolves, she said, by the royal family. She said they were happy to protect, Harry said they were happy to protect my brother, Prince William. They were never willing to tell the truth to protect us. But he stopped short of saying who they actually refers to. But he used a term, Snoop. I know this will settle for you. Institutional gaslighting. So I told him earlier a couple of weeks ago that gaslight and gaslighting was the word of the year according to Merriam-Webster, and so we were trying to explain to Snoop what gaslighting
it's
was
very
all about.
rude.
Yeah.
It's psychological terrorism.
Yeah. Well, in this case, institutional gaslighting is the way that Harry described it there. So there's some
the worst
institutional gaslighting going on. And then finally, you'll remember, Snoop, I told you about this. Bucky may have heard about this as well. You guys heard about the mountain lion that was on the loose? It was at large out in the Los Angeles area, and it killed a chihuahua.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah.
Nothing like fresh chihuahua.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter.
Look at you. You have very little compassion for animals. For a guy who's a dog lover,
love them.
You have dogs and you have a cat. Of course, you make the cat live
Well, there's
outdoors.
a difference between a dog and a chihuahua, though.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a difference.
A chihuahua
yeah.
is a dog.
Oh, it is? I thought it was part cat, part
Okay.
squirrel.
Well, a mountain lion that attacked and killed a Los Angeles resident's chihuahua last month has been captured, according to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Park Service in a news release. Male mountain lion, which was known as P22, Bucky, because it had been tagged earlier and tracked, and its GPS location had biologists then find him, and then they here's the verb, they darted him.
Oh.
So you know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
They got him with a dart.
Bada bing, bada bang, yeah.
To sleep. The animal's in stable condition, undergoing additional evaluation. According to the release, the Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Department says we'll work together to find the most humane option available for the lion in the community.
It doesn't sound like he's getting back out into the wildlife anytime soon.
The most humane option, whatever that might be for.
Yeah, I'm not letting him come back because that chihuahua chased like chicken.
Yeah.
Ew. Chicken?
Oh, he'll come back.
Yeah. P22 was captured.
You're joking.
He's in a wild animal care facility for evaluation.
He's not coming back.
Hey, to that mountain lion, it might have. You know?
Yeah, I
Who
mean,
knows?
that's just sad. He's not coming back.
Yeah. It says the most humane available option, whatever that might be.
Wow.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Speaking of bye-bye, I appreciate you
Thank
sticking
you.
around for an hour.
Thank you all for
Good to
having
see
me.
you. Yeah, look forward to
And you be safe on your travels in your trip
I
up
will.
to Arlington, and be careful because I know you don't take 281. You don't go the long way home.
No, I
go the long way.
I'll be burning up I-35 later today.
Of course you will.
That's
Be
Bucky
safe.
Godbolts. Thanks, Buck. We'll have hour number 2 coming up. Greg Tepper, managing editor, Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, will be with us. We'll hear from Longhorns acting head coach Rodney Terry. We have more all-flex team revelation returners and the long snapper as well. It's all coming up next hour on The Horn.
the Tower, your daily look around the world of sports. With Hall of Fame broadcaster and voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way. On your live, local, and independent home for sports talk in Austin, The Horn.
Dig that crazy Santa Claus with his bag of toys. Drags his sack to a gym and a stack. All the little hip cats strung for joy. So cool little Rudolph, cool it. With your nose aglow. Tell those groovy reindeer when Santa starts to blow. Go, go. Dig that crazy Santa Claus. Well, I do believe well, he will bring some crazy toys. You better be good this Christmas Eve. Jump!
Second hour of Light the Tower on the Horn. Craig Way with Snoop Daniel alongside. Jeff Howe out for now as he did test positive for the big C yesterday, COVID. But said he's feeling pretty good other than being kind of raspy and hoarse and that kind of stuff. So,
and you definitely can't be around them because you have like the schedule of schedules of all coming up.
There's a few games to be called this week. They're going to, unfortunately, I feel fine, but there are games, and I haven't been around it much really lately. I mean, when we were in New York, we never saw it. It was like from way off at a distance deal. So, yeah. Anyway, he'll be out for a bit, and so in case you're wondering, what's going to happen with me being up in the Metroplex tomorrow to call the six-man games, and Jeff being out. Here's the plan. Snoop Daniel is finding us out for the first time.
Yeah, I know. I'm listening.
Snoop?
Yes.
It's you and Chad tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. And Ty also.
Okay.
Okay. So Ty Anderson and Chad and Snoop in the 10 o'clock hour. And then Zay will come in, so they'll start Chad and Zay a little bit earlier. That'll be at 11 o'clock hour. And on Friday, Rodney Rodriguez will be in as well. And what I'm going to try to do on Thursday, I'll be up there and try to do as much of the program as I can. And I think it'll be the vast majority. I have one production meeting in the morning, but other than that, it'll be me and you, and I'll be up there. And then you're planning to get up to Arlington in time, aren't you, for the Friday morning 11 a.m. kickoff for Wimberley and Carthage in the 4A Division II state championship game. Is that correct?
I haven't decided if I'm leaving Thursday night or before dawn on Friday.
Right.
So.
That's what always happens with the 11 a.m. kick up in the Metroplex. Everybody has to make that call, like for Texas OU. Do you go up, do you go up Friday evening? If you have to work the full day Friday, do you have to go up Friday evening, or do you go, crack of dawn Saturday morning? I've done it both ways.
Which do you prefer?
Well, since I've been doing the high school show, it's pretty compulsory for me to go up on Friday. But like Roger, I think still goes up very early on Saturday morning when we call the game on that. So
you
get
just
used
never
to.
know. I'm with that traffic. I mean, I'm sure he would. Like Roger Wallace is ultimate professional, but I would just be so nervous about being late. I guess I'm not playing, so.
Well, if you're leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's a little easier to do it.
Yeah.
If you're leaving that early, that sort of thing.
There'll still be rush hour traffic. I mean, it's still going to be
on a Saturday morning. It's not as bad, but there's still traffic because there will be people going to the game. There is that. So yeah, there's that'll be happening. But you'll be up there.
I don't know where I'm staying yet. I don't get paid till tomorrow, so I can get the room early. So I don't know.
So you're going to go to like Lowe's and sleep on a bed that you thought was too hard. It's a great hotel. The Longhorn baseball team, I stayed there with them with that right there, connected to Globe Life Field.
It's so convenient.
Yeah, but you didn't like it?
I'm sorry. That's my tep alarm.
That's your Tepper alarm? Okay.
Yeah, but it was fine enough. I was just being, the only reason I complained was because the room was almost $600.
Well, yeah. You spent what 3 nights there?
God, no! It was like $600 a night.
No, it wasn't that much.
It wasn't?
You stayed there at least 2 nights. I know
I
that.
did. Oh, maybe that's why it was so expensive.
Yeah, I know you stayed there at least 2
Yes.
nights. But it's not cheap there, that's for sure.
No.
There is I know some people like to stay at that Courtyard by Marriott, which is nearby as well. So anyway, let me get on a couple of things on the Specs text line at 337-3776, 337-3776. Somebody pointed out the 1985 six-man state champions, Jayton, 45 to everyone but Grady in the by-district games is Chuckazulu. So nice. I remember Jayton, they had a couple of great years there in the mid-'80s. Aggie Steve is rooting for China Spring. Again, I've already mentioned this, the Poth. It is closer to San Antonio than Corpus. I said on your way to Corpus, on your way down there. So, yes, I do that. I am aware of that. Somebody asked me if I'm calling the Vandegrift game on Saturday. Yes, the 3 o'clock game, 6A Division II. Snoop, folks wanting to know why you hating on your alma mater. Says, come on, dog. What are you hating on DeSoto for?
No, I got love for DeSoto.
It is your alma mater.
It is.
Yeah.
And, I learned a lot there. A lot.
Somebody said, ask Craig how many players from Carthage are from Louisiana. Maybe originally? I don't know, but they're all actual Carthage residents. Our man Raved Up Rodney says that high corner of AT&T is the best. Never had such a massive monitor like that video board. It's not. I will say this. It's not the best broadcast location in terms of being able to see the whole field. However, Rodney makes a great point. The fact that you got the gigantic video board helps you, especially once the action going away from you crosses midfield. Then you can kind of sneak a peek up at there at it. Somebody says Galena Park, and it's North Shore, not Galena Park High. There's 2 schools in Galena Park. There's one
What's
that's
the other
Galena
one?
Park High.
Oh.
Galena Park High.
I didn't even know that was a
That's the original one. North Shore is in the Galena Park ISD, but it's actually in the city of Houston. It's kind of like, and this is where Greg Tepper will be on with us. I was letting him know, and you know this, Snoop, and everybody around here, the Vandegrift community does not want to be known as Austin Vandegrift because they're not an AISD school. They're Vandegrift. It's like saying Lake Highlands in Dallas is in Dallas, but it's in the Richardson School District, or Highland Park, which is technically a Dallas P.O. box or Dallas zip code, but it's its own school district. There's some outliers like that. And
Mission Davenport.
And Davenport. There's another one, Davenport there, which is in the Comal ISD. But said we prefer not to be known as San Antonio Davenport. So there's some of that. So anyway, to answer the texter's question, Duncanville and North Shore is the only rematch from last year. We'll get to some more of your questions in a few minutes. Meanwhile, joining us on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline, our weekly conversation with the managing editor of Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, my co-host on High School Scoreboard Live alongside Aaron Harnigan, and who himself will be working a couple of the state championship games as analyst. Neither one with me. He'll be working with the great Ted Emmerich, working on the 2A Division II and the 3A Division II games, is Greg Tepper, who joins us right now. How you doing, Tep?
I'm good. I've now reached the point of my prep where I'm fully saturated with these 12 games.
Yeah.
Like I've just stared at them for so long. And what's great about that, and I think what's exciting about this week, is that I stared at them for so long, and there's still like 2 or 3 I can't figure out. There's 2 or 3 that I can't diagnose, that I don't feel good about what I think is going to happen, and that's what makes it fun. And then of course there's going to be 2 or 3 games that I have a total misread on that are going to come out and shock me. So it's that time of the week in which I am more high school football game than man at this point.
Have you and Matt Stepp and Ashley Pickle at Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine set a personal best, a personal record this year for having folks call you out for a missed prediction? It seems like every time I look on social media, somebody's been, oh, you said so-and-so was going to win. You're like, yeah. And then like you said on our state championship preview, you held up your hand and say, hey, I miss games. Everybody misses games, right?
Oh, my gosh. Guys, I'm wrong a lot. Like I don't know. Like maybe people just need to hear me say that, but I am wrong a lot. And if I, we're taking this evidence, and I think one of the great things about high school football is that it's unpredictable. Is that like if it were predictable, and if I were really good, if I were like batting 1,000 on predicting high school football games, then high school football would be pretty boring. Because ultimately then you wouldn't have these surprises. You wouldn't have these teams that get really hot, these teams that kind of come out of nowhere, these teams that kind of prove themselves as the season goes on. I think a perfect example of this is what you're going to see in 3A Division II with Poth. A perfect example. Gunner is a team we've had wire-to-wire number one. It is no surprise they're here, although they certainly survived quite a test last week against Canadian, needing to score in the final moments to win the game by one. But Poth was a team that we more or less said, yeah, we like them in Region 4, but whoever comes out of Region 3 is like probably going to smoke them in the semifinals. I mean, the Poth team hasn't been to a state championship game since 1968, and they're going to have to run into a Dangerfield or a Newton, and that'll be the end of it. Well, lo and behold, Harmony shows up in the semifinal, and Poth matches up better with Harmony, and here they are in their state championship game. And so to me, that's the fun of it. I don't mind being wrong, because when I'm wrong, I'm entertained. That's the good part of it. So I can't lose either way. So if you're looking at me and looking at what the Dave Campbell's Texas football crew thinks is going to happen as gospel, then I think that you just have a fundamental misreading of what we're doing here, because we follow high school football pretty deeply, and we probably know it better than anybody, or close to better than anybody. But at the same time, that all that means is that the variables are going to be even more pronounced and more fun to follow. So I like being wrong.
Visiting Greg Tepper, managing editor of Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, as we preview these state championship games. Okay, before we break down the games individually, I'm going to call out these 12 games, and I want you to tell me which is the one that at the start of the season you never would have expected to see both teams be in, or just you would have thought it highly unlikely that both teams would be in it. 1A Division I, Westbrook Abbott. 1A Division II, Benjamin Lorraine. 2A Division I, Hawley Refugio. 2A Division II, Albany Mart. 3A Division I, Brock Franklin. 3A Division II, Gunner and Poth. 4A Division I, China Spring Bernie. 4A Division II, Carthage Wimberley. 5A Division I, Aledo College Station. 5A Division II, South Oak Cliffport Natchez Groves. 6A Division I, Duncanville North Shore. 6A Division II, DeSoto Vandergrift. Out of all 12, which is the one where, in the case of both participants, you would have said, never would have seen that happen?
Yeah, I think that you've got to go with one of the games involving one of y'all's local teams, which is the Vandergrift-DeSoto game. And, we had high hopes for DeSoto. That was a team that I believe we had ranked in the top 10 to start the year, near the top 10 to start the year. And they didn't do anything to kind of surprise, like make us doubt them. But at the same time, I think there was always this kind of nagging kind of history of DeSoto, which is, look, it gets to a certain point, the kind of times get tough and they kind of fold. That's kind of their history. If you look over the course of it, I'm not trying to be insulting, just kind of the facts. And so I thought what you saw last week in their state semifinal win over Denton Guyer was maybe a bit of a sea change, and maybe a bit of a moment where they said, this is going to be different. This year's different, because they get up big on Denton Guyer, get like 26-7. And then early in the fourth quarter, Guyer roars back. And I believe in the first play of the fourth quarter, they score to pull it within 26-21. And everyone here, we're up here watching at the Dave Campbell's Texas Football offices working on our state championship previews. And everyone starts going, here we go. This is it. Like this, what we started saying was DeSoto Lemon Booty has arrived. You know what I mean? They get that little pucker a little bit. And what happens, they stand on the gas pedal and they run away from Denton Guyer. And that proved to me that maybe this year is different. And then there's Vandergrift. Vandergrift is a team that, we didn't know which bracket they were going to until late. We didn't know if they were going to go Division I or Division II. They had to go to the Division II bracket. And then also, they're going to have to go through a team that they already lost to in Dripping Springs. And then if they get out of that, well, hey, you're going to have to get through Katy, a 9-time state champion. Good luck. Well, here they are. So that is, to me, the only game, I would say the only game with two relative party crashers in the state championship game. There are other party crashers. Bernie's a party crasher. Lorraine's a party crasher. A few other teams that have kind of shown up unexpectedly. But as far as a pairing is concerned, that's the one I would lean towards.
Okay. Out of all of these, which one is the most, out of all 12 games, which is the one team, I think I know the answer to this, is the most, oh, yeah, if I had to bet the mortgage on the house, it would have been that this team will get there?
That they would be here?
Yep.
I think it's either Gunner in 3A Division II or it's Carthage in 4A Division II.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be my two that I would say, yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if they weren't there. Although, both of which had to survive scares in the semifinal. Gunner, we knew it was going to be a tough game against Canadian because it always is. But the Carthage-Glenrose semifinal is fascinating because, and you and I, Craig, we called the Gilmer-Carthage game, and we were sitting there, and it got to be, they pulled away for a 28-7 win over the number 2 team in the state. And you and I kind of leaned back on our chairs and looked at each other and be like, well, that's that.
Yeah.
That's going to be the end of it. And then what happens is that Glenrose is the only team in the state to give them a bloody lip, to make them work for it, to make them sweat. Because, look, Glenrose was driving for the win. If they don't fumble it and then, at midfield and allow Carthage to go and score a game-winning touchdown, Carthage goes down and we're talking about a Glenrose versus Wimberley title game. But, Carthage, heart of the champion stuff, that is a real question heading into this game is, did Glenrose, was it a bad game for Carthage? And they just, everybody kind of has a clunker and, you got to go out there and win your clunkers. Or did they reveal something that Wimberley can exploit? That is really fascinating. But yeah, I would say as far as the teams that are most that we expected to be here, those two. The other one would probably be Benjamin in 1A Division II, who's gone wire to wire as number 1.
I had Doug Warren on the show yesterday, and I asked him about was there a blueprint for how to beat Carthage? But he said, well, the number 1 blueprint is if they turn the ball over, you better cash it in.
Yeah.
And Glenrose did that a little bit, but they didn't do the one that they could have late in the game. And then, of course, the Tigers turned it over themselves late. But that's because it's so unlike Carthage to turn over the football.
Well, and it is. But you remember, Craig, this was a big problem for them last year. Last year, one of the things that really cut the legs out from underneath them, and the reason I think they got beat as early as they did against in the regional semifinals against China Spring, was that they got bit by the turnover bug hard last year. This year they've avoided it. This year they haven't turned the ball over. But for 3 straight possessions in the third quarter, they put the ball on the turf.
Mm-hmm.
They gave the ball away to Glenrose. If they do that against Wimberley, Wimberley's gonna beat them. That's not an opinion. That's a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's gonna happen. So that to me, a lot of this comes down to whether or not Carthage can hold on to the ball, because Wimberley's defense, I think, is going to be they're going to have a big challenge this week against this really explosive Carthage offense. We had no notes about the Carthage offense. It's just that the defense kind of got, aside from them putting the ball on the ground, the defense kind of got touched up a little bit. Can Wimberley and that really fun offense that has really exploded, especially in the playoffs, can they find a way through this Carthage defense?
Talking Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, the managing editor, Greg Tepper, and talking about these state championship games. All right, which to you is the most fascinating final of the 12? But I'll just tell you right now, to me, it's 5A Division II. It's South Oak Cliff, Port Neches, Groves. And what are we setting the over-under on attendance for this? I'm kind of comfortable with 40 for a Friday night, 40,000 on that. What are we setting the over-under on attendance for this?
So first of all, you're exactly right. 5A Division II is the most intriguing and the hardest to call game, simply because we don't know how Port Neches Groves is going to match up with South Oak Cliff. I'm fairly certain. I know South Oak Cliff has seen teams like Port Neches Groves, but have Port Neches Groves seen teams like South Oak Cliff and how they match up? There's going to be a war in the trenches. I think this is going to be a low-scoring slugfest. I think 21 points wins this game. I think if you score 3 touchdowns, you're going to win the state championship, because these two defenses are nasty, big and physical and mean and hard-hitting. If you like violent football, this is going to be a violent football game. And as far as the crowd is concerned, that's the other kind of side, the co-main event, so to speak, is what are we going to do for a crowd? Because obviously South Oak Cliff traveled extremely well last year, down the road basically from Dallas. And they should have another massive crowd out there themselves. And then there's Port Neches Groves. Port Neches Groves has not been to a title game since 1999. I put that in the same category as the Longviews and the Cueros of the world of just nutso fan bases. I mean, just a community entirely comprised of crazy people. And they're all going to come up. I mean, they'll just quit their jobs and just go like, we got to go. And so I will say this. I think there's definitely going to be more than 40. I think we've got an outside shot at 50, and I think we've got about a 5% chance of breaking the record. I really do. Because on a Friday night, the record's 54,460 around there.
And that's for the combined thing, right?
Jr.
Yeah, that's
Yes, that's for the combined thing. There are people going to be blowing up your text line who are saying Port Neches Groves actually has the single game record, which is true. 1997, Texas Stadium against Plano.
49-9-5-3. Yeah.
Yes, they will recite that number to you, and they're very proud of it. They're very proud of how much they show up, and they're going to show up. A sea of purple is coming up from Southeast Texas, and I got an email from a gentleman who said. He goes, I heard you on your podcast on Monday, and I want to let you know. He goes, I'm from Nederland. Now, Nederland, that's an arch rivalry. That is a blood feud between Port Neches Groves and Nederland. He goes, and I'm flying in from Atlanta to go to this game because all of Southeast Texas is coming to this game. And so it's not just going to be P&G fans. It's going to be all of Southeast Texas. I think kind of what you saw with like Beaumont Westbrook when they were there. There was a lot of fans from the 409 that just come up. So I think we're going to have a massive crowd. Yeah, I think so as well. Fill in the blank on this one. Of these three, the game that has the most likely chance of being lopsided is which of these three? I'll say, and if there's another one you think, you tell me. But if there's one that's the most likely to be lopsided, Albany Mart, Gunner Poth, Aledo College Station. So each of those, you rang off all three of those, and then each of them, like my initial thought was like, yeah, but wait, because I'm going to be on the call for the first two, for Martin Albany and for Gunner and Poth, and look, they're big favorites in these games. Gunner's a big favorite, I think, and Mart's a big favorite, or maybe not a big favorite, but I think they're a favorite in this game. Aledo's an 11-point pick by the computer, and Aledo's a big favorite too. But I think both Poth and Albany can hang, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm willing to go out there and call an upset, but like the factors are right. Albany matches up well up front. They've got a number of playmakers. The only question is going to be can they put a lid on the speed for Mart, and then for Poth, they're just going to be much bigger than Gunner. Can they use that beef to push them around and let that defense go to work? The other thing. On the other one, Aledo and College Station, I would say that Aledo's a big favorite, but we also saw this movie before in 2017, and there's a lot of parallels between this game and 2017. They're both on Saturday morning. Aledo's a big favorite. College Station has a quarterback who's starting to emerge, Marquez Perez in 2017, Arrington Maiden in 2022. And they've got a great defense. College Station had a great defense in 2020 or 2017. They got a great defense this year. Aledo's a clear favorite in this one, but College Station's proven they can do it. If you're looking for a game that I think is most likely to be a relatively comfortable win, I think you're looking at the first game tomorrow, the Lorraine and Benjamin, only because we've seen this before. That was a rematch. It's a rematch of a Week 6 game where Benjamin beat Lorraine at Lorraine 61-30. And so we've seen it before. Now, how much have these teams changed? How much has the gap narrowed? We'll find out. But I would say that would be the game that I would say I am most confident in. It would be a seismic upset if Lorraine beat Benjamin. Yeah. Okay. All right. Final thing here. Two of the games, according to there's three games that are pick'em games, and one that is the favorite is by 1 point. So of these four, which
has the greatest likelihood of going down to the final seconds, if not even decided in overtime. And those would be Hawley Refugio, 2A Division I, Brock Franklin, 3A Division I, South Oak Cliff, Port Neches Groves, 5A Division II we talked about, and Duncanville North Shore, 6A Division I.
I'd go smallest and biggest out of those. First of all, Refugio Hawley, because I do think that these teams really match up well with one another. I think there's a lot of similarities between these two teams, and I think it's going to come down to the wire, if only because Refugio has come down to the wire. They've made a habit of it. They came down to the wire against Shiner in the regional final, came down to the wire last week against Timpson. I mean, they have a knack for the dramatic. They have a flair for the dramatic. And so part of me wonders if they're going to be able to do that. And there's 6A Division I, which is, again,
Roman numeral 4.
and if you just look over the history of the series, right? They've always had drama. It's always been drama, different kinds of drama, right? Hail Mary, of course, the iconic play in 2018. And then who is and isn't going to play in 2019? If you remember, Jaquindon Jackson gets hurt. Zach Evans is suspended for the game, things like that. 2021, of course, there was the pass from the freshman quarterback, now injured Caleb Bailey, throwing to the now quarterback David Amador for a game-winning touchdown in the final minutes. So I would say, yeah, I don't think Duncanville and North Shore know how to play anything other than just like close slugfests, because they just match up so well against one another. And what's so funny about that game, the North Shore Duncanville game, I think that there's only one team in America that matches up well with Duncanville, and it's the team they keep seeing in the state championship game. Like, it's just so strange that, like, I think you could put almost any other team in America up against them, and Duncanville would have like 3 or 4 state championships. But North Shore just matches up so well with them, and I don't know. I don't know. Like there's a fair argument to be made that North Shore should be a favorite, that Duncanville should be a favorite. But after what North Shore did to Westlake last week, man, and just the snake bit nature of that program and sadly of that coach Reginald Samples, I just wonder if North Shore has Duncanville's number.
He's Greg Temper, managing editor of Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Can we do one more final review next Tuesday after all this is said and done? I mean, you actually clock out after Saturday night, right?
I do clock out after Saturday night. Next Tuesday, we just produce on the fly. Next next Tuesday, rather, I will be in a minivan driving to St. Louis.
Love it.
But if you'd like to hear Hank and Max in the back of the car watching Paw Patrol, I'd be happy to hop on with you.
Oh, we'll have fun with that. We'll definitely have fun with that. All right. Thanks, Tep. See you up there tomorrow.
I'll see you then.
All right. It's Greg Temper, managing editor of Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. And again, he's on the call as the analyst for 2 of the state championship games, 2A Division II Albany Mart, 3A Division II Gunter and Poth. And, of course, Tep and Aaron Hardigan and yours truly. After all of the games are done Saturday, we'll have the final wrap-up of it on High School Scoreboard Live Saturday night, late after the final game, Duncanville North Shore reaches its conclusion. Coming up, we do have the latest installment of the All-Flex team. We get to find out who the returners and the deep snapper are. That's up next when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Well, we've been telling you about Total Men's Primary Care, and not only that, it's an opportunity for you to take advantage of those health care benefits before 2022 expires, and that also includes getting those free inspections as well. And you want to get the free health examination, get the annual physical, you can do that as well. Not only that, a lot of folks go to Total Men's for a variety of different reasons. There are low T reasons, and then there's also weight loss regions where they work with you personalized to your biology with FDA-approved medications and more than just a diet, and they have treatment options and consultation. There's all of that to consider as well. It's very easy to book your appointment at Total Men's. You go online at totalmen's.com, and then you'll see the yellow button where it says book an appointment. You click on that button where it says book an appointment, and then you can make that appointment at any other 20-plus area locations of Total Men's for you or for a family member. It's very, very easy to do. It's Total Men's primary care, and it is the doctor's office just for men.
Santa baby, slip a sable under the tree for me. Been an awful good girl, Santa baby, and hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa baby, an outer space convertible to light blue. I'll wait up for you, dear Santa baby, and hurry down the chimney tonight.
This is Light the Tower on the Horn. Thanks again to Greg Tepper, Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. He'll join us next week for the final recap and looking back at this run to the state championship for schools, which, at least for a couple of the area schools, is still alive. They have the opportunity to do that. We have an opportunity to make another special announcement. It's time now for Flex 30.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
Don't forget, as we announce here, the All Flex team special gathering tomorrow, as well as a preview of the bowls there with Ball Don't Lie out at Pluckers, 183 Burnett. Hope you can be out there for that and meet some of these outstanding gentlemen as well. This morning, B&E announced from the defensive side at 7:30, the defensive line, Caleb Dickey of Crockett, Damian Wimberly of Vandegrift, Prince Will Uman-Mielen of Manor, and Colton Bosig of Westlake as the defensive line for the All Flex team. You thought that was well represented?
I thought that was the most talent-filled position preseason. And then props to Caleb Dickey for emerging as not on the original list and to be on the not a finalist, a winner.
Yep, absolutely, to be on the team.
Yes, it's impressive.
Linebackers: Reed Vines of Cedar Park, Ivy Webb of Anderson, and Brody Bueno of Hutto.
All three of those guys, first-team All-District players. I think Ivy Webb leading 6A in tackles is the number one stat, but all three are winners for All Flex.
At 9:30, they announced the defensive backs: Jalen Gilbert of Round Rock, Alex Foster of Vandegrift, Peyton Morgan of Weiss, and Justin Strong of Elgin.
I did hear Rod mention the fact that these DBs, 3 of the 4 are safeties, and maybe that is something maybe we should think about with corners, maybe. But all 4 of these guys, outstanding. You can't argue.
And then 1 hour ago, we announced the kicker and the punter. The kicker, Patrick Helen of Buda Johnson, and the punter, Owen Norrell of Westwood.
Almost poetically, this is going to be the most argued position because there are so many great kickers and punters out there. But mainly, we went with the fact that Owen Norrell, almost 1,000 punting yards total. And Patrick Helen, not only accurate from deep, but also crazy punting stats, too. Big shout out to Hayden Arnold, which I think everybody would think is the all-world kicker.
Yeah, but, well, certainly with what he did last week, it was big time. All right, so now the left for this program today is to do the long snapper and the 2 returners. And then this afternoon, Ball Don't Lie, they'll have the center, the 4 offensive linemen, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, and the quarterback. So that will all be with Rod B. and Mike Harge this afternoon with Ball Don't Lie. But right now, the long snapper, Jake Helms of Westlake.
Yeah.
The numbers did not lie. Had unbelievable numbers. They're a perfect season in terms of snaps on placements, both extra points and field goals. It's a lot of kicks for Westlake out of that, as well as on the snaps. Also, in the Coles Deep Snapper rankings, Jake Helms ranked number 4 in the nation and number 1 in the state of Texas.
And he's just a junior.
And only a junior. Tremendous season there for Jake Helms. So from Westlake, he is the long snapper. And then finally, the returners for our announcements. The returners have the common thing of being, if you follow the game around the area, somewhat household names because what you saw them do in other areas. They were that close and were seriously vetted and discussed as possibly being members of the All Flex team in other spots. They definitely were going to make it as returners. They almost made it in other areas, and those include, from Stony Point, Cameron Cook, who certainly could have been on the All Flex team as a running back.
He's a TCU commit, 1,500 rushing yards in 10 games.
And Leonard Moore of Round Rock. who could have made all flex as a defensive back.
Some people will say just, quote-unquote, 3 picks. 1 is hard to get an interception. And 2, ain't nobody throwing his way.
Team stopped throwing his direction there. And
he really, you know what, because remember with Mason Cochran, a quarterback who could get all, he was a watch list guy, but a lot of those yards for them to get down the field, he got on special teams. So you really aren't going to hear about that, but he would, field a punt at the 30 and get them to the other side of the field. So
Yep. They did a great job in the return game, both of those guys. So, again, the long snapper, the deep snapper, Jake Helms of Westlake, the 2 returners, Cameron Cook of Stony Point, Leonard Moore of Round Rock. Those guys joining the others announced so far as being on the all-flex team. And, again, this afternoon in Ball Don't Lie, it'll be the center, 4 additional offensive linemen other than the center, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, and the quarterback. All of that will be announced later today on Ball Don't Lie.
What I really like about that list we just announced, Craig, is those were 3 positions that I don't think we were considering honoring or recognizing when we first started this list.
That's right.
It's something we added, and that's very encouraging because, we kind of doubled back and said, hey, we need to make it right. And so I'm already excited for 2023, but congrats to the 22 winners.
Absolutely. The members of the first ever All-Flex team. So there it is. All right, time now for a Longhorn Notebook.
Longhorn Notebook.
Longhorn Notebook brought to you by Aaron Bowersock, the home loan expert and your Longhorn lender. See if she can do for you what she did for Linda and me, and that is to get that home loan approval turned around in a snap. And she is, after all, the person who can guarantee that 10-day or less home loan approval. Check her out on the web at BowersockTeam.com, BOWERSOCK, BowersockTeam.com. So the Longhorn basketball team had to adjust. Difficult day during the day yesterday upon learning of the suspension of head coach Chris Beard, and get ready to play a game against a solid Rice-Al team that took them to the wire, really pushed them. But the Longhorns got some great play in the second half from Brock Cunningham, Jabari Rice, also Marcus Carr kind of taking over offensively down the stretch, and then in overtime as Texas won it in overtime by a score of 87-81. And afterwards we visited with acting head coach Rodney Terry. Of course, he's the associate head coach regularly, but he's the acting head coach right now to discuss the ballgame.
By any definition, any way to describe this was a grinder, and your guys really showed a lot of character and intestinal fortitude fighting through this one.
We did, Craig. We showed a lot of grit, battling through some adversity throughout the course of the day, in the game, early today as well. I give our guys a lot of credit. I give our staff a lot of credit. We've got an experienced staff that did a great job, outstanding job today with our guys. And, again, our guys were right where they needed to be at winning time. We've been in that position. We're going to be in that position all year long, and, we found a way to get it done.
Did you get a vibe, at least early in the game, that it was tough for the guys to really get in a mental and emotional groove and a rhythm when you were fighting through some things early?
What came out, I thought we were emotionally attached to the game. I thought our guys were ready to play. We had a really good focused practice yesterday as well. We knew we were going to play a really competitive Rice team that's well coached that could come in and do what they did. They made 9 threes. They're a team that shoots a lot of threes. They shoot over 25 threes a game, and they made their average tonight. And but at the end of the day, our guys found a way to get it done.
Rodney, I know you've been in a lot of games, and you knew that you were going to have games like this, and you didn't change up a lot. I think you changed on defense. What adjustments did you make coming out of the second half?
We were giving up too many offensive rebounds. They were hurting us on the glass. They had 5 threes at the half. We wanted to, our goal for the game was try to hold them to 5 or less threes in the game. They already had 5. So we had to come out and do a better job with our shooter defense. We had to come out and do a better job on the glass, keeping those guys off the glass as well. Those were 2 areas that were really glaring to us at halftime that we needed to come in and do a good job with.
How about your thoughts on what Brock gave you defensively, what Jabari did also with a spark, and then obviously Marcus taking over with some big shots when he had to have them?
Brock, he's been doing that all season long for us. We know what we're going to get from him night in and night out in terms of his effort and his energy and what he brings to the team. He's just one of those guys that's fearless. He's an older player that plays like an older player. The same thing with Jabari. Both of those guys are older players, and they make winning plays throughout the course of the game.
Regardless of other things happening, the fact is you don't play again until Sunday. The semester break has arrived. This is a different time of year anyway, isn't it? With no classes for the guys to go. It's practice and basketball and some games and off time.
Well, we really framed this as an 80-minute, 40 minutes the other day. We knew we had to come back. This is a lot like what we'll have in conference play where you have a Saturday and then you have a big Monday. So it's great preparation for moving forward in the future in terms of a one-day prep for a really good Rice team and everything. So, again, I thought our guys came in. They were really prepared yesterday. They had good energy, good pop. They earned a day off tomorrow.
And they get a chance to enjoy that day off today before they start getting ready.
Yeah, they do deserve a chance to chill.
To breathe a little bit. And they will be back in action on Sunday at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. See, Snoop, that's what you ought to do, after the state championship games on Saturday night. The men play at noon. The women play at 2:30, both at the AAC.
Might.
In the Coast to Coast Challenge, Texas and Stanford at noon. Texas women against USC at 2:30.
I might hit you up.
So there
you open the door on the sides.
So anyway, that's the deal with that. All right. When we come back, we'll wrap up today's edition of Light the Tower here on the Horn.
Bells will be ringing. This sad, sad news. Oh, what a Christmas to have the blues. My baby's gone. I have no friends.
wish me greeting.
We'll get ready to wrap it up here. Some folks, Snoop, suggesting maybe you stay in Fort Worth or something. Or maybe you stay over in Dallas if you go to the basketball games on Sunday.
Yeah,
you can do that.
we'll see.
They point out that vending food is expensive there, so
It
be
is.
careful of that as well. And then somebody asked, do I call other high school sports other than football? Yes, I do the state basketball championships for boys and girls and baseball as well. The games that Valley Sports Southwest televises. And that answers that other question. Somebody said, are all the games still on Valley Sports? Yes. Valley Sports Southwest, Valley Sports, I think Southwest.com, and the app as well.
Bally's is grown on me, the name now. It
There
took
you
a
go.
minute, but I'm
Okay.
Bally's every time.
I'll be back on checking in on Thursday. Chad and Ty will join Snoop in the 10 o'clock hour tomorrow. And then Chad and Zay in the 11 o'clock hour. Of course, they're about to come up right now. And then I'll check in tomorrow. But I'll be out tomorrow and then out on Friday. But I'll be checking in on that. And I guess I'll see you up in Arlington.
Yes, for sure you
Okay.
will. I'll sneak by the booth.
And by the way, when this week is done, we're not done for the year. We'll be back next week. I don't know if Jeff, depending on his condition, will be back, but you and I will be back for sure. All right, we invite you to stay tuned. Coming up, Chad and Zay, and we'll visit with you next time here on Light the Tower on the Horn.
And I'll be happy, happy once again.